hello, Danger Noodles. We're here to fight content farms yet again. And I am not alone at the beginning this time.
Yep, that's right. I'm here, suffering along with her. Of course, you'd laugh.
Yeah. Since we started earlier, I pulled more as well. But like I said, they're short articles. Anyways. Oh yeah. I need to get the pronunciation correctly. So let's go over here real quick. Alright. There we go. That's that right next, right under the thumbnail.
All right, let me look up that word.
Yep.
How to pronounce. Just tell me. Okay.
You okay?
Schutzstaffel. No? Schutzstaffel. Schutzstaffel. Okay.
Yep, that's the way we're doing. Also known as SCP-2367. Alright, let's get on into reading this one. A bit of a warning, a certain German party is mentioned.
The angry mustache party.
Yeah. Alright. Item SCP-2367. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-2367 is contained on site in a hangar constructed around it, with Level 5 security measures in place. A cover story of a high-security German military base is in effect. As of redacted, testing is prohibited until Event 2367 Sigma occurs. Foundation agents embedded with Berlin Emergency Response Services will monitor radio traffic for possible SCP-2367-1 manifestations, dispatching agents to carry out recovery, cleanup, and administration of amnestics as necessary. Dash 1 instances are non-anomalous and require no special containment outside of recovery. Upon initiation of Event 2367 Sigma, citywide deployment of rescue airbags, mass administration of amnestics, and emergency repair measures will be used to minimize detrimental effects. Description: SCP-2367 is a geodesic hemisphere 15 meters in diameter, constructed from steel and painted with forest pattern camouflage. There is a small control panel on the south side and a 4-meter square door adjacent to the control panel. The interior is a smooth hemisphere approximately 13 meters in diameter. The device is built as a means of displaying objects, including live humans, to targeted points in space-time. In testing, objects displaced in such a manner invariably appeared several hundred meters above their intended destination. Both forward and backward temporal travel have been achieved in testing. It requires no external power to operate.
I'm gonna comment that its rating is safe.
Yeah,
It could kill you.
yeah.
Safe.
Yeah. SCP-2367-1 instances are individuals or objects that were sent through SCP-2367 prior to Foundation recovery of the object. To date, 6-1 instances have manifested, listed below. 4 unidentified males wearing enlisted Schutzstaffel uniforms, all deceased upon impact. They are all dead. One STG-44 assault rifle, unloaded. one parachute of the type issued to German paratroopers during World War II. SCP-236. Oh, wait, for more information on Dash 1 instances, see referral documentation.
Referral documentation?
Apparently.
Peripheral.
Oh, peripheral documentation. SCP-2367 was recovered during Operation Hammer. The Foundation's infiltration of the German government during World War II. Recovered documents indicate that SCP-2367, referred therein as Die Glock, which translates as the Bell, was constructed under the supervision of SS Obergruppenführer Otto Weber, person of interest number 420714, at some point prior to May 1945. Event 2367 Sigma is the anticipated rematerialization of the subjects of the only known use of the device by its builders, excluding -1 instances. Several high-ranking NSDAP members fleeing the Red Army. Their anticipated destination is in the vicinity of Berlin on October 13th, 2031. Addendum. Review of documents recovered over the course of Operation Hammer indicate that SCP-2367 was used to evacuate a large number of individuals than previously thought. Lower end estimates place the number of individuals that will manifest during Event 2367 Sigma at approximately 1,400, including a fully equipped field artillery platoon and a dozen Tiger 1 tanks. Mobile Task Force PSI 33 Himmler's Housekeepers has been reorganized and expanded to minimize casualties and civilian exposure to Event 2367 Sigma. Evacuation of Berlin and an appropriate cover story are under consideration. So there's going to be, eventually, in October 13th, 2031, there's going to be a bunch of German mustache party people are going to come out of this anomaly in Berlin.
Yeah, we cannot say the name of it outright because, yeah.
I mean, it's right here if you don't understand.
Anyway, I'm going to grab some pictures so we can know what the things that were sent over look like.
Okay.
Because I just have a feeling in my heart
I
that it won't look fully accurate in the video.
yeah, I know what the German tanks look like because I've seen them before. Because I like going to history
The
museums.
the Tiger tanks.
Yeah, they're I've seen them in my state. Like we have like a World War II and World War One history museum.
I didn't expect you to be interested in history. I am sorry.
I have an advanced history degree in high school. I love history.
Why haven't we ever spoken about history before?
I don't know. But yeah, I know what the tanks look like.
I know that now.
Yeah. But anyways, we gotta go to the first thing. The thumbnail. Is that clickbait? Yes.
Yes.
Wait a minute, they included 4K Ultra HD in their thumbnail.
I'm going to say the only thing that SCP does is literally teleport people.
Yeah.
So that's immediate clickbait. That has nothing to do with teleporting.
Granted, it did say some people died upon impact, but it didn't say how.
From falling.
Yeah.
It's suggested from the description and died on impact in that they died falling from the sky. They died from the sky. They fell Splats happen, probably. Splats, breaks. I don't know. It depends on how far they fell. It
The,
really does. And I don't want to imagine how big the mess was or wasn't.
the main thing that I find most funny is they put a 4K Ultra HD in the thumbnail. Like, really? Did you have to include that?
They're going to make this more violent than it actually is, aren't they? I mean,
Yes.
let's face it, people falling from the sky and dying is aggressively violent,
Yeah.
but they're going to make it more violent somehow.
Their skin's gonna be melted right off upon teleportation.
I don't know. I just look at their rating of violence, and only one of those ratings wasn't a 4.
Yeah.
I just have a feeling they're going to use a way to lie and make it more violent.
Yeah. So, clickbait thumbnail is a yes.
Yeah, I think that's a 4. What about you?
Yeah, it's a 4.
Eh, Actually, the SCP device doesn't even look like what the same shape, does it? Am I imagining things? Let me relook at the.
It's translated as the bell, but it just says it's a geodesic hemisphere 15 meters in diameter, constructed from steel and painted with force pattern camouflage. Now, if you really look at the how they drew it, that's not force pattern. That just looks. That's not
I'm
force
looking
pattern.
up what a geodesic hemisphere is because I'm pretty sure that is a type of sphere.
Yeah,
And yes, that's what I thought. It is it is a type of half sphere.
yeah. But
It is
like,
not a bell, so it may be called a bell, but it is not a bell.
also, it's supposed to have a force pattern camouflage. There's no camouflage on it on the thumbnail.
Yeah, so it's supposed to be shaped like half a global sphere
Yeah.
and covered in forest pattern camouflage. I knew it wasn't a bell the moment I read geodesic that well, you read it. You're
Yeah.
better fucking pronouncing it.
Even and the funny thing is, I guessed how to pronounce it. It's probably correct.
Geodesic hemisphere. Oh, there we go. Now I got it. Also, Spood, this SCP,
Hello.
the SCP is a something that looks like those globe sphere things that are maps. Yeah. It's shaped like half of one of those without anything mounting it, and it has a camouflage pattern on it, and it teleports people. Fancy. And if you look here, you'll see the Content Farms version of that SCP as a thumbnail. You're requiring me to put my glasses on.
Yeah. Hey, good news is they kept the license in.
What did they do to it? Well, the mustache party people are supposed to be there. That's just not how they're supposed to look.
Yeah.
They're supposed to die upon falling because it teleported them too high. It popped them up too high. They fell down and we don't know what state their body was in, only that they died on impact.
Yeah.
Well, that sounds like a quick way to have a blood pancake. Well, yes, that's very aggressive, but somehow you, I think they made it more aggressive in that thumbnail. What do you think? It looks kind of like it's sucking off their flesh somehow. Also, look, you see that glowing bell metal thing? Yeah. That's their version of the SCP, the thing that's shaped like a half sphere covered in camouflage patterns. I feel like they ran this through the AI and the AI tried, but the person who put the information in didn't understand the assignment. This is definitely a clickbait thumbnail. Sadly, I think a person actually made it.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any signs of an AI. It actually.
Yeah. Also, if you want to know what kind of person they made art of the teenage Gaia as the thumbnail, and she starts off as 12.
Yep.
Did you just take your glasses off? Well, I don't need to see more of that. That's Queen's opinion. Taking off their glasses, that means they're done. That's kind of like taking your eyeballs out and going, yeah, I'm done with this. Also, hi, Nuriyakia?
Yeah. Hi. Anyways, you ready to see the first video? Good news is they kept the license. It looks like they're the only content farm actually putting the license.
I mean, it's good that they're keeping their license. They need all the help with the ratings we're giving them that they can get.
Yeah.
I shouldn't say it that way, but
Are you ready?
I'm ready. I think you're ready, and Spoot is ready to ignore it and pretend it doesn't exist.
I'm just worried how quickly it's gonna offend me, of all people.
Well, your family escaped. That's that's part of history. I think that's all I'm gonna say on that.
Yeah. Anyways. And 3, 2, 1.
This was the location. He was sure of it. Klaus had spent years searching through restricted Foundation files to find it. His investigation had taken him around the world, from Russia to Japan, in search of this damn thing. Now, finally,
Why would you look
behind
in
this
Russia and
oversized,
Japan for something from Germany?
Right. Where are they getting this information?
Yeah, it's still in Germany, right?
Yes, it's still in Germany.
It never left Germany.
extremely thick lead hanger door was the answer. The end to his quest to find out what SCP-2367 was.
I just
And what it
realized
had to
something.
do.
Yeah?
He never said he looked in Germany.
Oh my god.
Maybe they'll mention it's in Germany at some point, but they looked in Russia and other places, but Germany was not mentioned. The German SCP that is in Germany.
Yeah.
do with the disappearance of his father towards the end of the Second World War. And to think, this whole thing started by pure chance. It could have happened to anyone. No. Even with his empirical scientific mind, Klaus believed there was no such thing as coincidence. It was destined for it to have happened to him, and to tie together all the missing
What?
pieces of his father, and the lies they had told him about.
What?
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 Is there something we don't know about this SCP? There's
No. Don't think so. Guess we'll keep going.
Him. Traitor, they called him. SCP Foundation turncoat.
You know
He
what?
had never
Why
believed.
don't we pause this? Why don't we look at what happens when we click Auto Weber, just to make sure we didn't miss anything? Okay, Otto Weber to Ursula Weber, sent October 1939. Blank blank. I'm not reading those out loud. How are you, my
Hi.
wife?
Okay, Adurna.
Oh,
It doesn't.
I will read this while you stretch and hydrate.
I just stretched and hydrated anyways.
Oh, you're fast. Okay, how are you, my wife? I hope all is well, and I have no idea how the fuck to pronounce that word. Magdeburg. I'm part German. I've never spoken German. My sister learned German. I don't blame her. Her name is literally a German word. As you may have heard from the radio, we have attained victory in the September campaign. More importantly, I am all right. We have married in haste for fear of the worst, but it appears that our fears were unfounded. Nonetheless, the spur of the moment gave us reason to fight on. I owe it to those church bells that gave us that thought, at least among my fellows. I know that I'm fighting for you. That being said, my deployment is still ongoing. Cannot return yet. Okay. Next letter. Blank, blank. I'm not reading that. Merry Christmas, my wife. I received your previous letter and am astonished to think that it only took one night to conceive a child. This is wonderful. Oh man, what kind of night was that? Anyway, there was so little time and we overcame it. This is okay. I guess that was like
It,
a
it
really crazy night. Okay.
I looked
That
at it.
being
It doesn't look like until the very last one does it talk about Die Glock, which is the anomaly.
okay, then let's go to the last one. I don't need to know about the about Otto's sex life. About how apparently it barely exists, but he had such a wild night with his wife that she instantly got pregnant. Like, I don't need to know that.
I don't know.
The letters are Otto's uh, a mustache party person named Otto's letters to his wife. That's what they are. And that's probably why the bed dance is discussed. Anyway, the last letter, since Bright said she said the only letters mentioning the SCP is the last one. Blank blank. I'm still not reading those two words.
Oh, Derna says, by the way, Whipper is pronounced with the V sound.
Oh, Weber. Weber, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ottawell Weber. I did not know that.
Yeah, same.
From Ottawa Weber to Ursula Weber. My wife, I hope the family's resettlement in Broslau has been progressing well since my last correspondence with you. It is regretful that I cannot be there by your side, but we know the blank needs me more. Mustache party needs me more. Now more than ever before. You should know by now that the blank is not faring well since the disastrous venture in the Eastern Front. Our enemies are
Mm-hmm.
indeed overwhelming us, even with our stock of Wunderwaffe. I have no idea what that is.
I forgot what it was.
Perhaps my rejected proposals might have changed the outcome, but there is no reason to speculate. Thus, selected colleagues and I have been preparing for a change in tactics from offensive to defensive. It is a matter of time before they overrun the mustache party entirely. Therefore, we must defend. Ah, time. It once again brought us trouble, like our marriage. I'm going to skip this. I don't know his. I don't need to know his sex life. Additionally, it took only that first and last. I've gotten okay. Certainly. Oh, you know what? I'm just. Why so much on their bed life? Okay, this line is not talking about the sex life. Thus, it is fitting to name this defense initiative Die Glock after the bells that began our tale of victory. The enemies can tear themselves apart, but we shall rise victorious from their corpses. And by we, you, Elizabeth, are definitely included. So it was named Daglock. So the SCP itself has a name that suggests bells because they considered it bells of victory, not because it's a bell.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah, it's not a fucking bell. Doesn't even look like a bell. It's not supposed to be a bell. Okay. Leave the settlement and come to me in our base, at the Owl Mountains, where Daglock awaits. The security details will escort you there. Should you give the order, they know the path. We can be together again, and Daglock will guarantee time shall never impede us. Okay. Yeah,
So,
even that letter does not give us an opening to what the fuck the video's on.
yeah.
Believed any of it. His father, like him, had been a Foundation man through and through. Sure, he might have been unorthodox, but that's what made him the great scientist he was. The same blood flowed through Klaus's veins, the same disdain for authority and
I just
bureaucracy.
realized something.
What?
I think they're replacing the Weber family, including the daughter, with this guy. and
Oh
his
no!
family. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe she'll pop up somewhere. The daughter of Ottawa Weber.
We'll
Weber,
see.
sorry, Weber.
We'll
Maybe
see.
she'll pop up.
We'll find out. Wait, did they change the names from a different language from German? Now that I think about it.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like German names.
Oh my god.
None of what was about
No.
to be discovered today
Huh?
Let's find out.
Right.
would have been possible, though, if it wasn't for fate or that pure chance incident. He had been in Japan on assignment, pursuing SCP-4007 instances. He
What?
wasn't making much progress, but that's a story for another day. He found himself one afternoon walking the streets of Shibuya when he heard screams. At the same time, he witnessed a flash of purple light in the sky and a loud whip crack like thunder. He instinctively covered his ears and bent down to the
Right,
ground.
it's in Germany, not Japan. God. Holy. I want to get rid of this. But, what the fuck?
He
Okay.
searched the sky, but whatever it was done. He followed the screams and came across a small group of people surrounding something in the street. As he pushed through the crowd, he saw a body lying on the ground. He was dying. Blood poured forth from his nose, eyes, and mouth. His clothing started to turn red from internal damage. He had fallen from the sky. From a rough guess, Klaus assumed he had fallen a few hundred feet, at the very least. Klaus knelt down close to the man's face. "What happened to you?" The man's eyes slowly looked at Klaus as he uttered, "Für das
I'm
Vaterland."
sorry.
With that,
Can we just comment that when you have that much internal damage, you're not going to be able to talk at all. You're just going to die.
Yeah, you'll be dead instantly.
Well, think about it. If you're bleeding from that many things and fell from that far with that much damage, your lungs will be completely flooded with blood. It'll be literally, and you'll be literally incapable of speech.
Yeah, if you try to speak, just blood will come out.
Yeah, so also they were unable to speak in the SCP documentation. It just said they died from impact, suggesting they couldn't speak, they couldn't do anything besides fall from the sky and die.
Yeah.
I slowly looked at Klaus as he uttered, "Für das Vaterland." With that, he died. Klaus slowly stood up, trying to wrap his mind around what had happened. As he looked down upon the body, he realized this man was wearing a German World War II SS uniform. What was a dead Nazi doing in Tokyo 75
they-
years after the end?
Well, they used it. They used the word.
They used the naughty word.
Okay.
Of the war. From that point, he had been engrossed in his own private investigation to find out why the SS man was there, how he had gotten there, And what was the relation to that purple flash in the sky? They were clearly all tied together. His investigation had led him deeper and deeper into confidential files. But like his father, he wasn't about to let that get in his way. The deeper he dug, he kept on coming back to the same operation. All the different cases and investigation related to the dead Nazi kept on pointing to one incident near the close of the Second World War. Operation Hammer, the Foundation's infiltration of the German government during World War II. Rumors had been floating around that the Nazis had been harnessing anomalous powers and persons to attain their goals of world domination. While the countries of the world engaged in open warfare, the Foundation remained in the shadows and conducted their own secretive infiltration and operations. They had assigned a scientist to lead Operation Hammer due to his high intelligence and also his German language skills. Herr Kloss, Sr. had managed to infiltrate the SS to the highest ranks and attain the rank of Obergruppenführer. His main concern was in locating, neutralizing, and if not possible, destroying SCP-2367, which the Germans referred to as Die Glocke, the bell. It was a 15-meter...
How did they go from a simple sphere covered in camouflage to a UFO bell with purple and blue lights?
Yeah. I don't know.
I understand spooks have their glasses now.
Yeah. Anyways, let's continue.
Constructed of steel. There is a small control panel on the south side and a 4-meter square door adjacent to the control panel. The interior is a smooth hemisphere, approximately 13 meters in diameter. The device was built as a means of displacing objects, including live humans, to targeted points in space-time. In testing,
it does humans and objects, not just people.
Also, they misused the multiple terms. One, you don't get to say it's a sphere. It counts as a sphere if it only looks like one inside. That's not how it works. Also, it's technically not supposed to be a sphere. It's half a sphere. Which, by the way, is closer to a bell shape than a normal sphere.
Wait, I want to look back. It does not even say that it's floating.
Because it doesn't fucking float.
Yeah. It's just on the ground.
It doesn't need to float. Why would it need to float?
That would make it harder to get in. Oh my god.
objects displaced in such a manner invariably appeared several hundred meters above their intended destination. Both forward and backward temporal travel have been achieved in testing. It requires no external power.
Why did they include the Godzilla monster again? Why?
Also, why are they showing the mustache party person just gently floating them? We know that's not what happens.
Yeah, you die instantly.
You don't die instantly. It's just when you pop into the sky randomly, you fall. And it doesn't catch you.
Yeah.
If there's no one under you to put something down there to catch you, well, gravity does its work. Gravity does what gravity does best.
Yeah, I'm just
Yeah,
I'm just annoyed that they include Behemoth, a Godzilla monster, in here. But they have no right to be here.
Oh gosh.
To operate. The construction and design of Die Glocke was under the supervision of one SS Obergruppenführer Otto Weber, classified as Person of Interest 420714. Little was recorded about him in the files.
Weber was young enough to have had at least one child. Why do they look like this extremely old guy? We don't know his age, but we know he had at least one kid.
Yeah.
And he sounded like a young man who got married in a rush.
Yeah.
They literally aged up a character unnecessarily.
Oh god. Yeah. Yeah, they did.
Other than he had also disappeared close to the end of the war, around the same time as Klaus's father. From what he had gathered, Operation Hammer had intended to steal Die Glocke during the chaos of the final days of the war. They had intended to load it onto the back of a trailer and escape across the border to France during the night of May the 1st. Plans had been set in place with the Russians and Americans to halt their advance at Berlin until the Foundation had completed its move. However, things hadn't gone according to plan, and instead the Allied forces had closed in on the location of SCP-2367 by April 30th, 1945. The Foundation records become unclear at this point, but it's
That's not what happened. They were successful.
Yeah.
seems that Klaus's father had disregarded orders to withdraw. He planned to steal the device that night, pushing his schedule up by 1 day. The rush and chaos of this action is what seems to have led to the fiasco. Klaus's father and his mobile task force entered the hangar at 2 a.m. They had been informed by an infiltrator that the hangar would be empty as the remaining Army and SS forces had withdrawn and intended to surrender. To his surprise, when he entered the hangar, he found a full-field artillery platoon, a dozen Tiger I tanks, and regiments of Waffen SS. The hangar was lit up and men and machines
That's
were
how
in full
Tiger
swing.
Tanks work.
Die Glocke
Yeah. Yeah.
Do they know how to make anything accurate?
Nope.
Ow.
was glowing and humming. It was being powered up. In the middle of the room, a small detachment of officers surrounded a man. From what
He was not even mentioned in the article. Why? Oh my god.
Well, people hiled to him, but he was not there.
Also,
He did not interact with it.
the clone of that fucker, that anomaly wouldn't exist if he went inside that anomaly.
Yeah.
could gather, a fight broke out at this point at Klaus's father's attempt to
You are
neutralize
correct. There's
SCP.
an entirely different SCP that literally goes against what they're making up right now.
Yeah.
2367, seeing no way of getting out. In the ensuing fight, Klaus's father was lost, presumed killed. The Foundation took heavy losses. The only survivors managed to radio in for support, shortly before expiring as well. When reinforcement finally arrived, they would be massacred. Dead agents and SS soldiers alike were strewn across the hangar.
What?
SCP-2367 was in the
You know
corner.
what?
What?
Right?
Wait. What? They're showing it neutralized.
I
It's
think both of us were a little curious on how they would somehow add more violence than there already is.
yeah.
We have our answer.
Mm-hmm.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. But why the fuck did they neutralize the anomaly?
I don't know. They made it a weird UFO spaceship. I'm sure it'll pop back up fine.
Yeah.
lying on its
You
side,
sound in pain.
Yeah.
presumed to have been heavily damaged. No sign of weapons, tanks, or soldiers remained. The hangar had been cleared.
What do you mean there's no signs of soldiers and stuff? Me? You see a bunch of them right here.
They said tanks.
They said soldiers too.
Oh, fuck, you're right.
Yeah, they're right here.
You know what? If it makes you feel any better, look at their uniforms. You sound like you're someone who knows a lot about history. How accurate are those?
None.
That doesn't even bother you, does it?
I'm not saying it doesn't.
They look less like mustache party soldiers and more like strippers pretending to be.
Yeah.
Oh no, they do. Oh no!
Also, the Foundation uniforms are off too. I mean, this one right in front of the bell, it just looks like they're in a body bag.
It looks like a group of dead strippers. That hat is actually a very popular hat to the shape. Oh no! Oh no! I can't see it. Help!
Let's keep
I
going.
blame Ottawa Weber's notes, letters to his fucking wife on me thinking it's like a horde of dead strippers. He was too horny for his wife.
Cleared out, presumably after the damage to Die Glocke. Russian troops reported encountering a column of soldiers and tanks 4.5 kilometers from the hangar and engaged them.
What?
No survivors. Assume this was the remains of the tanks and soldiers from the hangar. Die Glocke was relocated
Wait,
to a
what's the
secure
black goo from? What the fuck?
We need to go back.
soldiers and tanks
Yeah, the tanks
4.5
are covered
kilometers
in
from the
black
hangar
goo, some
and
of them
engaged
are.
them. No survivors.
Go a little forward.
Assume
Oh yeah, what the fuck?
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
this was the remains of the tanks and soldiers from the hangar.
I think
Die
I know
Glocke
what
was
they
relocated.
tried to do, but they failed to do it.
Yeah.
They tried to make it look like oil, but oil doesn't work that way.
It also doesn't come out near the turret.
Yeah.
To a secure military hangar in Berlin, with level 5 security measures in place. Now, finally, Klaus had found it. Behind these doors, he hoped to find something that had been missed over the years. Something that could confirm his father had died those years ago. As he stepped through the hangar doors, he heard a hum and saw a faint purple glow. As he pushed through the doors, the light vanished and the hum stopped. Had it been his imagination, or was the Glocke still functional?
The Foundation would have restored it like that. You would see a whole bunch of scientific shit around it and wires connected into it or something like that. Like the
Very
study.
technically, they would probably have nothing around it, and
Yeah.
it would be sealed in its own room, because it can teleport people hundreds of miles in the air.
Yeah, yeah, they would just land on top of the Foundation site.
He walked all around the device, but found nothing that hadn't been documented already. As he walked inside, he looked around and dragged his fingers across the cold, hard steel surface. Click. Something had moved under his fingers. He turned on his flashlight and searched the smooth surface. There was a hidden compartment. He pried at it with his fingernails,
There's no
pushed it,
hidden
and tried to
compartment.
Yeah, it doesn't exist.
slide it. Finally, it popped open. Inside was a single page which seemed to have military operational diagrams for some sort of small tactical invasion force. Klaus would later designate this event 2367 Sigma.
That does exist. But that is mentioned at the beginning of the article. And it's an event.
Mm-hmm.
Not a squad or anything. It's an event that'll take place.
Man.
My God.
He tried for years to explain to his higher-ups, and even the O5 Council.
I have a problem with the O5 Council right here. They're all men. When the O5 Council is comprised of, like, animal-human hybrids, or animal with human intelligence, women, and men.
Yes.
But they're all
Only
men.
adults.
All men.
Maybe there's a flat-chested woman with short hair, and you know what? Fuck it. They made a woman.
Yeah, they do.
They somehow they've added so many things that aren't supposed to be in there, and they still somehow found a way to remove women even more.
Like, you could have had so much fun with the O5 Council because they're a wild assortment of things.
Yeah.
but you just make them just men. Okay, let's keep going.
That event 2367 Sigma wasn't a joke. It was real, and it was going to happen. They were coming back. All of them. The tanks and soldiers hadn't left that night in April 1945. At least, not via the road out of Berlin. The troops that the Russians had encountered...
That's not how it works. You go through the door. They literally
It
did
was
make it a
designed
UFO.
in the 1930s. I feel like they don't understand 1930s technology.
Yeah.
Do they understand anything about the 1930s? Do they understand history? Do
Nope.
they understand anything?
No, they did not.
That was a very firm no from you. Me, I am reading the one last thing we have not read on this SCP,
Yeah.
and it still doesn't explain anything.
Wow.
I
So
mean, it does about the SCP, but not about the video.
the thing is, I think they didn't even bother looking at either of those two. They just took the names.
Fuck it, I'm reading it very specifically because they didn't read it. Because I feel like this SCP is less about the not so nice party, and it's more about uh
Mm-hmm.
the the one family and his wife and his daughter, and how war affected that family. Also corpses. It's about corpses. Because people still fall from the fucking sky and die instantly.
Yeah.
How did they add more violence?
I don't know. You want me to just continue playing the video?
Uh, could I read this very quickly?
Yeah. Go ahead.
All right. This is POI, which I think is person of interest, 420714. All right, from Ottawa Weber, Direct Project Klaus. Oh, Klaus! Project Klaus? To someone I will not mention who was not so nice, and someone else who also was not nice.
Oh.
Okay.
But does it even say they're affiliated with the Foundation?
Because it doesn't.
Which means they're with the German party.
Probably, yeah. Let's read. Blank blank, because I am never reading that out loud. The closest to any family my family got from my dad's side involved in that war in any way, I think, is the vagueness of my great grandfather who moved from Germany years before the war started, vaguely, who was a farmer who abandoned his old name and became American, not German, vaguely. Yeah, anyway, the blank person I'm not mentioning, but was a very evil person and worked for the leader of the Mustache Party, development of the weapon is going well. For his unfortunate demise, our outside advisor provided us with sufficient information that I believe the new direction our project is being taken is still compatible with our initial goals. However, it is my understanding that the new direction our project has taken will require materials and equipment we do not have available in our current base of operations. Therefore, I'm requesting the relevant specialists and materials be sent. Our base of operations be changed. I will allow the decision to be made at your discretion. Not sure why I'm reading that dramatically. Fun. Included in this document are details of project progress before the change in project directives. I have also sent the last artifacts recovered by our archaeologists. I'm afraid your intentions of changing this into an armor development project leaves us without qualified academics. If we are creating a mechanized weapon to win the war, I need engineers, scientists, mechanics, and not archaeologists and historians. The blank person may not approve of this project, but I believe our efforts may prove vital in the later hours of this war. Sincerely, Otto Weber. Also, that one SS person and the Klaus director. All right, next
Wait,
one.
wait.
What?
In the video, they misspelled Kolos. They put KLOSS in the video, not KOLSOSS.
Of course they did.
Yeah.
All right, the next letter from Ottawa Weber and Klaus. Blank blank. A person that's very high and worked for the Mustache Man. I have received word from your Australian contact. I'm afraid that the time and resources necessary to procure those materials are too much. However, I understand this project is now partially under the jurisdiction of Minister Spear, that he may be willing to make these expenses. Our first shipment is scheduled to arrive in October. I hope to have procured for us the equipment and specialists we need by then. We also need resupply of basic anemone amenities. There we go.
Yeah.
And ammunition. Our local allies are growing suspicious, and it is my understanding that the British and Americans are pooling greater and greater resources into their African campaign, putting our research at risk. I must. Okay, Ottawa Weber did not do that.
I just, all of a sudden you just see I must burp sound in parentheses once again.
I must once again reassert that our current base of operations is unsuitable for this project. Your Australian contact has stated that he has means of delivering anywhere we may move, including the fatherland. Specifications of the equipment and personnel we require in order to proceed with the project are as planned are enclosed, alongside a list of suitable locations for moving the project and resources necessary to do so, if you so decide. Sincerely, Otto Weber, SS person, and Klaus, the project director. Okay, next. That means they lied again in the video because they were speaking like Klaus was working for Weber, but it was
Yeah.
Weber working for Klaus.
Yep.
Oh my gosh. Blank blank. Uh talking to the guy that worked for the mustache man that was very evil. The last relevant equipment has been shipped to uh Kummersdorf's proving ground. Okay, proving ground, whatever. For the final construction of the weapon and subsequent tests. All that remains to be shipped are the personnel still relevant to this project. I still have doubts to the trustworthiness of your Australian contact. However, he has sent me information regarding the materials he is delivering. I must admit, his assistance will help greatly in the mitigating costs of this project. I assume the engineers at CUP are the process of creating the main armament for the weapon, you must understand, right? The, the one person, our research will only be able to create an armored chassis and the means of propelling your vehicle, and not the primary armament itself. Regardless, I look forward to the conclusion of this project and demonstrating to the mustache man that our research has not been, has not been for naught. Sincerely, Otto Weber, the SS person, and the project director, Klaus. Okay. Blank, blank. Of course, all letters must go to him. Yeah, must praise him, Ineligible. Entity Klaus appears cooperative and has correctly bonded to the illegible. However, we still require an armament appropriate for the tank. Conventional, eligible, underpowered, and would be, and would qualify as the underutilization of resources for a project of this scale. A battery of coastal and naval guns would ineligible, but this may be understanding that Minister Spear has other projects similar in scale, ineligible, adequate. Therefore, I'm requesting that one more of Krupp's special armaments be procured for this, with this, all further text ineligible. Wait, what happened to the project director? What happened to him? Why is he, how is, okay, but let's see. Oh, the last letter doesn't seem like it says who it's from, only who it's to.
Yep.
Regarding ongoing research. Blank blank. The one bad person, ineligible. Final delivery was made by your Australian contact last Thursday. We will ineligible tomorrow, with tests on all systems beginning thereafter. Minister Spear ineligible weapon system has nearly been completed. On delivery of the main turret, we aim to deploy this weapon against Leningrad in order to end the stalemate. All further text ineligible. What happened to Klaus?
We don't know.
All texts except the following are ineligible. Leningrad, no survivors. Why did I accidentally go Irish there?
The Germans turn Irish.
I don't think they turn Irish. I'm just part Irish. But I didn't expect that to happen. Except for the Journal of Unknown American Soldier. Oh, excerpt from the Journal of an Unknown Soldier. Recovered 6 months following the failed Normandy landings. I heard it before I saw it. I saw it come over the horizon. Yet I heard it before I saw it. It didn't sound like a tank or any sort of engine I ever heard. It sounded like something growling. The gun went off. There was a flash, then a roar, like a bull getting branded. 1,000 times louder. And there was a flash and a boom like I've never heard again. Behind me. I haven't heard anything since then. I think I've gone deaf. Sunk the whole damn fleet. The whole goddamn fleet. I don't want to think about the number of soldiers still on those boats. I'm surprised the Ruskies and the Krots put it up as good of a fight as they did. I have no idea what those words are. I hope they're not bad words.
Oh no. I think Ruskies is the Russians.
Oh, then it's just calling them Russians and Kratz is probably German.
Yeah.
You know, Kratz for sauerkraut is not exactly the worst thing to call on. I wouldn't mind being called a food. The French civilians we encountered did a Tarask. I don't know enough French to know what that means. I like to think it means the work of Satan himself. Is the only one who could have made that fucking thing. I mean, because that's the only one who could have made that fucking thing. I don't think I'm ever getting rest. Hopefully, someone finds this and helps them put a way to kill that fucking abomination against God. I'll leave this journal in Crot Pillbox so it lasts a while longer and isn't too far from the shore. That also does that. If that's the sound it makes, wait, is that the sound it made or the sound the made?
I don't think we know, because it didn't mention whether it was the anomaly or... It just said something glowing with a flash. Well, when a gun went off and there was a flash and a roar.
Yeah, and they said it was a Tarask, which is not what the bell is called.
Yeah.
So I think the sounds came from the Tarask, not the SCP. The Tarask, is that a different SCP?
Maybe?
Oh. A copy of a flyer posted throughout the United Kingdom Correction of London. Attention all citizens. By order of Prime Minister Anthony Eden, mandatory evacuation of the British Isles begins on July 31st, 1944. You must register for passage if you intend to remain united with your families. Final evacuation is scheduled for October 31st, 1944. Registering for passage is the only guarantee for evacuation. Register at your local post office as soon as possible. From the book of Job, chapter 40, behold now the behemoth that I have made for you. Behold now his strength. His limbs are as strong as copper, his bones as a load of iron. His is the first of God's ways. Only his maker can draw his sword against him. I feel like that's a reference to the Tarask.
Mm-hmm.
That was probably the weapon that it was that SCP-2367 was supposed to work with. That was not a nice weapon, was it? So the video, from what I'm getting, has basically totally erased the weapon altogether, is what I'm getting. So it is also the weapon. It is the Tarask and the bell. What are you muted?
Sorry, there was noise outside. I didn't want to get picked up. Anyways, I looked at it, in the letter. There's, like, Spear has other projects, which is clickable.
Yeah.
I won't... we're not going to go through all of it, but basically, quick description. SCP-044 is a howitzer secretly manufactured in the late stages of the Second World War by a group engineers.
Oh.
Yeah, SCP-044. That's what that anomaly is talking about, because in the picture... Hold on, it pretty much describes... That's the weapon being fired.
Oh, man.
Yeah, so I think it's talking about SCP-044 right there.
Probably.
Yeah.
Let's see what else they change.
Yeah. Let's finish this off and then rank it.
Were a different regiment or a ruse. That SS regiment had made it into the Glocka. All of them. All 1,400 or more of them. And they were coming back. They were coming back in 10 years. October 13th, 2031. That man in the middle, he must have been Hitler. He wasn't dead. He was coming back. The entire operation had been engineered by SS Obergruppenführer Otto Weber, the man Klaus believed who had also killed his father that night. Tonight, October 13th, 2031, Klaus was waiting for them.
I'll be right back. I'm being called for something. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Bust out to go to the bathroom now.
Yeah, animals don't care what you're doing.
Yeah. Here. We still,
Let's hear how bad this gets.
we still got like about 3 minutes.
Rest didn't listen, but Klaus knew, and he was going to be there for this. He wouldn't miss it for the world. He sat in the hangar, lights off, waiting. He'd show them all he wasn't crazy. Event 2367 Sigma was real, and it was happening now. On cue, the air near the top of the hangar lit up in purple. Clouds and lightning flashed. He smelled metal in the air. A massive flash and a whiplash blinded him momentarily. He looked away, waiting for his eyes to regain focus. He heard what sounded like footsteps. No, not footsteps. It was goose stepping. He focused his eyes. Standing before him wasn't the regiment of SS he had expected.
Goose stepping is
It wasn't.
technically a type of stepping.
Yeah.
All types of marching are a type of stepping.
Mm-hmm.
Saying it's not stepping, it's stepping is stupid.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
You're fine.
The division, at least 6,000 troops and dozens of tanks. Heil Hitler rang up in unison from the assembled troops. One man came forward to him. By the uniform, Klaus could tell he was an SS Obergruppenführer. It had to be Otto Weber, the man who killed his father. In his coat, Klaus's hand closed around his gun. The man stopped in front of him and raised his head to look him in the eye. What? What was going on? This wasn't Otto Weber. It was him. A clone? An illusion? The man smiled. Don't be confused. I knew if anyone could figure this out, it would be you. You look well, my son. Klaus's eyes widened. His father hadn't died that night. I know you have a lot of questions, but all you need to understand for now is that I made a choice. That night, I made a choice and I don't regret it. Join us, leave the Foundation behind, and follow the Führer. Klaus was in shock. His father...
This is stupid.
Yeah, the Foundation will wipe them all out in an instant. They have done it before. They nearly wiped out an entire planet. You
Yeah,
said,
also, all the ones that came from the bell were basically dead since where they fell.
yeah.
alive, and now a Nazi? He gathered himself together. No, you chose wrong. Did I? Did you explain to the Foundation what would happen tonight? Did they laugh and ridicule you? Is this the people you're standing up for now? With a glint in his eye and a smirk on his mouth, Klaus replied, "Who said they didn't believe me?"
You did!
Well, I'm glad Klaus
What?
is on the case for this one. The last thing we need
They
right
don't
now?
have consistencies on their own fucking story.
Yeah.
Okay, let's rate this.
Removal of characters / license.
We have to put a 3 because they put the Godzilla character.
They did mess around with characters. Added gore or violence.
Somehow 4.
They added a lot of violence. Deviates from the plot article 4.
We have to put a 4 on only men because
Yeah.
they literally wiped out every female character it had. It had more than one. It didn't keep any. Okay.
5%.
Yay! Of course, the 15% from 2912 was too much. We couldn't have that, could we?
No. Alright. Now this one's even shorter than the other one. Item SCPs. Oh yeah, this is the portrait. Item SCP-099. Object class safe. Again. Yeah. Again.
Sorry.
You're fine. Again, it is safe.
Save.
Special containment procedures. SCP-099 is kept in a 1 meter by 75 centimeter wall-mounted fireproof case in Gallery 27. Standard climate and humidity controls apply to the section of the gallery. Due to its properties, SCP-099 can only be viewed within the gallery by level 2 staff or higher, and only from a distance greater than 5 meters. And for a period of not to exceed 5 minutes per day. While not being viewed, the case is to remain shut and electronically locked.
Right?
Yeah?
Discord has been cutting you off on and off.
So goddamn annoying.
I'm sorry.
Where did it start cutting me off? Do you know?
I don't know why Discord does it.
No, I was asking when did it?
While you were reading the special containment procedures for SCP-099, but I read it anyway.
Oh, okay.
So.
Anyways, description. SCP-099 is a 73 by 50 centimeter painting titled The Portrait. Created in 1935 by surrealist painter Rene Magritte. The original painting possesses mimetic properties that trigger acute paranoia and lingering psychological effects. When viewed for too long or from a distance of approximately 3 meters or less, the painting depicts a simple still life, with the addition of a single eye staring back at the viewer. A reproduction of the work currently hangs in the Museum of Modern Art in New York, with critical elements removed to prevent the paranoia trigger. For a detailed description of the changes, refer to documents 099B. Detailed reproductions and photographs of the original work retain its mimetic properties. Those who have feel the pain for too long or from too close of a distance become subject to the delusion that any being or depiction of a being with eyes is staring at them. In extreme cases, subjects report that inanimate objects are making eye contact. The condition is so severe that subjects will even report making eye contact with individuals whose heads are completely turned away. Depending on the length of the original exposure to the painting, subjects may suffer from this condition until death, resulting in severe paranoia and echinophobia.
I need to look that up.
Yeah, while you look that up, I'm going to read the addendum. Alright. Addendum. SCP-099 was recovered from the private collection of K. Sage, another surrealist painter. Recovery was performed by MTF Theta 6, Pink Panther. Miss Sage.
Echinophobia is apparently a fear of crowds.
Oh. I thought it would be like. Wait, now I feel stupid. Because my head was thinking like something lake related because the loch not. Less monster.
That's fair.
Yeah. I don't know why my mind went that way. I felt so I feel so stupid.
You know what? It's a valid place for your brain to go.
Uh-oh, cheery.
Yeah.
Miss Sage.
Oh.
Remember that. A woman.
Well, yeah, we have 2 women here so far.
Yeah.
The person who painted it.
Yeah.
Well, I think the person who painted it was a woman. Let me reread.
Renee Marguerite.
Yeah.
Yeah. Was unaware of the recovery and replacement of SB-099, although pre-recovery investigation suggests she was aware of its properties and was either immune or careful not to look too closely. Marguerite was still alive at the time SB-099 was stored in Gallery 27. Oh, he remained, so Marguerite's a guy. Yeah.
Marguerite is?
Yeah, it says Marguerite was still alive at the time SB-099 was stored in Gallery 27. Next sentence, he remained. Marguerite is a guy. There you go. There, dude.
You know what? French can be as weird as they want.
Yeah.
Why not? Why not have a painter who's a man named Marguerite?
Anyways, yeah, that's fair. He remained under Foundation surveillance until his death in 1967. Research suggests that the painting's mimetic trigger was initially created, although the effect and power of the trigger was unlikely unintentional. The Foundation has studied the rest of Marguerite's work and found no anomalous mimetic properties to this date. Weaponized replication, data expunged. they're gonna see this and make it a weapon. We know they're gonna do it. Alright.
Don't say that. We can hope they don't. Maybe we should have, I don't know, crackers. I can't have faith in them, but I don't know, crackers. I have faith in crackers.
Yeah. Anyways, I posted the thumbnail.
Let's see how it looks. Maybe it's not as bad as I'm imagining it. Oh.
It doesn't even show the painting. But now it's not even in here. Not here.
Who's that supposed to be?
How to find out? I think they're using someone who's in a mental asylum.
So they're ableist.
Let's just give it a 4.
Yeah, let's give it a 4 also. Let me just look. 1935. So this is when asylums were literally murdering people for being disabled.
Yep. Are we ready?
Yeah, sure. If you can handle the mustache one, you can handle.
We already have a big problem at the very beginning.
I mean, you know my family's history, so.
Yeah, I'm talking about the video. We have a very big problem at the beginning.
That SCP does not belong there.
As well as you're not supposed to use this original depiction.
Also, they wouldn't have someone standing near it.
Also, the sign says do not look. That's the exact opposite.
Yeah, that SCP, the statue, specifically wants to be looked at all times. And it gets angry if you don't look at it.
Right. Anyways, let's get on with the video.
Janet looked intently at the painting. It was oddly calming to her. It was a simple still life, a plate, fork and knife, glass, and a bottle on a table. Nothing out of the ordinary, except for the eye. In the middle of the plate, there was an eye. It felt like it was staring through her very soul. She became mesmerized by it. She couldn't pull her gaze away. What was that? Her skin began to crawl. Was someone looking at her? She could feel cold, dead eyes on her back. As she looked behind her, the security guard behind her made eye contact and smiled. She turned back. That's a little creepy, she thought. She gazed back at the painting. Again. He was staring at her again. She looked back at him again. There. Staring. Again. She called out, "You got a problem?" The guard turned to look at her with a confused look upon his face. "Why don't you take a picture? It'll last longer." With that, she got up to leave. She didn't know it yet, but she had just witnessed SCP-099, and her sanity would be leaving her soon. She left the museum. It was cold, and it looked like it might rain. Perhaps it would be prudent to take a taxi, rather than risk being caught out in the rain. She hailed a cab and got in. She gave the driver her address and sat back in her seat. As she read through her phone,
Oh my
she
god.
felt it again. Eyes on her. She glanced up into the rearview mirror. There. Again. He was staring at her. What was it with all these perverts today? Rather than draw attention and put herself in a dangerous situation, she looked back down at her phone and ignored it. She got back to her apartment, thankfully unharmed. As she opened the door to her apartment, she could have sworn she caught a glimpse of someone in the mirror. Not possible. Her hallway was only 1 meter wide, and there was a wall right there. But something about the image looked familiar. What was it? She felt she recognized it. It was all in her head. Had to be. That eerie feeling of being watched wouldn't leave her the rest of the night. She had herself a nice cup of chamomile and settled in for the evening. A good night's sleep, and she'd feel better in the morning. That night, her dreams were unsettling. She wasn't one for vivid dreams, but tonight was different. It was as if she was living out someone else's life, in their body, but unable to alter or control it, replaying what had happened before to
How did they make this more aggressive?
Oh no! It only makes you think people are looking at you, as well as inanimate objects. Not mirrors, not when you're sleeping.
Also, the painting was easy to look up and find online. The original the SCP is based off of.
Yeah,
Yeah. What do you think of it?
hold on. Looks nice.
Might as well show it in the chat unless I need to find a big.
Hold on, I'm about to show it on screen. 3, 2, 1, boom! Yep, that's the painting. The real painting. I mean, they weren't far off in the video. So they did some research.
Huzzah!
Yeah.
It's like they did basic research. And then they made things up.
Yeah. Ready to continue?
Yeah. Oh, I found a better, bigger copy of the art. Of course, after all that struggling, when I'm not struggling at all, I find a better version. Of course I do. When I'm not even looking for it.
Anyways,
Always happens, doesn't it?
Yeah, let's continue.
to them. She looked at herself in the mirror, but she was now a man. She
What? What?
It does not change your gender.
It could turn into a gender switcher.
wore a suit with a bowler hat and adjusted her tie. A woman came down the hallway, smiled at him,
What?
gave him a kiss on the cheek, and continued past him down the hallway. She felt a sudden wave of anger, seemingly out of nowhere. What was it with her? Every time, she just couldn't leave him alone. Oh, she acted like she was going off to clean the living room or fetch the groceries. He knew better. She was plotting and scheming against him.
What?
He didn't yet know what her endgame was, but he
What?
knew.
What? Also, I know that this part right here with the branch and the clock and thing right here, I know it's part of an
That's a
art.
different painter.
Yeah,
That's a different painter.
I forgot the painter though.
Van Gogh.
Oh, Van Gogh.
Van Gogh.
Thanks. It was on the tip of my tongue. I couldn't remember it. But yeah, that's a different painter and a different style too. Now that I think about it.
Yes, he also was murdered and had a very not the best death.
Yeah. Didn't he also cut his ear off, or is that different? Someone else?
Same person.
Okay. All right. Anyways, let's continue.
She was up to
I'm
something.
looking up the melting clock painting to confirm it's by Van Gogh.
Gotcha.
Well, I am positive it was Van Gogh. I would rather confirm or deny it.
That's fair. This anomaly got turned into a murder mystery. Wait, I forgot. It turned into that anomaly that's
I was wrong. It's The Persistence of Memory by Salvador Dali.
Ah.
Not Van Gogh.
Ah, okay. Also, Jerry, This is reminding me, it's turning to look more like that anomaly of a 13 sets of mirrors that shows a person's death over and over. I forgot the anomaly's name and number, but that's an anomaly. It's making me think of this one. Did they combine anomalies?
Would you like us to read that one?
Probably not. Because
You know what? If they did that, then it doesn't matter to us because
Right.
they're not presenting it that way. They're presenting it as SCP-099,
Yeah.
not SCP-099 plus plus.
Yeah. Let's continue.
Always spying on him from around the corner or behind his back. She called him paranoid. Well, that didn't mean it wasn't true. He walked down the street, casually greeting people as he did every day. As per his usual routine, he stopped by the fresh grocer to choose an apple. As he looked down upon the selection and gently squeezed and inspected the produce, he caught a reflection in the apple in his hand. Thomas, the grocer, he was smirking at him. He raised his head and looked him in the eye. Thomas smiled. "What's your problem?" Thomas looked back in shock. "What? Nothing. I didn't." "Don't even try. You did it yesterday and you did it again today. What is it? You have something to say to me?" No, monsieur." He tossed the man a coin and left, seemingly in a huff. What was he smirking at? Wait, yesterday he had seen Thomas with his wife. Did he perhaps mean his smirk for her? What did it mean? Was it an affair? Was that the secret in glances from his wife? Was she having an affair behind his back? Oh, he'd find out. He reached his studio in a bit of a state, but it didn't matter. There it was, the masterpiece he had been working on for months now. Everything would be fine once he could sit down and continue. This was his pièce de résistance. This was the one they would remember him for in the decades and centuries after his death. Nicholas's assistant came to take his coat. He seemed reserved, probably from the recent, violent verbal abuse his boss had taken to giving him. He hadn't always been like this, but since he had started on his masterpiece, his attitude had changed. He had become darker, meaner, obsessed, and paranoid. "Monsieur René, how are you this morning?" he hesitantly asked. "I've told you before. It's Mr. Marguerite, you fool." Nicholas lowered his head.
Well,
in
they get
apology
Mr.
and took his
Marguerite.
coat. He had, in fact, never asked to be called Mr. Marguerite.
But he wasn't in a mirror.
René painted through the day.
Mr. Marguerite was a historical figure.
Yeah.
It's a character they can't change.
Yeah, and plus he wasn't in a fucking mirror.
Yeah.
It was the only thing that seemed to ease his tension these days. They were all plotting against him. It wasn't just his wife's affair.
I'm gonna just
Nicholas
look the person up very quick to see if Mr. Margaret was
Married?
paranoid or mean.
Ah, gotcha. Yeah, I'll let the video. I'll let the video keep playing though. This is obscene shit.
was involved somehow too. He could feel it in his bones. There was a grand conspiracy against him. Did they plan to take his money and leave him a pauper? Nicholas brought in his afternoon tea. "What do you think, Nicholas? Isn't he looking very smart?" Nicholas looked at the painting, seemingly confused. What man? There was no man in the picture. Rather than risk an outburst, he simply answered, "Yes, Mr. Marguerite. Call me René. How many times do I... Never mind. Away with you." The painting was coming along well, but there was...
Wait.
This is not René Margaret's personality.
Right, and plus it's making it look like the anomaly is affecting him. When it was stated in the article, the anomaly does not affect him.
Oh, come on. Oh, gosh, heckin'. Sorry, my mouse is not cooperating.
You're fine. Okay,
Fuck
anyways.
you. If you don't cooperate, I just copy and paste using the keys.
Despite his subversive side, Marguerite had a particularly childlike spirit. In fact, he often enjoyed gathering writer and philosopher friends around his paintings, encouraging each one to contribute to the search for a title. Marguerite is an enigmatic individual, difficult to pin down, who preserved his inner world throughout his life.
So he was a nice person who liked hanging around people.
Right.
So they've literally taken a historical figure and totally changed their personality because, I don't know, the SCP.
Yeah, they're probably making it look like the SP is affecting him, even though in the article said it could not affect them. Well, it was unknown
Well, it
why.
makes sense for it to affect him because he had a childlike personality, apparently.
Yeah. Let's go on. See how
Still
bad it
much
gets.
to do. Would he still be able to finish it in time? He felt like time was running short. The conspiracy surrounding him were picking up momentum. It wasn't an affair, or not just an affair. He was sure of it now. They planned to kill him. It didn't matter, as long as he could finish the painting. He continued his work. Days blurred into weeks, weeks into months. His appearance became more disheveled. Nothing
What?
mattered outside his work. His work became frantic, and he worked at a ceaseless pace. They were closing in on him. It wasn't just his assistant, his wife, and the grocer. No, the conspiracy was much larger than he had even imagined. They were jealous of him, jealous of his talent. It was the whole city. He didn't know how she had done it, but she convinced them all that he needed to disappear. Fine, but not yet. A few more days. It was all that he needed. He worked on, refusing to leave the studio now. He constantly felt Nicholas's eyes on him. His wife had come. She had told him he needed rest. Just a few hours sleep, and he could return. Did they believe him so stupid? It would take them mere minutes to commit their ghastly crime. He wouldn't give them the satisfaction. He wouldn't let them ruin his art.
They somehow
She
changed
threatened to
the
call his
race
friends to
of the real life person.
Yep.
That's a photo of Rene Marguerite. Marguerite.
So wait.
They race swapped him.
Wow.
Also, funny that they take someone they're making paranoid and aggressive and give him dark skin.
Oh God. Yeah. Well, we're almost over.
come and stop him. When that didn't work, she threatened to call the police or the
Oh my
hospital.
God.
The hospital! When he confronted her about her plans for him, she had stared back in horror. Sure, it was all his imagination. He had thrown her out and locked the door. Now, they were outside, the lot of them trying to stop him, trying to ruin his final piece of art. They pounded on the door, threatened him. Time was running short.
Here's the thing. That's a glass door. That can easily be broken during that time period. Because I'm pretty sure bulletproof glass wasn't invented yet.
It was not invented yet. Also, I want to comment that I don't think that was his final painting throughout his life.
Yeah.
He lived way past that age.
Mm-hmm.
What is this? You need to be careful on when it comes to SCPs or things concerning real people.
Yeah. The articles do people justice, not the
Yes, they
videos.
do. They're very careful with that.
Yeah.
In the article, it never says that Raina Marguerite is bad or paranoid or mean or anything.
Yeah.
And when you look the person up, they aren't.
Yeah. Oh boy.
But he only needed a few more minutes. A couple more brush strokes and it would be
Oh
done.
no, a police
He frantically
officer.
applied his brush to the canvas. Almost there. Almost done.
How much
Just
more
a few more
aggression will they add to the race swapped Rene?
Who knows?
strokes.
Also, look at all the white people. He's terrifying.
That's true.
Door burst open. With one final flourish, it was done. He had completed it, his masterpiece. It was as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He smiled, got up and hugged his wife. He patted Nicholas on the shoulder, thanked the police for the concern, and went off home, to sleep, for what seemed like the first time in an eternity. He said, "It's finished. Isn't it magnificent? The apple completes it, don't you think?" The assembled room looked back in shock and surprise. The next morning, Renee's wife asked how he was and if he felt.
They added
But
weird
the-
white lines onto it.
Yeah, also, the previous painting they showed was also a work of his. Why did they change one work of his to a different work of his?
Who knows, Jerry? Who knows?
Better. He looked at her in surprise. What did she mean? His outbursts? His insanity over the last few months, of course? Didn't he remember? He smiled back and said, "My dear, I have no idea what you're talking about. But you must excuse me. I've just had a brilliant idea for a new painting. I will call
Oh
it
no.
The Son of Man." With that, he grabbed the green apple from his bedside and headed off. Janet woke with a start. Was that a dream? What did it
What?
mean? She had to figure it out, but she had recognized that painting of the man with the bowler hat. She headed back to the museum.
Wait,
There
Wait,
that-
where'd you get the fucking apple?
right, but hold on, let me go back a minute. That's Pisterbot, and that's not his exact size. He's way smaller. You know that annoying little robot that says they're gonna take over the world, but can't,
Yeah.
obviously? Yeah, that's him.
It's
And look,
too tiny.
look, they made 0173 a fucking ninja. Probably to hide the copyright.
Okay, let's keep going.
she headed back to the museum. There it was, The Son of Man by Rene Magritte. But that wasn't the right painting. It was the same painting she had seen yesterday. She asked the guard why this painting of an eyeball was there. He looked at her with confusion. "Ma'am, what eyeball? That is the Son of Man, the green apple, the bowler hat." What was he talking about? Was it some sort of trick? He was in on it. He was in on it with the security guard from yesterday. She didn't know what it was all about, but they were up to something. It was a conspiracy. It was a grand conspiracy, and they were out to get her. She could feel their eyes on her.
That's not how it works.
Yeah.
SCP-099 is a 73 by 50 centimeter painting titled The Portraits, created in 1935 by surrealist painter Rene Magritte. The original painting possesses mimetic properties that trigger acute paranoia and lingering psychological effects when viewed for too long or from a distance of approximately 3 meters or less. The painting depicts a simple still life, with the addition of a single eye staring back at the viewer. A reproduction of the work currently hangs in the Museum of Modern Art in New York, with critical elements removed to prevent the paranoia trigger. For a detailed description of the changes, refer to.
You say something, Jerry?
Sorry, I was just slightly thinking. I thought it was in a different museum.
What museum did?
Oh, you're right. Yeah, it was telling the truth. It was in New York. And I thought it would be in. No, it's New York. Okay.
To document 099B,
You're fine.
detailed reproductions and photographs of the original work retain its mimetic properties. Those who have viewed the painting for too long or from too close of a distance become subject to the delusion that any being or depiction of a being with eyes is staring at them. In extreme cases, subjects report that inanimate objects are making eye contact.
Oh my god.
The condition is so severe that subjects will even report making eye contact with individuals whose heads are completely turned away. Depending on the length of the original exposure to the painting, subjects may suffer from this condition until death, resulting in severe paranoia and enochlophobia. The next time you visit an art gallery, have a caution and don't look too closely. You never know what might be looking back.
They barely talked about the actual fucking anomaly.
I think I already know what you're gonna rate this.
Well, they did remove a person.
Yes, and she was female.
So I guess we give that. Huh?
I think there was only one woman in the SCP, which, to be fair, there's only, what, two people mentioned in the entire thing? Or, yeah, two people mentioned in the entire thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it does not mention either of those people.
Yeah, so put that for
Well,
3.
no, it does mention the painter, but not Miss K. Sage.
So do we put 2 or 3 for removal of characters?
Well, I feel like they only didn't remove Marguerite. They
Yeah.
didn't remove Rene because they couldn't, but they did change his personality completely. So I feel like that needs a 3.
Alright. Added gore or violence.
3? It was more aggressive, but I feel
Right.
it wasn't super violent. Should it be a 2?
Yeah, it wasn't that violent compared to the others.
Yeah, they added violence, but not that much. But it was weird.
Deviates from the plot of Article 4.
For
Only men in the video.
they added women, but they were not the women.
Yeah. It'll have a higher score than the previous one.
Yay!
It's a whopping 15%.
Yay!
Look, it's a pattern. 5%, 15%. 5%, 15%.
Can we go higher, please? Oh gosh, there's only 2 videos with a 2 in the violence levels added.
Yeah.
Ugh.
The next one is Totenkinder, aka SCP-545.
Okay.
Yep. Item SCP-545. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-545 is considered to be 3 individual parts, and thus each part may be stored differently. SCP-545-A is to be kept in a 2-room residential containment unit at Site-17, furnished to her liking. To date, she has not requested a TV, radio, nor any contact with the outside world beyond a walk through a park or woods, or at least once per week, available to her upon request. During said excursions, she is to be accompanied by a team of 4 armed security personnel and at least 1 researcher familiar to her. Dash A is allowed to leave her containment and spend time at level 0 in common areas, provided that she notified 2 levels 2 security personnel ahead of time, and is supervised during the duration of her leaving her room. Dash A poses no immediate threat to any personnel, provided that they are reminded not to make assumptions about her strength, speed, or intelligence based on her appearance. All samples and bottles of Dash B are to be packaged and placed in the appropriate storage unit under lock. Only authorized level 4 security personnel or higher may be allowed to handle, transport, or study Dash B. Drinking Dash B is strictly forbidden and punishable by immediate termination, unless under a testing protocol. All requests to study and test Dash B must be submitted at least a week in advance and approved by a head of site research, if not an O5 level operative.
Oh.
Yeah. Dash A's unit is also to contain a small garden under sun lamps available to her to work in. No poisonous plants are allowed after Incident 545-6B. Dash C is to be locked in a quad-locked secure storage vault in Site-17's Precious Items Wing. SCP-545 may be determined as 3 separate parts. Dash A appears to be an elderly woman presumably of Eastern European descent, 1.5 meters in height and 73.9 kilograms in weight, giving her a short, plump build. Her skin, although deeply tanned and heavily lined, is devoid of blemishes or liver spots otherwise common with age. Her hair is thick, completely white, and past her waist when let down. Although Dash 5 prefers to keep it up in a tight bun, her eyes, despite her age, are a bright, clear blue and devoid of cataracts or fogginess. As a reward for good behavior and cooperation, she has been allowed to choose a wardrobe of simple and traditional dresses and eyeglasses. Despite appearing to be 80 plus years old, Dash 5 is in exceptional health with no weakening of the heart, bones, or respiratory system. And although of average human strength, her senses are noted to be above average, and she scores a general 115 on a standard IQ test. Dash A claims to be over 800 years old. This claim is yet to be disproved. Dash A prefers to be called a number of names and dislikes the SCP designation number. She'll respond to Granny, Beatrice, Miss Widow, and has taken a liking to Dr. Redactus' nickname for her, Totenkinder. She displays a generally pleasant personality and enjoys activities such as sewing, cooking, and gardening. Dash A often requests conversations and walks outside as well. Despite Dash A's penchant for acting like a kindly older woman, she displays no remorse for her use of Dash B and C. Dash A also displays a pathological fear of death and an addiction to Dash B, and she complies with the Foundation personnel under threat of being deprived of her supply of Dash B. As the only known long-term user of Dash B, Dash A's information is considered invaluable. Dash B is a colorless, odorless liquid extracted from the body via Dash C and bottled. It is often dubbed liquid life due to its properties. Under examination, Dash B appears to be slightly more viscous than water, but varies in direct texture and taste. Dash B has no unique properties until ingested. Drinking Dash B extends the life of the user, slowing the process of aging and often either slowing or completely ridding the body of disease. It may even be used to heal major wounds if drunk quickly enough. Repeated use of Dash B may prolong life indefinitely, but results in a strong dependency upon its properties, and many frequent users show borderline sociopathic tendencies in regards to creation of Dash B. To date, the SCP Foundation keeps a limited supply of Dash B and allows for production only for the study of Dash C. So before we continue, this looks like a slightly better than the Fountain of Youth, because Fountain of Youth you lose a lot of your emotions, but it's addictive.
Well, we don't know what it's being moved from. We've heard about A and B, but not C.
Yeah, I was just saying it's similar to Fountain of Youth. Anyways,
Yeah, Fountain of Youth is not nice. Also removes all sense of taste and yeah, that sounds like death to me.
yeah. Dash C is a thin, weathered sheet of yellow parchment in surprisingly good condition. Carbon dating places to at least 600 years old. Dash A claims to have copied Dash C from original document containing Dash C's instructions. For lack of a better term, Dash C contains a recipe in Middle English for extracting and distilling Dash B from the human body. Full contents of Dash...
Oh.
Yep. Full contents of Dash C are undisclosed in order to prevent unauthorized personnel from creating Dash B. Key portions include ingredient list, including such materials as live leeches, skullcap seeds, chicken fetuses, snake skin, ginger root, mandrake root, lily of the valley water, spider eggs, and nearly 24 more items in varying amounts. The most prominent ingredient appears to be a living human being, preferably a child. Multiple ingredients on this list have been noted to match the ingredients used in instances of SCP-2077. Okay, before we do anything, I want to quickly look at what 2077 is. Alright, SCP-2077 refers to be a capsule tablet pills advertised as analgesics, anti-anxiety drugs, antidepressants, and anticonvulsants. Okay. Apparently, it looks like that's basically what they're used for.
Okay.
Yep. Alright, so
You
now
know
we know.
what? If I murdered people to keep young, I would be paranoid too, because that's what it sounds like. You murder someone to gain their lifespan, their remaining
Yeah.
lifespan.
Yeah. Supplies list, including a boiling pot large enough for a child or other human, along with water and many ingredients, and a strainer made from fresh spider webs, among other things. Instructions list detailing rather elaborately the exact amounts of materials and timing needed to successfully create, distill, and bottle -B. -A is able to recite and act upon -C by heart. The exact mechanisms of the process that creates -B are still unidentified. Magic is not an acceptable answer. There has to be some sort of process here that allows for this to happen. It can't just happen because it works. Doctor redacted.
That's fair.
Yeah. Addendum. SCP-545 was located in a small Midwestern town under the guise of an elderly woman with mild dementia. The woods her residential neighborhood were located to lead and led to an area near a river that was prone to sinkholes and had a small history of children becoming lost or dying in the woods before. Her neighbors described her as a kind and caring and had no suspicions that she may be anything more than a lonely, elderly widow with a penchant for giving neighborhood kids small treats in return for collecting their used glass bottles. She was located and captured by data expunged. From A's own memory, she has been repeating the same process for quite a while. She buys a small house in a relatively dangerous area and keeps the supplies for C with her, or manages to find and produce them. She collects glass bottles via the neighborhood and, over time, gains their trust. She describes the process of capturing children for C as being relatively easy. She simply goes for a walk and pretends to be lost, or talks kids into accompanying her home under the promise of food and candy. She admits to doing this at least once every 5 years or more. She claims to have been using this process for at least 800 years, but has admitted that even though her aging has slowed to a crawl, it hasn't stopped completely no matter how much -B she produces and ingests. Yep. SCP-545-B is not to be used or distributed even in cases of emergency. Failure to comply will result in termination. 05.
That means no matter what, she'll eventually die of old age.
Yep.
Sadly, I can see how this would be made. It has more avenues for that, and
I can see the 05 making it.
yeah, I don't think they would. They already have the fountain of youth, and this is that's limited.
Yeah. Also,
And
yeah. Sorry, you keep going.
you first.
I was just gonna say this is the thumbnail.
Oh. That's inaccurate.
Yeah.
She doesn't look like a young woman. Let's show the video.
We didn't even rank the thumbnail.
Is it a 2?
I guess so, because I don't think it's as bad as the previous ones.
Yeah, it's inaccurate, but it doesn't look like something like.
Yeah. Alright, are we ready?
Yeah.
Closer, child. Come closer. I won't hurt you. She beckoned the little girl.
Wait, she looks like Baba Yaga.
That's fine. I could see her dressed like Baba Yaga. Why not? She eats children too. So, I'm fine with this.
With a long, bony finger. Greta looked back at her
But I
brother
will
as
say
if to
she's
ask
not
him
as
for help.
strong as Baba Yaga. She's not as smart as Baba Yaga.
Oh,
She's not
yeah.
as terrifying as Baba Yaga.
Oh, yeah, that is very true.
And she doesn't have a chicken house that can run around.
Yeah. And not a Keter.
Yeah. Oh, Baba Yaga's,
I thought she was a Keter.
you know, if she's an SCP, I'm not even surprised.
I believe she is an SCP. Hold on, give me one moment. Alright. SCP Baba Yaga. Yep, SCP-352. And they are a Keter.
Okay.
They're one of the first generation. They are labeled a Keter.
I feel like at one point I heard about her did not read her log.
Alright, I can send you it and you can look at it later. Hold on.
Okay. Well, either way has this.
Yep. Now you know.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hans looked nervously between his sister's eyes and the old lady. She stepped closer now and asked again, "Now, child, you look hungry. Come inside. Let me put some meat on those bones.
Wait,
It's the
what?
least I
Why
can
did
do
they
since you helped."
have her in rags,
I don't
but
know.
also in a colorful headband and headscarf?
Who knows?
Is she dressed appropriately, or
Let's hold on. She... Wait, they give her type of clothes that she likes to wear.
yes? Even before the SCP got her, though, she always dressed nicely, like a.
Yeah.
So
So-
they're basically doing her wrong.
Yep.
She has the typical old lady like scarf on her head, but then they dress her like some weird old.
Yeah, like... Hold on.
They got her wrong.
Yeah, I want to see... Wait. How her hair, I think, is... Oh, wait, there's something else. The hair's not past her waist.
Oh, you're right, and it's not white.
Yeah. More, like, light gray.
Helped an old
Let's
lady.
look at the other details. I knew that they got the. But let's look at the other details since we're here.
Short,
We have
plump
a
skin.
close-up of her fucking face.
A short, plump build. Her skin, although deeply tan and heavily lined, is devoid of blemishes or liver spots.
That means, yep, I don't see any liver spots, just a lot of wrinkles. But her skin doesn't look that tan. Also, she doesn't look very short and plump there, does she?
Nope. Her bright, clear blue and devoid of cataracts or fogginess.
Also, she prefers to keep it in a bun.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and also, those are more green mixed with brown and blue.
Those are just green eyes.
Ah,
They're just green.
yeah, bright clear blue.
That's not blue.
That's as much as description I think we got at the moment.
So they got the eyes wrong, the skin wrong, the clothes wrong. But you know what? I like her headscarf.
I
That's
think
probably accurate. I could bring it.
they probably just said draw an old woman.
And she puts her hair up in a bun.
Yeah. Anyways, let's continue.
In her other hand, she produced a velvet cupcake. The aroma
What?
was too
They're
much
gonna
for
do a
Hans.
Hansel and Gretel.
Any worries he had soon disappeared. He pushed
Oh, no,
Greta in
you're
the
right.
bag
One of
and
them
nodded his
already
head
has one of
towards the
those
little house in the
names.
forest. She could see the look on his face. He was nothing if not stubborn and untrusting. However, the mere hint of something sweet was his Achilles' heel. The old lady strode off towards the back of the house, seemingly towards the kitchen. For such a hobbled-over old woman, she moved with surprising agility and speed. Hans and Greta surveyed the house cautiously. Nothing too odd.
I think they're mispronouncing Gretel. They're saying Greta.
You know what? It's fine if it's not Hansel.
Oh, hi, Bookworm. Yeah, this is just Hansel and Gretel.
So, Bookworm, just so you know,
Hans and Greta. Yeah, they just. Oh my god, they just changed the name slightly. It's Hansel and Gretel.
also, we are on SCP 545. They made the character lighter skinned. They changed her clothes. They have changed her eye color. They've changed her hair color. They've changed her hairstyling. They have
Yeah, Bookworm.
honestly also changed her house because I
Mm-hmm.
don't think it's supposed to look like that. She didn't have a bunch of ritual stuff despite how magical she sounded.
Let's see. What's a formidable neighborhood? I don't think it talked about. Which led to an area near a river that was prone to sinkholes. A small history. Yeah, there's supposed to be a bunch of sinkholes where she lives. And that looks like a dark forest, and it's supposed to be a nice little town.
Yeah, she likes going to little towns with lots of people but not too many people.
Yeah.
Probably makes it easier.
Oh my god.
From a first glance, the usual old person things you'd expect to see.
What?
A stuffed
Wait,
black-
hold on.
Oh, Bookworm said whitewashing.
Yeah. Hold on. I need to go back a minute.
Usual old person thing.
That's not an unusual old woman thing in a house. Just a big slab of meat hanging in the air.
Honestly, I would expect many old ladies to have that. That's how they used to cure meat.
Well, I mean, yeah, but not in in a living room. Yeah, more in the kitchen, not in a fucking living room.
Oh, I'm saying it looks like it's the type of old house the kitchen was in the.
Okay.
You see the fireplace? That used to be where they food.
Ah,
But he's supposed to be in a more modern house.
yeah.
Things you'd expect to see. A stuffed black cat by the fireplace. An old-fashioned broom hanging above the entrance.
Black cat. I think.
I don't think that was mentioned at all.
Way.
Let me
A
look
picture
back.
of some hippie gathering in the forest.
I don't think so.
Yeah, the only thing she asked for was typical old lady stuff, which is not a stuffed black cat. There's no stuffed black cat.
Yeah.
First, Greta pointed the last one and tugged Hans's shirt. They both giggled to themselves. The old lady promptly came back to the living room. In her hands was a baking tray filled with the most delicious
Well,
pastries,
there's one thing
buns,
they
and
got
sweets.
accurate about her. Technically, bake very good, like a typical old granny.
Mm-hmm.
Although I think her baking would look better than that bullshit. I mean, I'm not
Either of the
trying to
children
say it doesn't look like granny quality, but it doesn't look quality.
My god. Yeah.
had ever seen. The aroma of fresh bread and sticky, sweet, sugary goodness wafted through the air. Somewhere, deep inside that heavenly scent, Greta thought she smelled something else. Something raw.
Also, just one thing, why does Greta look like a dude?
You know what? Greta can be as butch of a lesbian as she wants to be, or a butch like
Yeah.
straight girl. She can be as butch as she wants to. She
Yeah,
might marry a man. She might marry a woman.
I mean,
Die before becoming a teenager.
that's fine. I'm just saying, when they usually draw someone like this, without the blush that they use as a guy, the lipstick here, they barely added changes to make them look like a.
I know. Just remember, we don't even know what she's going to grow up as.
Yeah, that's
Probably
fair.
going to be dead.
Yeah, we'll find out.
I guess she's not going
Something
to marry anyone. She's going to die.
Yeah.
putrid. She sniffed the air, but it was gone.
Also, there
Perhaps
wouldn't be anything off about the granny's cooking smell.
Yeah. I think they're just sticking to story Hansel and Gretel and placing it
Well,
on
even
the
in
anomaly.
Hansel and Gretel, there wasn't anything smell. I think they're just adding it, hoping that there's drugs in it or something. Which, no, it never says she drugs children.
Yeah, and plus, usually when you, I'm not saying people you should, but when you usually drug someone, it's usually odorless. You know, undetectable.
And it sounds like she knows how to make things. But also, what's easier on how to get kids to trust you? Feed them, have them leave and come back? Or feed them once and never let them return? Which one do you think is more suspicious? I think she's smarter than this.
Yeah.
it was some rotting food, or just her imagination. Hans pulled out the glass bottles the old lady had asked for. As he offered
Well,
them
they
to
got that
her,
correct.
She looked at him with a slightly confused look upon her face. Oh, of course. The glass bottles I asked for. Thank you, dearie. Just set them on the table and have a bite of this. She pushed a particularly delectable-looking pastry towards him. Hans
No,
didn't need
that's
to be
not the
asked twice.
best looking
He
one.
grabbed it.
Fuck you. That's the worst looking one.
Oh
Why did you pick one of the better ones? What the fuck is wrong with you? This is a granny's thing.
Don't get with Jerry and cooking.
That
Apparently.
does not look like granny cooking. I'm sorry. Grannies can cook better than that. If she's 8 fucking years old, she's gonna do better shit than that. Look at that bull.
Okay. Let's get
I'm
going.
not sure why I'm so angry on behalf of the lady's wonderful cooking.
You're getting as mad as you are with 049 video.
Well, I don't know why. Maybe it's because I really love food and tells me if she's a really good granny cook.
Yeah, anyways.
She uses it as a literal tool to food people.
Yeah.
And then do this. One of her greatest weapons looks like bullshit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, anyways.
Greedily and scarfed it down, practically eating the old lady's fingers with it. But Greta wasn't so easily fooled. Forgotten the glass bottles? That was the whole reason they had made their way through the forest to her little house. How could she have forgotten? The old lady came towards her, offering her sweets and buns. Now try this one. I made it especially for you. Greta hesitated.
I would eat that
Especially
fucking
for
bone.
me? They had found
Wait, now they go in the past, earlier that day. I hate it when these content farms do this. They don't structure story perfectly. It's like here, there, here, there, here, there. I hate it.
I don't like it either. Also, why did they move her in the middle of her ancient house?
I don't know.
Just because she's over 800 years old, I mean her house needs to be over 800 years old.
Yeah. Wait, now that I think about it, if she had a bank account near when she first started this, she would have a lot of money in savings. with interest.
Right? She probably does have a lot of.
Yeah.
She's a smart old woman who's killed quite a few people by being the innocent old lady.
Yeah.
I'm sure she has more than enough money. Although I also don't believe she would have made a bank account considering how old she is. Think about it, how suspicious it'd be. It'd be like, oh yes, I'm over
Yeah.
account.
Anyways, let's continue.
Found the old lady hours ago, stumbling through the forest, seemingly lost and confused. She had seemed so helpless and tired. What would her parents have said if they had just left her there? So they had helped her back to her home and were just about to leave when she had invited them in. Hans wasn't having any of it though. He had lost an hour of daylight helping the old lady and wasn't about to get stuck inside a musty old house, drinking tea and hearing about old people stuff. As they made their polite excuses and turned to walk away, she called back.
Wait. Earlier, it made it sound like in the video that they had found the house by accident.
Yep.
They completely. I know that we've already caught them changing different parts of the stories and making it inconsistent, but I feel like this is the biggest instance of them not even going with their own plot.
Yeah. That's the thing with concept farms. They're mainly meant for children.
This SCP deserves better. She deserves at least better sweets to represent old granny power.
Oh my gosh. Apparently, in like when it says usual old person things you expect to see, apparently we didn't notice that there was a candle with a pentagram.
No, I noticed.
Oh, I didn't notice it. Anyways, let's
Do
keep
you,
going.
perchance, have any glass bottles at home? An odd question, perhaps, but they hadn't thought much
Also,
of it.
the height they make that old lady seems to be inconsistent. In
Yeah.
some clips, she looks short, in some, she looks tall.
Yeah.
If you bring them to me, I'll pay you 10 times what they were to recycle. That greedy guts Hans had agreed instantly and taken off at a run. By the time they had returned, the sun was starting its slow decline, and the children were getting hungry.
Why is the sky blood red?
Because it wants it. I don't know.
The old lady's delectable treats were hard to pass up.
Apparently, you enter an entirely different universe when you go to her house or some shit. I don't know. That's
Now
not
try
part
this
of
one.
SCP at all, but you know what? Magic.
And now we're back here.
I made it especially for you. Greta stood up. So quickly the old lady jumped back. I'm sorry, ma'am, but could I use your bathroom? Oh, I guess, of course. And call me Miss Totenkinder, won't you? Down the hall.
That name
That's
doesn't get
not
given.
her name. That's the name the SCP found one of the SCP Foundation staff eventually give her.
Yes,
The nickname.
that doesn't happen yet.
Yeah, she doesn't have it yet. She's probably switched
On
names dozens of times.
Yeah.
the left. Don't go into the kitchen. I have a meal cooking, and I don't think its smell will agree with you. Greta politely nodded. Miss Totenkinder? What an odd-sounding name. As she approached the bathroom, she smelt the same pungent odor from before. She had smelt it before. It was like chicken, but not. She glanced back and saw Hans, greedily being force-fed buns and muffins and rolls. A quick peek.
I
She'd
don't think
never
he's being
noticed.
force fed. You don't need to be force fed amazing food.
Yeah.
It's like
As she
he's
walked
stuffing
into
it in his face. It's like he's being forced.
Up there it is again. Candle with a pentagram.
The hell is that pink thing surrounded by plant? Doesn't look like plant. Okay, shrug.
Yeah, I mean, this thing right here,
Yeah.
it kind of looks like, from this angle, kind of looks like a blood red pink chromosome thing.
Well, I shrug. Let's keep going.
Kitchen, she saw an enormous black pot on the stove. Beneath it, the fire burnt and the cauldron bubbled. On a cutting board was ginger, seeds, and some sort of root. Next to it, what looked like a snakeskin and leeches. As she approached the pot, the pungent smell came to her again.
The pot's not big enough.
Wait, isn't that the bee supposed to be completely odorless?
Does it say it was be odorless? Carmardine, I said, copy from Norwich. Let's see. Design life. Yeah, colorless and odorless liquid.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So it's not supposed to be green, and it's not.
Yeah. Oh boy, we're having so much fun. Anyways.
She peered over the pot. Chicken, not chicken meat, but whole chicken fetuses bubbled to the top of the water. Oh dear, this wasn't meant for you, child.
Yeah, again with the pot, it's supposed to be big enough for a human. Like human child.
Yeah, let's be honest, it's probably big enough for multiple human children.
The old lady blew something around her head, and everything went suddenly black.
What?
Greta woke up. Her eyes were still heavy, and her senses very foggy. She looked up and attempted to focus her eyes. She was in some sort of pantry. There were shelves with canned food and bags of flour and other items. That old witch. She had knocked her out with some sort of dust or chemical and locked her up in here. She tried to get to her feet, but found her ankles and hands were bound and twined.
Ability.
Yeah, that, like I said, they're making this Hansel and Gretel.
But even in Hansel and Gretel, she didn't have magic fairy powder to put kids asleep.
Yeah.
What about Hans? Where was he? Was he okay? Something dripped on her forehead towards
How
her
did
eyes.
they add so much extra aggression?
I don't know.
What was that? Was the roof leaking? Had one of the cans been punctured above her? As she turned her gaze upwards, she saw Hans, hanging by his neck above her. She turned away from him and
That's
scooted
not what
across the
happens
floor
to
away
them.
No, it does not.
from his dead body. She tried to scream, but the gag in her mouth wouldn't let her. As she caught her breath, she looked up once again. What had happened to him? He looked emaciated and exsanguinated. What had that rotten old witch done to him? She closed her eyes and cried.
What happened?
She would be next.
Thing is, I think you can still be alive while being a dash C. Well, not dash C, well, dash B. I mean, by taking the liquid. Because I don't think it kills you. Well, outright. I think, well, I mean, eventually the children do die from being taken too much of the liquid. But I don't think it'll kill you immediately.
You don't become emaciated. You don't get hung on the rafters. You don't immediately die.
Plus, the way they hung them, instead of, like, with a hook or something like normal meat, they hung up like a noose. They added more violence that way.
She cried for an eternity, and when she couldn't cry anymore, she slept. She didn't know how she could, with her brother's body mere feet from her, but the pain and loss had exhausted her. Without hope, sleep comes easy, she thought to herself. No, she wouldn't get away with this. Think, Greta, think. Surely there's a way out of here. You deserve it to your brother to bury his body. Think. As she contemplated her situation, she slowly started to piece together what had and was still happening. It had been 6 months ago when the last child had disappeared. At first, it had been put down to either the sinkholes, which were occurring more commonly.
That is.
Okay. They re-added the sinkholes after making it a instead of a town.
Yeah, but would the sinkholes be that big?
No.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so.
That's big enough for a house. That
Right.
only happens in Florida.
Yeah, because the reason I said, because at my elementary school, when I think I was in 3rd grade, a sinkhole did happen, except, it was barely big at all. Like, it was barely bigger than a baseball bat. Like, you can stick the baseball bat down in it.
Right?
Yeah,
The common cause of a sinkhole
yeah,
is the groundwater vanishing from underground,
right.
causing the hole to sink. So that's why most of them are relatively small. So
Yeah,
this would be like if an entire lake had vanished out of nowhere.
right. Also, let me see, where was it? Did it say where? No, it just said Midwestern town. It didn't exactly say.
Probably the United States.
Oh wait, she's presuming European descent, so probably in Europe somewhere.
Well, European could be in Europe or America.
Yeah, hold on, double check and see if we can find out where. Can see. No, it does not say anywhere. I can't find anywhere where it says.
Okay, so for all we know, she's Australia. Okay.
Yeah.
In the area or becoming lost and disoriented in the forest. It had happened before, but not with the frequency of late. Rumors had spread of a cult or black magic being conducted in the forest at night.
Not mentioned.
Satan worshippers or cultists conducting their dark
He's
arts.
not an
The
occultist.
police had of course ignored it
Yeah.
and laughed. It was pure conjecture. There were no Satan worshippers, witches, or ghosts and goblins in the forest. Just unfortunate accidents. But it had continued. A few more disappeared, and then a few more after that. The townspeople had insisted they look deeper into what was happening. There were a group of cultists in the town, stealing children and sacrificing them. With the pressure increasing, the police opened the file and investigated the disappearances deep in the forest. What came to light had shocked the town. No, it wasn't cultists or Satan worshippers. In fact, it seemed like the small Midwestern town had a serial killer. It wasn't long after that they made an arrest. Bill Jameson, the son of the local mechanic, was found
What?
with pictures of some of the missing children in his bedroom. That was enough for the police. They had their scapegoat. But the townsfolk continued. Impossible, they had said. This was the work of a group of people. Satan worshippers. One skinny, stupid boy couldn't have done this. But the police had had enough. Case closed. And as if their wish was a command, the disappearances had stopped. It had never been Billy Jameson. It had been this Miss Totenkinder, or whatever her name was. She had come to the town shortly before the first disappearance. She pretended to be old, senile and weak, but Greta had firsthand seen
She
her
is
fight with
old.
children.
She
She
old.
moved and reacted like a person half her age. Billy Jameson might not have had the cunning and strength to commit these murders, but Miss Totenkinder certainly did. She didn't need a coven or a cult. She could do it all herself. She had to find a way out. She scoured the small room, looking for any tool of escape and opening to squeeze through. Nothing. There had been a reason why she had locked her up in the pantry. The door opened. The old lady looked upon the boy's dead body with a smile. Ah, he would make a fine elixir indeed. Once her potion was mixed up and his blood and fluids added, she would have enough to last another 5 years without needing to hunt again. This small town was quite nice, and she could see herself staying for a while, at least until the current generation of children were long dead and buried, and their children's children were grown. Only then might she move on. After all, when you're 800 years old, life takes on a more leisurely pace. She looked down to where the little girl had been. Gone. Where was she? Impossible. There was no way out. Her eyes searched the small room. Nothing. She stepped into the room and pushed the door closed. What was this? The lock. Scratch marks all over it. Had she picked the lock? No. She had to catch her before she alerted the police. She flung the door open and ran out of the kitchen. In the distance, Greta heard the front door slam shut. She slowly let her legs down and pushed aside her brother's lifeless corpse. "You saved me one more time, Hans. I'll be back soon." She gently massaged her ankles and wrists,
Oh my
which were
God.
covered in blood. Her brother's
Okay. Being tied up wouldn't instantly give you bruises that bad.
Also, I want to point out that they even changed her personality. Remember,
Yeah.
she's basically a drug addict. She wasn't thinking about how she just wanted. It doesn't really affect her anymore at this point.
Yeah.
blood, just enough to slide the ropes off. She listened for a moment. Nothing. She took off at a run, back to the town, to the police, to her parents. The police had arrested her that night, in the forest. She had
The police did nothing. No one in the town knew. The Foundation, like, probably used amnestics or something to prevent them from ever remembering her. That's what the Foundation does. My God.
Honestly, with how no one knew what she was, it would have been easy to just go to the town people and just say, "Hey, we're taking her away because
Yeah.
better care. She's getting up there in years. This confused old lady, partial dementia, needs heavier care." They'd be like, "Yeah, I understand that."
Yeah.
So they wouldn't even need amnestics.
Watch, they're gonna admit that the Foundation used a bunch of amnestics on them. Oh my gosh, Foundation, isn't this a collection of scary fairy tales?
had been sitting by a large bonfire, smiling at them sweetly. She hadn't resisted and in fact had been extremely agreeable. A few of the men had questioned whether such an old, sweet lady like this could possibly have killed the kids. Even if she had planned to, did she really have the strength? Greta had cried and screamed. It was her, Miss Totenkind. But the old lady had politely said, "Oh my dear, I think you have me mixed up with someone else. My name is Beatrice Widow," as they took her away. As they left the fire, Greta looked
They
back,
combined
seeing
two of her names. Widow is a different name, and Beatrice is the other.
to put this whole thing behind her. Curious, it was a very large fire for one old lady. And the floor, it looked like there had been more people here at some point. She shrugged. Sane worshippers, right? Cultists? A single person couldn't do this, huh? How wrong they had all been.
What? That's not how a potion works.
SCP-545-A appears to be an elderly woman, presumably
They don't
of
have her
Eastern
locked
European
up.
descent. 1.5 meters in height and 73.9 kilos in weight, giving her a short, plump build. Her skin, although deeply tanned and heavily lined, is devoid of blemishes or
Considering white, deeply tanned.
liver spots otherwise.
Wait, they did put blemishes and liver spots on her. Sherry, are you okay? Because you're muted. Oh, my mom just called. Oh, okay. Never mind.
Okay, I hung up on my mom. She started talking about dying.
Oh. Wow.
That is where I draw the line.
That's fair. You okay?
Also, it doesn't help her to talk on the phone and simultaneously look for people.
Yeah.
You
okay?
are right, Food, and yeah, I'm fine. She's done that ever since I was a small kid talking about dying.
Anyways, just look at this. Deeply tanned. Oh, yeah, that's definitely deeply tanned. Blemishes and liver spots. That's there.
That's not deeply tanned.
And they did add blemishes and liver spots, because that's... You can see those.
Have blemishes or liver spots.
So when we thought she didn't have it, she did. Like in the animation. Oh my god.
They changed how she looked on purpose.
Yep.
Common with age. Despite appearing to be 80 plus years
And now
old,
they removed it. See, now it's gone.
And why are they giving her a crooked nose? She doesn't have one.
God.
5-A is in exceptional health with no weakening of the heart, bones, or respiratory system. And although of average human strength, her senses are noted to be above average, and she scores a general 115 on a standard IQ test. SCP-545-A claims to be over 800 years old.
Wait, we do, I think.
We do?
Yeah, I think they did say it. Let's see. Yeah, general 115 on a standard IQ test. Yeah. So let's see. How did...
Well, IQ tests are flawed anyway.
Yeah.
Scores a general 115 on a standard IQ test. SCP-545-A claims to be over 800 years old. This claim has yet to be disproved.
So now what I'm noticing is that they put all the actual facts of the SCP at the very end, and put a whole bunch of bullshit at the beginning.
Well, it doesn't matter what they put at the end when the beginning is the beginning.
Yeah, because what
literally at the end, from what they literally had her age physically alter from drinking -B.
Yeah. Also, from what I'm seeing, from right now, because you can see like the most viewed parts of video. If you go over the red thing right here, it's only towards the bullshit. After that, it's barely viewed, so people click off.
Despite SCP-545-A's penchant for acting like a kindly old woman, she displays no remorse for her use of SCP-545-B or C. SCP-545-B is a colorless, odorless liquid extracted from the body via 545.
Colorless and odorless, it's fine to draw it like water. I don't know why you're making it look like magic cocaine.
Yeah, you can just make it look like a glass of water.
Yes! In fact, isn't it supposed to be in, like, a bottle?
Yeah, it's supposed to be in a bottle.
Bottle.
I think what they're using is a bottle you would see in, like, RPG games that witches use.
But witches don't even use bottles like that in RPG games.
I've seen it in, like, some that don't, like, do it which is right. Stuff like that. I've seen it, like, cheaply made games, I should say.
I'm not sure what cheaply made games you're talking about.
I've seen it.
That bad. Let me show you.
Okay. I'm only guessing. That's what they're trying to do.
Well, I think your guess is wrong because, like in old and modern art, the bottles always have a bottom. Because they know bottles, in its basic shape, needs to be something that can sit on a counter.
Wait, look at the thumbnail, Jerry. I'll put it in the thumbnail. As you can see here, Bookworm, they have a bottom. There is a bottom in the thumbnail. But if you take away the thumbnail, there's no bottom. So they redrew the bottle. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Jerry.
I cannot find Diablo 1's potions, but I can find Diablo 2 and 3's potions.
Ah, okay.
Oh, there we go.
Ah, those, yeah.
There we go. Diablo. God damn it. Just give me the potions from Diablo.
Anyways, let's continue. It's almost over.
Consumables.
Yeah.
And bottled. It is often dubbed liquid life due to its properties. Drinking SCP-545-B extends the life of the user, slowing the process of aging and often either slowing or completely ridding the body of disease. It may even be used to heal major wounds if drunk quickly enough. Repeated use of SCP-545-B may prolong life indefinitely, but results in a strong dependency upon its properties, and many frequent users show borderline sociopathic tendencies in regard.
They don't de-age you. Don't de-age you. You stay the age. Oh my god.
regard to the creation of SCP-545-B. SCP-545-C is a thin, weathered sheet of yellow parchment, in surprisingly good condition. Carbon dating places it to be at least 600 years old. SCP-545-A claims to have copied SCP-545-C from the original document containing SCP-545-C's instructions. For lack of a better term, SCP-545-C contains a recipe in Middle English for extracting and distilling SCP-545-B from the human body. The next time you're walking in the woods and see an old lady in distress, be sure to keep your wits about you. It might not.
And that's it. Oh my god. Hope Jerry's doing okay. So, Bookworm, how are you doing? Doing alright. Enjoying this show. Yeah. You know what, Bookworm? Entertain the stream while I go take a piss.
Sorry, my mom called back. That's what that sound was. And you're probably off to take a piss. You already got her card?
Yeah,
I'm sorry, it seems like now she's harassing you.
I just kind of want to read it after my brother leaves.
That's fair. You okay?
Also, Friday my wings feel so cold.
Come to the blessing area, wing, and probably cook it.
Okay. Well,
Alright, I'm back. I'm taking a piss.
Oh, I forgot that I am still in. Oh, okay.
You okay?
Yeah.
I s-
I probably just feel out of it from talking with my mom on the phone. As you can tell, when she wants to call, she will continuously call even when you don't feel like talking until you find a way to get her to stop.
Yeah.
She's friendly but also desperate. Basically, since she was 18, her entire life was, and he died.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, Jerry. So,
I'm not the one who has been married for like over 30 years and died in 2019.
mm-hmm. Yeah. Also, I'm gonna say the 3 for removal of characters because they completely removed the Doctor.
Yeah, they basically removed any and all SCP staff.
Yeah. Added gore violence 4.
Four
Theories from.
undeviates, yeah.
Yeah. Only men in the video? Well,
They removed characters, but you
they were
can't
all
remove all
men.
men
But yeah.
because there's only the SCP itself is female, but let's look at doctors.
I
Are
don't
the
I don't think we know what the. Yeah, because the doctor's name is redacted as well as the O5 member. So we don't know if they're male or female.
okay? So
I'm
we
just.
don't know if they did or didn't. Should we just act like they?
I would probably just say 0 because we already have removal of characters.
But it feels like there's a chance. Might as well add two just in case.
Alright. Alright. That is so.
We shouldn't
Let's.
let them get away with it completely just because we don't know for sure if they did or didn't.
$25%. It did a bit better.
It hurts.
Rid of this.
Why does it feel like some of the ones they do better, they also ways that we can judge via SCP standards?
I don't know. But also, this is actually a Japanese Keter SCP, which is Gashido Kuro Yokai, aka 2863. Alright. Item SCP-2863, Object Class Keter. Special containment procedures. Due to the impertinent nature of 2863 instances, long-term containment is functionally impossible. Should an instance of 2863 be sighted in the field, Mobile Task Force Omicron-3 is to move in and neutralize the entity by the use of ultra-bright floodlights.
Oh, I think I know what this is. This is a manifestation, an SCP version of an old Japanese yokai.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what this is too, now I'm reading this, yeah. Any civilians exposed to 2863 are to be given Class A amnestics and released. Description: SCP-2863 refers to a population of spectral entities resembling giant, approximately 30 meters tall, animated human skeletons that manifest within the borders of Japan. The exact number of SCP-2863 instances is not known, but at least 206 separate individuals have been cataloged. Instances of 2863 will only appear after sunset, as they lose corporeal form if exposed to light, brighter than approximately 1.1 lux. The exact process by which this occurs is currently not understood. Disappearance in this matter is temporary, as instances have been sighted on nights following their neutralization. A possible side effect of this phenomenon is 2863's inability to be photographed by any known means. Research into the nature and relationship between these phenomena is ongoing. It is not currently known whether or not 2863 instances are sapient, as their behavior consists solely of the capture and consumption of humans. 2063 instances are capable of moving very quietly, though manifestations are commonly preceded by a faint sound most commonly described as rattling. Due to their silence, size, and proclivity for the very dark areas, 2863 can easily and quickly catch humans on foot. Once an instance of 2863 has caught a human victim, it will bite off the victim's head and drain their blood into its mouth. This blood is apparently absorbed into 2863's bone, despite the lack of any digestive mechanisms. 2863 instances will become extremely hostile towards any who attempt to impede its feeding behavior. Due to increasing urban development and foundation monitoring, no fatalities due to 2063 instances have been recorded since October 31st, 2008. Monitoring and control of 2063 was formally carried out by the IJAMEA, also known as the Imperial Japanese Anomalous Matters Examination Agency, until the agency's dissolution. Several IJAMEA agents were brought on to aid in the creation of the Foundation's control measures and continued their service as full Foundation employees. Currently, 2863 is being successfully controlled by MTF-03. Below is a translated transcript of the IJAMEA's entity summary for 2863. The Gashatoko Kuro are a race of malevolent yokai, native to the whole of Imperial Japan. They will appear at night out of the darkness and seek the blood of men. Conventional weaponry is entirely useless against the Gashatoko Kuro, and it can only be banished by the morning sun or by bright lights of human creation. Gashatoko Kuro are created by mass death, by the concentrated suffering of hundreds. While the Gashatoko Kuro will eventually fade, they remain for centuries after their creation, lingering until their sorrow has diffused and faded. There is no way to hasten this process. The Imperial Japanese Anomalous Matters Examination Agency is currently aware of 203 separate Gashatoko Kuro. Shinto ritual may banish a Gashatoko Kuro, but there's no way to destroy one permanently, which is IJAMEA records indicate a number of traditional practices for neutralizing 2863, ranging from entirely ineffectual to as effective as bright light. MTF-03 operatives assigned to 2863 are to be trained in effective practices as detailed in their training manual. Such rituals are to be considered an emergency alternative to standard neutralization protocol. Despite many failed attempts, no attempt at communication has been successful, and as such, the Gashatoko Kuro has proved too hostile to be enlisted into the Yokai Battalion. Battalion of IJA composed entirely of anomalous entities. The IJAMEA will continue its attempt to bring the Gashatoko Kuro under Imperial control. However, the process has been slow and grueling, and many men have been lost. If Japan is to continue on its path, then the Gashatoko Kuro must be reined in, lest their number grow too large and they become more than just a nuisance. The 3 additional instances of 2863 cataloged since the Foundation takeover of IJAMEA assets are detailed below. 204 is believed to have first appeared in January of 1938 near Nanjing, China. Instance is notably large, reaching an estimated 35 meters in height, and is identified by severe damage to the pelvis, skull, and ribs. For reasons unknown, the IJAMEA have no known written record of 204 despite 7 years of first-hand reports of sightings from the Chinese. An instance was cataloged by the Foundation in 1946. 205 was first cataloged in 1954, several kilometers southeast of Fukuoka City, although unconfirmed reports in that area date back to 1946. Instances identified by severe burning to entirely of the skeleton. Instance emits low levels of gamma radiation. 206 first appeared on March 15, 2011, approximately 40 meters offshore of Tohoku, Japan. Instance is identified by a total lack of teeth and severe damage to the back of the skull. Instance was neutralized after approaching the city of Sendai and exposing itself to the light of the city. Instance has been sighted 3 times since the initial sighting, each time appearing offshore. Okay. They're gonna make this super fucking brutal.
Please don't tell me they modify it. This is something you have to be super careful with because it's not just an SCP, it's a yokai. It's an old yokai. And it's
Yeah.
dealing with the embodiment of mass death and suffering. And, please.
Oh, wait. Let's first see it. Does it have... Yep, it has
Yep.
Creative Commons license.
Also, I want to point out something it has that probably keep it from approaching. Lamps. It has
Yeah.
lit lamps.
And here's the thumbnail, Jerry.
For
Yeah. Of course, they added a big-titted women in the left corner.
they added big tittied anime women.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure the skeletons wouldn't even look like that. They're supposed to look human. They wouldn't have
Yeah.
sharp teeth like that.
Yes.
And I hate to break it if they think that human teeth can't tear human flesh. It very well can. I didn't even notice those were teeth. Yeah. So we got a 4 for thumbnail. Alright. Let me get rid of the thumbnail. We ready?
Yeah. Let's hope this isn't racist.
Oh, yeah.
The rattling intensified. Hiro couldn't see where it was coming from in the darkness, but he was
They literally started off with racist music. I'm sorry, but that's literally the same tune for every show when they said show Asia. The continent of Asia.
Yeah. Let's keep going.
sure it was getting nearer. He looked left, and then right. Where was it? And what was it? He screamed out, "Show yourself, demon!" And just like that, the sound stopped. Not just the rattling, but the wind, the trees, and even the air had gone deathly quiet.
Sorry. Also, doesn't it not show up in the city? They're showing him in the city.
Yeah, it would probably show up in like a forest or something, away from light.
Or the rural areas.
Yeah.
Rural areas don't really have lampposts like that.
Yeah, which means he's technically safe where he's sitting.
Yeah. City areas are supposed to be safe. The city areas do have parks with trees, but that wouldn't make it dangerous. It has light.
Yeah.
He looked to the skies, but couldn't see anything moving. A shadow slowly passed over him. He felt the strength go from his body, and his heart rate increase as his breathing became shallower. He swallowed hard and slowly turned around. What he saw made his blood run cold. Looming above him The giant spectral skeleton opened its mouth and reached
That's
out
not how
towards
they
him.
look.
No,
Okay.
they make it look more like an American demon.
Well, a yokai doesn't just refer to demons; they also refer to ghosts and other things.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to refer to, like, the Americans speculate what skeleton demons look like
Well,
compared to the.
I see it more like a
Yeah.
ghost.
Yeah, that too.
This is how they're visualizing a ghost suffering.
He screamed in horror and harnessed what energy was left in his legs. He dashed from the bench and sprinted for his motorcycle. It was only maybe 100 meters away, but it looked like 100 kilometers. He heard a
That's not
roar.
bad.
Also, he was safe where he was standing. The skeleton would dematerialize.
Dashing goes faster. What the hell kind of slow walking?
And a crashing of trees. He didn't need to look back. He knew it was coming for him. Closer and closer. He could hear its heavy footfalls gaining on him. How could he outrun a monster that was a building high? He kept going. His legs felt like jello now. Almost there. A few more seconds and he'd be on his bike and racing away from it. As he reached his bike, he jumped on and with a breath of relief, he turned the ignition. Nothing. The starter clicked and died. He tried again. Nothing. This was it. He was going to die. He squeezed his eyes shut and prepared for the inevitable. If he was going to die, he wouldn't face it like a coward. He forced his eyes open and turned his head towards the rattling sound. Gone.
Please don't be.
There was nothing there.
Please don't be
He
more
looked
racist. Sorry,
around
just
and saw the
muttering.
fallen-
Please don't
Wait.
be more racist.
Look at the ground. There's a bunch of black goo.
Yeah, they had that fall off the SCP for whatever reason.
Right.
trees in the distance, but no skeleton. He raised his head and squinted his eyes as he looked into the brightly lit street lamp above him. Yokai. The Shinto monk nodded, with a look of despair in his face as he reached down and picked up an aged parchment. This one,
Oh no.
especially.
I'm sorry, but that was literally. I mean, I'm sorry, if you go to an old monk, are they just gonna go nod and go, yeah?
No. They'll probably do, like, some more prayers or spiritual rituals or something like that.
Also, where are the fucking walls in the temple?
I don't know.
Let me look up temples and
I-
things. And
I-
please have one-
I've actually done, like, virtual tours in temples. They don't look like this. They have
Okay.
walls.
I am not hallucinating. Also, I want to comment. Those are not traditional Japanese teacups.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what other racist bullshit they pull.
Malevolence. It cannot be killed, only banished for a time. Blood. It wants blood. Very angry. Gasha Dakaru.
Why are they making it sound like he's struggling to speak English?
Because it's a racist trope.
God.
Starving skeleton. But why me? What have I done to anger this spirit? Gasha
Also,
Dakaru,
they're
very
making him
angry.
look more
Pain
Chinese
spirit.
than Japanese.
Yeah.
They hate
The
all living humans.
The ancient wise man trope, not
Yeah.
old Chinese not cartoons, Chinese movies and other things depicting Chinese people. There's been some things like that from that also has that depiction, but also always use Chinese characters.
Yeah.
So they're using this Chinese like thing to show A Japanese monk.
Yep. Anyways, let's keep going. It's gonna get worse.
Humans. Their anger takes millennia to dissipate. Perhaps you were at the wrong place at the wrong time. Or what? I'm not sure, but I've heard tales of revenge. After all, the first Gashadakaru was conjured to avenge the death of a father, the sorceress Takeyashi Hime. Taira no Masakado, a renowned samurai, had been attacked by his cousins due to a
comment. Hime means princess. Was she a princess or a sorceress?
We'll find out.
I'm just gonna say this just keeps sounding more and more. And I don't think it's going to get better judging.
Yeah.
marriage disagreement. Avenging this attack, Masakado had retaliated against one of his cousins, resulting in the death of one of his uncles. Another cousin of Masakado challenged him to a duel and lost. That same cousin then formed an alliance with another relative and waged war on Masakado. Even though vastly outnumbered, Masakado won the day. In 939 AD, Masakado led a revolt against the central government and conquered surrounding areas, culminating in his being named New Emperor. The government in Kyoto responded with placing a price on his head. Shortly after, another of his cousins captured him and decapitated him, presenting his head in Kyoto. Masakado's daughter, Takeyashi Hime, was angered by the disrespect her father had been shown. She was a dark and powerful sorceress and conjured the first Gashadakaru from the bodies of the men of her father's last battle. The Gashadakaru attacked Kyoto until Masakado's head was returned to Shibasaki, a fishing village that would later become Tokyo. So you're telling me this yokai wants revenge on me? No, I didn't say that. I only said it's possible. Can you think of anyone, alive or passed to the spirit world, that would want to harm you? I have no enemies. I have no one. My wife died during childbirth, and my daughter was lost to me 3 months ago in the tsunami. Nobody cares for me. Nobody hates me. Reika had been only 8 years old when she had been lost to him. The unfortunate incident had happened on a cold afternoon, with almost no forewarning. He had grieved, screamed to the heavens, and even contemplated ending it all. They had recovered her body weeks later, along with hundreds of other poor souls lost and returned by the sea. The effects of the water and sea life had left little to identify her by. The authorities had informed him if this was the case, they would need to try other methods to identify the body. Did she have dental records? No. Her teeth had been perfect, just like the rest of her. The police nodded with their heads down and instructed him to not concern himself with that now. They had other ways to confirm the body.
I'm pretty sure you will still have dental records if your teeth weren't perfect, or are perfect.
Yes, actually, in Japan, and dental checks at a regular basis, no matter how healthy it is, and they'll give you a rating and tell you how you can improve it.
Yeah, I actually.
So they're literally judging this by American standards.
Yeah, I actually know about that, Chewy, because I follow this one teacher that went to Japan to teach English and showing what to do and what not to do in Japan, as well as some cool things. And they say that one of the things as a teacher, every now and then she has to go do a dentist and a doctor checkup, and she gets rated.
Yeah, that means if that child was that old, they would have dental records no matter how good her teeth were, no matter how good. So this makes no sense.
Right, it doesn't.
And once again, it shows how little they know about Japan. It's like an outsider trying to put it together using Chinese and American. Where is the Japanese information? I guess the one story is Japanese information, maybe. I don't know if it's a real story or not.
Right. Yeah. The articles put in the work. Like, even the joke SCPs, when they're joking in Japan or something like that, they get things correct. But a fucking video game from a content farm can't.
video, the art feels like they're less trying to draw characters or people, more like trying to make a fucking like they're trying to skip trying to draw Japanese people without being racist by doing it anime style, but I feel like that makes it more racist.
Yeah, also, the guy with the black hat, he looks like he's a nuclear radiation victim.
I think he just looks very exhausted, which is realistic. There are lots of people in Japan who overwork.
Yeah,
He looks like he works too much and maybe drinks a bit too many energy drinks.
yeah. Let's continue.
As Hiro looked down upon the body, he saw a deep scar on the left leg, on the shin. He fell to his knees and cried. The police looked down in confusion and tried to comfort him. As he touched the scar, he looked up at them and said, "It's my Rika. It's my little girl." He remembered the day she got that scar vividly. It had been 2 weeks before her 6th birthday, and Hiro was taking her to the park. She was always a happy child and never requested toys or games. But instead, a day with Mother Nature was all she ever wanted. She had played on the swing set, climbed the ladder, and gone down the slide. Hiro had sat watching her in the distance, smiling and enjoying his book. She called out, "Papa, look at me! Look at me! I'm so high!" He had smiled and nodded. "Wow, good job," but hadn't looked up from his book. He had heard the scream moments later, and a heavy thud. His heart stopped as he dropped his book and saw her lying on the ground. What had happened? How had she fallen? She wasn't even close to the swing set. It slowly dawned on him. She had climbed the tree.
Wait, okay, if the stick's in that position, it would be more like a circle stab scar, not like a weird symbol.
Also, they had him look up one moment and not notice she was in a tree the next. How can you look at her without noticing what you're looking at?
Hey, I'm confused.
She had climbed it and fell, while he ignorantly nodded and paid her no attention. He ran over to her and picked her up into his arms as she cried, "Rika, are you okay? You weren't watching. You didn't take care of me," she wailed. "I'm so sorry. Never again. I promise you'll never get hurt again." He hugged her deeply as her crying slowed. As he looked her over, he saw a deep gash in her left shin. He thought,
Again, you wouldn't remove the fucking stick!
Also, it wouldn't make that mark. That makes no.
Yeah, like I said, it would leave like a circle mark. Like a little circle. That's because it's the stick is cylinder.
to himself, "My poor little girl, that'll leave a scar." The monk had given him a chance to use against the Gashadokaru, but had warned him it would only protect him for a short time. This chance and bright light were the only known ways to temporarily banish it. There was no way to kill a Gashadokaru. It was already dead. It would only leave once its anger had been spent. Hiro had decided to go and find it that night. He didn't care if he lived or died anymore anyway. He could be with Rika once again. He sat on the bench and waited. Time passed slowly, but still nothing happened. At around 3 a.m., he started to feel his eyes get heavy. That's when he heard it, that slow rattle. It was here. His time had come. "Rika, I'll be with you soon." He stood up defiantly. "Yes, you will have your meal tonight, yokai, but I won't scream and I won't run. You won't have the satisfaction of my fear." As his eyes focused on the giant skeletal creature before him, he felt the air go from his lungs. No, this isn't what he wanted. This isn't what Rika would have wanted. But it was too late. He fumbled in his pockets for the chant the monk had given him, but it was no use. He could barely feel anything anymore. Would his luck hold out a second time? He had to try. He didn't want to die. He turned and ran once again for his motorcycle. Behind him he heard those familiar, heavy footsteps tearing through the trees and the bushes. He wouldn't be so lucky a second time. Gone. Where was it? His bike wasn't there. He remembered now. He had parked
Yeah.
it on the far side of the street this evening. He hadn't planned to need it ever again. This was it. He turned and faced the Gashadokaru. It had stopped, mere feet in front of him, but it just looked at him. Why wasn't it reaching for him? The street lamp. The monk had told him bright light banished Gashadokaru. He laughed and pointed, his fear leaving him now and a false sense of courage replacing it. "You can't reach me, yokai. You've lost." And as he laughed and jeered, his breath suddenly caught in his throat, like a lump of coal. He went deathly cold. Upon the left shin of the Gashadakaru was a scar. Rika's scar. How? It was impossible. How could this monster be his little girl? Gashadakaru were supposed to be created from anger and pain at death. Why would his little girl be angry? And why would she come back for him?
Technically, they're
His
made
thoughts.
of multiple dead spirits, not
Yeah.
one. His daughter would.
Makes no sense.
Yeah.
Trailed off. He understood. He had promised her that day in the park. He had promised to always take care of her, to never let anyone or anything hurt her again. He had failed, as he did that day. He was her pain and her anger. He had cursed her to roam with endless hunger and pain for centuries. He looked deep into its eyes. "I'm so sorry, Rika. But I can make it right. Daddy can fix this." A faint smile crossed his lips as he left the warm, protective beam of the street lamp. SCP-2863
Oh,
refers to
wow.
a population of
Oh.
spectral entities resembling giants, approximately 30-meter tall, animated human skeletons.
Hate to break it to you. Japanese people don't wear kimonos all the damn time or have a sword on their side. They wear normal clothes like
Talking about
everyone
modern
else.
Japan, right? So just wear them.
Oh my god.
skeletons that manifest within the borders of Japan. The exact number of SCP-2863 instances is not known, but at least 206 separate individuals have been catalogued. Instances of SCP-2863 will only appear after sunset, as they lose corporeal form if exposed to light brighter than approximately 1.1 lux. It is not currently known whether or not SCP-2863 instances are sapient, as their behavior consists solely of the capture and consumption of humans. SCP-2863 instances are capable of moving very quietly, though manifestations are commonly preceded by a faint sound, most commonly described as rattling. Due to their silence, size, and proclivity for very dark areas, SCP-2863 can easily and quickly catch humans on foot. Once an instance of SCP-2863 has caught a human victim, it will bite off its victim's head and drain their blood into its mouth. This blood is apparently absorbed into SCP-2863's bones, despite the lack of any digestive mechanism. SCP-2863 instances will become extremely hostile towards any who attempt to impede its feeding behavior. The Gashadakaru are a race of malevolent yokai, native to the whole of Imperial Japan.
Why does it have a bow?
Don't judge the yokai.
They will appear at night.
The entity of hundreds of suffering dead souls can wear whatever it likes. Whatever
Out of the
gender
dark-
it likes.
Yeah.
It's probably honestly a mix of gender of dead people.
Mm-hmm.
Darkness and seek the blood of men. Conventional weaponry is entirely useless against the Gashadakaru, and they can only be banished by
Wait, hold on.
Bookworm said because it's a girl. LOL.
Look, this looks like normal foundation thing. This looks like normal foundation thing. What the fuck is this?
You don't want to know.
It looks like they just took, like, a thing, a Creative Commons military person, and put that there.
Yeah.
only be banished by the morning sun or by the bright light of human creation. Gashadakaru are created by mass death, by the concentrated suffering of hundreds. While the Gashadakaru will eventually fade, they remain for centuries after their creation, lingering until their sorrow has diffused and faded. There is no way to hasten the process. The Imperial
what?
Japanese Anomalous Matters Examination
Did they
Agency
just make
is
an
currently aware of
elephant one?
2034.
What? Okay.
Yeah.
Or separate Gashadakaru. Shinto ritual may banish a Gashadakaru, but there is no way to destroy one permanently. Loss
my
and
God.
suffering can cloud the mind of the most resilient person. Guilt and blame are normal human emotions, but be sure they are properly allocated, lest you be haunted by a memory. As always, have a care.
Removal of character / license.
Let's see. Did they even include the did
The
they even-
agency, right at the very end.
I don't count that because they don't mention the agency until the end, and they don't mention the yokai battalion.
Yeah. They also didn't talk about Dash 204, Dash 205, or Dash 206.
Also, they acted like the SCP could pop up in cities because the only times it popped up in the video cities.
Yeah, well, that probably go from deviates and plot video.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah. So, removal of characters. They didn't talk about the 3 special instances, and they didn't really talk about the special agency.
3.
Yeah. Added gore and violence 4.
Yeah.
Like, it already was violent, just not as that violent.
They always seem to find a way.
Deviates from the plot of the article.
Or
4. Granted, there wasn't, like, specific women in the article.
well,
Really wasn't.
yeah, they didn't remove any women, so I guess that's a 0. But I
Yeah.
just like it because there was so much racism.
Yeah. Okay, so it's...
I mean, from 1 out of 10, how would you?
I mean, it did get a bad score.
Yeah, I'm just saying outside of the SC score, racism score, run from 1 to 10.
I can't even rate it on that.
I'm guessing that's a 10. That's something you'd say about the 10 you.
Yeah. Yeah. The next one is The Crow's Revenge, aka SCP 2376. Item SCP 2376, Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP 2376 1 instances are to be fed using an automated feeding system. They are to be examined once every 8 hours by medical staff, and the discomfort resulting from their infections is to be alleviated as much as possible. SCP 2376 1 instances are not to be made aware of the anomalous properties of SCP 2376.
Actually, might be a good or a bad thing. I should probably go to start my laundry and eat dinner and just generally make sure I go to bed on time tonight.
Alright.
Have fun with this.
Yeah.
I mean, the SCPs are fun to read, but the videos are.
Yeah.
They'll haunt me for a while.
Yeah, that's fair. And I'll have Bookworm here to judge with me, too.
Well, good luck, Bookworm. Good luck, Bright.
Yeah.
I don't know Bookworm's gender because I have forgotten. So, person, good luck. And Bright, good luck, miss.
I'll try and lost
Yeah,
this
you'll
book.
try, yeah. Well, you're both intelligent people, so all I can say is good luck.
Am in fact a person.
I know that bookworm, I mean that person. That is basic. Oh, okay.
Anyways, see you later, Jerry.
Later.
Yeah. Yeah. In order to allow communications between -1 instances and personnel, a text-based communicator suitable for the use by persons with severely limited mobility should be provided to each instance of -1. When treating -1 instances, medical staff should close their eyes every 5 minutes and then reopen them in order to view any messages that they may have been written. Under no circumstances are patients to be removed from their rooms or disposed of. Personnel treating -1 are to follow all instructions given to them without fail, and should be frequently reminded that they are treating a human being. All -1 instances are, as well as samples of 2376, are located at Site 234. MTF Beta 7 Maz Hatters are to check for instances of -1 in hospitals located in infected areas. Description: SCP-2376 is a substrain of tetanus, carried by the common crow. SCP-2376 is transmissible to humans. Infected humans are designated instances of -1. The first stage of infection, lasting anywhere from 1 to 4 weeks, is characterized by the normal symptoms of tetanus, which would include high fever, pain, muscle spasms, and rapid loss of mobility, as well as a severe skin rash, vertigo, and a painful cough. Instances of -1 in their first stage will often report a constant faint odor of straw and corn, as well as describing all objects to have a rough, burlap-like texture regardless of their composition. The second stage of the infection is when 2376 anomalous properties manifest. All instances of -1 are perceived as a normal inanimate scarecrow by any human observers. The observers do not appear to be aware that the infected individual is missing, or that the scarecrow has replaced it. Any vocalization by the -1 instances will not be registered. Motion is not visible to observers, but if a person observing and -1 instance breaks visual contact while the instance is moving, the instance will appear to have moved when the observer regains visual contact. Motion detectors and audio recordings will function as normal. Photographs and other visual recordings of infected subjects, however, are still not perceived normally. Death of the -1 instance results in a cessation of 2376 effect on perception. The loss of mobility, fever, and other symptoms can be remedied with the usual tetanus treatments. The effect on perception as of the time of writing appears to remain even after other symptoms cease. Marine models have indicated that 2376 is capable of causing neonatal infections like its non-anomalous counterpart. After marine subjects began attempting to cannibalize infected marine subjects, it has been hypothesized that mice perceive infectees as to be edible straw. As such, no human infected with -1 should be allowed near mice. Testing is ongoing around infected areas to determine if SCP-2376 has spread to any other carrier species. Summaries between effects of 2376, the 2136 pathogen, and instances of 2218 have been noted. 2376, that sounds familiar. Is that the clockwork virus? Or something else? Pathogen capable of infecting here is visible by unaffected visual perception. Oh. This is the one where... Yeah, if you... It's through reading where you get infected. So we just got infected. Sorry. In 2218. Oh yeah, I was thinking of 216. One number off. And, oh yeah, that guy. Question of the outward appearance of internet. Man, can observe. Yeah, it's this guy. I forgot about them. Sorry about that. I just wanted to check them. Investigation into whether the anomalous properties affecting 2218 instances can be altered version of 2376 or vice versa is ongoing. Damn. Corporate log. Multiple corpses were discovered in the garbage disposal units of a hospital in the town of Redacted, Iowa. Hospital staff claimed that they had disposed of scarecrows that had been left in hospital wards and dressed in hospital scrubs as a prank. The first instance of -1 is believed to be an 8-year-old boy named Redacted, from the neighboring town of Redacted, who died a week before discovery at the hospital. Redacted's father was tried for murder and acquitted with an insanity defense when he called the police reporting that the spare scarecrow he had nailed up 3 days before had been replaced for the body of his son. Redacted was determined to have died of dehydration, but autopsy revealed the presence of the 2376 pathogen in his bloodstream. And his father described that he suffered symptoms similar to those seen in the infection's first stage. Addendum. A variant of SCP-2376 has been discovered in Redacted, Illinois, which is transmitted by pigeons. It has similar symptoms to 2376 and an identical anomalous effect, save for the infected are perceived as mannequins. Due to the urban nature of this new strand's origin point and increased risk for an epidemic, reclassification to Keter has been suggested. What was it last? Alright. So that's that anomaly. Alright, so let's go to here. Let's see. Did they use a clickbait thumbnail? I would assume so. What do you think, Buck? Because this looks more vicious. Like, they even made the bird, like, yeah, more vicious. Like, up here. I didn't notice it at first. But, yeah. And, like, the scarecrows, they're not trying to attack or kill. They're probably just trying to go to people they care about. Yeah. Yeah, they're just making it more vicious. Like, more deadly. When it's not as deadly. Probably like something in the middle. Yeah. I'd probably say like 3. Like, it's not as bad. Save for like the teenage Gaia. It's not the worst, just yeah. Really sounds good, yeah. Alright. Oh god. Did they include the license? They did. Alright. Bookworm, you ready? Oh wait, let me get rid of the image. There we go. You ready? Yep, alright.
He put his hands on his weapon and took off at a run. He searched the fields, but couldn't find him. Where was he? What had happened to him? As he rounded the corner, he saw him. When did you say you saw her last? About 5 p.m. yesterday.
What?
And would you say there was anything strange about her appearance, or the way she acted? Anything out of the ordinary at all? No, not really. She was a little under the weather, but nothing that odd. A bit.
Oh my god, I just noticed something. They included the racist. They included part of the racist animation picture right here. They did it. Bookworm actually had it in a picture. Oh my god. Why? And they even blurred it so you wouldn't see it as bad. So they know it's bad. Oh my god. This racist animation picture. It's the guy, it's, the creator who, the creator who's supposed to look like a white guy, Tristan. Yeah. Yeah, they blurred it too. Like the others, they aren't as blurred. That one, super blurred. Oh my god. Barely in the video.
But nothing that odd. A bit sick, you say? Did she show signs of a fever, coughing? Perhaps complained about strange smells? Actually, Now that you mention it, she kept on smelling corn or straw. Kinda odd. Okay, thank you for your help, Michael. Boys, set up a 5-mile quarantine zone and call in MTF Beta 7, Maz Hatters. Full sweep. As the men moved to action, Klaus looked out the window across the vast cornfield. It had been some time since he'd encountered an SCP-2376 outbreak, 6 years to be exact. The last time hadn't gone according to plan. They had reacted too slowly and had been overconfident in their own abilities. This time would be different. He was bringing in the Maz Hatters immediately. Somewhere, out there in that field was Penny. Not the Penny that young Michael knew. She was gone forever. But an infected, viral creature. There was no hope for her now, but if they...
What the fuck? They would appear to look like a scarecrow, not a zombie. Okay. This is taking... I've already had it taken off a strain of my own mental mindset with the previous one. And I just keep getting worse. Alright, let's get this over with.
They could halt the spread of the contagion before the whole town would be turned.
Oh my god.
MTF Beta 7, en route. One other thing. We found this dead crow in the field. Didn't look right. Thought you'd want to see. Klaus looked at the crow in the man's hands and stepped back, covering his mouth. Get it into the quarantine chamber. Did anyone touch it? One of the D classes, but she had gloves on. Okay, send her into the quarantine chamber with it. Sir? Do it. No gloves. Tell her we need it cut open. Sir, that'll mean... I know what it means. Would you rather do it than the D class? No? Thought so. Proceed.
Wow, what a piece of
The
shit.
D class hesitantly entered the chamber. In front of her, on a stainless steel table, was a dead crow she had found earlier. They had left a scalpel on the table, but no gloves or other tools. Pretty odd, considering they always insisted on cleanliness. She walked over to the table and picked up the scalpel. She thought to herself, oh well, the sooner it's done, the sooner I can get out of here. She proceeded to cut open the crow. On the other side of the plastic, Klaus slowly nodded his head. It wouldn't take long now to confirm his suspicions. In fact, it had been a stroke
What the fuck? They over-sexualized the video. Oh my god. Bookworm, you have no idea how hard I'm cringing right now.
luck that they had found the crow.
They're even adding, like, sax music. They're adding sax music, too.
If the infection was inside the crow, it would quickly spread to the D class, and they could confirm beyond doubt that they had an outbreak of SCP-2376 on their hands. He watched as the D class waved that she was done, and agents in hazmat suits came in to remove the bird. The D class didn't understand why she couldn't leave the room. She would, soon enough. Klaus yawned as he made his way back to the quarantine chamber. 2 a.m. These things always had to happen in the dead of night,
Oh my
didn't
god.
they? Just like a bacterium to ruin your sleep. Hit the lights. Let's see what we've got. As the bulbs flashed and came to life, Klaus took a step back. This was SCP-2376 alright, but he hadn't witnessed such a fast reaction before. It normally took days for the first symptoms to show up. To advance this far? A few weeks. It was evolving. This was a more potent strain. Inside the chamber, propped up as if a wood scaffolding was holding her, was the D-Class. Her clothes, torn and tattered, straw protruding through the openings in her clothes. She stood motionless, her eyes resembling buttons, and her skin like burnt, old leather. She had turned into a
Wait,
scarecrow.
hold on.
MTF.
I need to make sure. It's only the others you look like it, right? All instances of -1 are perceived as normal and animate scarecrow by any human observers. Meaning they don't actually turn into that, and they don't, have things like what they're saying. Nothing about bugs, nothing about buttons in the eyes or stuff like that. Oh my god. They're adding shit.
Beta 7. Your orders, Dr. Klaus. Fan out. Grid pattern. Search that field. Somewhere out there
weeks. It's characterized by the normal symptoms of tetanus. Yeah.
is at least one more instance of SCP-2376. Possibly more. Highly contagious. This strain is evolved from the one you know. We don't know what it's capable of. SCP-2376 is a substrain of tetanus carried by the common crow. Once transferred to a human host, it begins to turn the victim into a scarecrow. First signs are typically fever, cough, and vertigo.
Skip
However,
stage 1,
victims
yeah.
commonly claim to smell straw and corn. The infection will spread, slowly turning the person into a scarecrow. At this point, it appears completely immobile while observed.
I don't think it turns you into it. Oh, it's just, yeah, it's only perceived, not turned into. Perceived. Those are two separate things. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, and like when they die, they no longer see them as the scarecrow. Results in the death of the -1 instance results in cessation of the effect on the perception. Which means they aren't turning into scarecrow. They just look like it. Oh my god.
Only seemingly able to move when not being
They're
watched.
just making it look more
It was an
dangerous.
oversight, but who was I to complain? They had teamed up 2 junior agents who had never experienced SCP-2376 and sent them out into a quadrant of the field without backup. Probably not the wisest choice, but all previous encounters with SCP-23761 instances hadn't shown them to be hostile, and of course, they couldn't move while observed. They just had to avoid physical and airborne exposure to the bacteria, and they'd be fine. The cornfields were tall, too tall to see over. Luckily for them, there was a full moon tonight. As they moved forward, they heard a faint cry. They stopped, looked at each other, and signaled the sound had come from the east. They pushed through the thick corn, unable to see more than a few inches in front of them. They came to a sudden stop. Just in front of them appeared to be something humanoid, standing in the cornfield. As they pushed the corn aside, they saw a scarecrow with its head leaning to the side. However, this one was stood up upon a wooden stake. They had been advised that there were actual non-anomalous scarecrows throughout the field. After all, this was a farm. The agents breathed a sigh of relief and turned back, moving towards the original path before they had diverted. Somewhere, behind them, they heard a rustle of corn. The agents halted, looking at each other. Nah, couldn't be. That thing was staked upright. It wasn't the little girl. They nervously smiled and continued on. They heard it again. This time the second agent turned around. Feet behind him, and the path they had created was a
Oh my
scarecrow.
god.
They had been wrong. It must be the little girl. Okay, let's do this. You grab the left side. I'll cover you.
Literally, the only thing fucking recorded in an article saying that would be attracted to -1 instances is mice. And that's it. Not bugs. Mice.
His partner nodded and slowly moved towards the scarecrow. As he passed below it, he swore he felt its bun eyes move. Did you see that? Its eyes. They looked at me. Relax. It's just the adrenaline getting to you. It can't move while you watch it. The agent nodded as he got around the back of the scarecrow and looked for a place to lift it. Hey man, I need a hand. There's nothing here to grip. Hey, I said give me a hand. He peered around the scarecrow, but nobody was there. Where was his partner? He'd only taken his eyes off him for a moment. Oh jeez, there must be more of them out here. He put his hands on his weapon and took off at a run. He searched the
They
fields,
made the
but couldn't
instances
find him.
aggressive.
Where was he? What had happened to him?
They're not
As he rounded the corner,
aggressive.
he saw
My
him.
God.
His partner was facing away, kneeling on the ground. You alright? No response. He leveled his weapon at him. Answer me, man. As he stood over him, finger on the trigger, his partner suddenly turned around. Whoa, put that thing away. I just went for a leak. Take it easy. You what? You just took off without a word because you had to pee? Are you kidding me? Calm down. You're fine, right? When you gotta go, you gotta go. His partner smiled and stood up. He didn't get it, but at least he was okay, and there were no other SCP-23671 instances. They carried the scarecrow back to the agents waiting at the farmhouse and laid it down on the ground. He's infected. Take him in. Wait, what? What are you talking about? I'm clean. It got you, man. I saw it. The agents closed in on him and took him away as he yelled out his innocence. Klaus approached him. Good job. I know it's not easy to turn in your partner, but you did the right thing. We couldn't risk an outbreak. Thank you, sir. All right. Take the Scarecrow
What?
into containment, administer the amnestics, and let's get out of here. Good job, boys. As the agent walked away, he looked down at his hand. The tear in the glove was hard to see, but the rash was definitely there. I'm going to be fine. It's just a scratch. It wasn't the SCP. It didn't get to me. Just a rock or some dirt when I fell. I'll be fine.
Oh
Behind
my
him,
god.
in the distance, they started to come out of the field. Whether in your work or social life, always be careful where you put your trust. Even your closest ally can turn into
Oh my god. Removal of characters. Let's get on with that. Well, they did keep MTF Beta 7, mass headers. Let's see if they got rid of anyone else. Oh, they got rid of the 8-year-old boy. They replaced him with a girl, actually. Which is kind of odd. You should have done the opposite. Also, they didn't name the actual places. I'll go with 2, I guess. Because they didn't really remove too much. Like the characters. Alright, added gore violence 4. It was not... They made it far more dangerous. Like, the infectees would go after people. Which I believe, if I remember correctly... Yeah, you would lose your mobility, which means you can't go after people. You can't move. My god. Davis brought an article. 4. Only men in the video? Zero, kind of, because they didn't really remove characters. Alright. You think that's a good enough ranking, guys? What do you think, Bookworm? You think I did good enough ranking? Or you disagree, if anything? I think so. Okay. Alright. It's 65 equals... What? They actually got higher. It's at 35%. Yay! They got a little bit better. Alright, before I do that, I gotta go to the bathroom one last time. Hopefully. I'll be right back. Bookworm, you are in charge of stream. Alright, I am back. Alright, the next anomaly is the Pink Ladies.
Well, hello there.
Oh.
Alright, I'm gonna stop staring at them.
AKA known as 2386. Alright. Item SCP-2386. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-2386 is to be kept on Site-32 in a sealed enclosure. Any increases and changes in the hive's shape and pattern are to be reported to the head researcher. Instances of SCP-2386 found in the wild are to be dealt with MTF Lambada 7, aka Swarm Queens. Male personnel are not allowed on site except for testing purposes. Description: SCP-2386 is a species of diminutive humanoid entities. All instances vaguely resemble simplistic humanoid dolls made of fabric commonly ranging between 7 centimeters and 9 centimeters in height. Instances of 2386 have also have identical recurring patterns in their torsos, most prominently pink in coloration, and a face which appears to be stitched on. Autopsies of dead instances revealed similarities to both Dermatobia hominis, aka the human botfly, and Bombyx mori, aka the silkworm. The wings are similar to those of a butterfly or moth, and are capable of flight. Studies have shown SCP-2386 exoskeleton is composed of a durable material which is almost identical to cotton fiber. Wild instances of 2386 are found to live in hives resembling similarly patterned seat cushions, the largest known instance being in the shape of a sofa. Hives of SCP-2386 are commonly found near suburban environments, sometimes even with occupied housing. SCP-2386 will emerge periodically from those structures to feed, usually on other smaller insects, and seek out hosts for reproductive purposes. Despite their benign appearance, 2386 are hostile if approached by males of any species. 2386 will engage their target by extending scissor-like claws from their hands and swarming the target. Conversely, females in the presence of 2386 will be respected and occasionally cared for, presenting them with small gifts and playing with them. During the spring/summer seasons, 2386 will enter their mating season and cease hostilities against males and treat them in a similar manner to females. Males approached by 2386 during this period will be treated better than females. After acclimatizing to 2386, a single instance will cut an incision into the male subject and attach between 30 to 65 eggs under the skin. Within 24 hours, the affected area will be covered in a material resembling patterned cloth. Tests reveal this material is biological and genetically identical to material recovered from 2386 hives. As the weeks during gestation and birth process, this growth will spread outwards from the initial sting. Eventually, the growth will be split open from within, with adult forms of 2386 emerging fully formed. The following interview is with D-2386-181, male subject used in testing, currently 3 weeks into SCP-2386 gestation period. Interviewer: Dr. Redacted Shaw. Interviewee: D-2386-181. Dr. Shaw: Good morning, D-2386-181. D-2386-181. Yeah, hi, Doc. You say you've been having recurring dreams. Ever since I got this thing. Indicates affected area on right arm. It wasn't that bad at first. Please explain. Okay, so I'm in my bunk, right? And like it's exactly the same as it is when I'm awake. Same lights, same walls, whatever, and there's this giant versions of those things you got in there. Giant. Yeah, they're like as big as you or me. Not, bug sized. So they're surrounding my bunk and I can't move. Probably sleep paralysis. I don't know, maybe, but I can't move and they're like stood over me, staring with that sewn on smile of theirs. And I can hear these voices. Not like coming from them, but they're there and they're telling me what a good job I'm doing and stuff like that. I see. Actually, last night they did something different. Another one came in. Another. It it had something with it. It looked like a baby one. I beg your pardon. It was all wrapped up in this white cloth. It said something about wanting to show me what I was working towards. They pulled back the cloth over its head, and it was a fucking bug's head. Woke me right the fuck up. Thank you, D-2386-181. That will be all for today. Hey, Doc, could you send someone to look at this? I think something's moving under there. Following D-2386-181's interview, surgery was carried out on the affected area. Results showed that premature instances of 2386 matched the description given. Instances labeled 2386-1 and cataloged for later study. After surgery, D-2386-181 insisted on visiting 2386 enclosure again. D-2386-181 became violent upon being denied access. After being subdued and returned to quarters, D-2386-181 displayed depression-like symptoms and made references to -1 as being lost. Addendum. As of redacted, the remains of 2386 Hive, dating back to redacted, were discovered in an abandoned farm and redacted. Unlike current 2386 hives, the hive recovered resembled a solid wicker basket, while most 2386 within the hive had deteriorated. Several intact ones revealed these instances had an exoskeleton similar in shape and texture to wheat, and a similar humanoid shape resembling corn dollies. Similarly, as of redacted, MTF Lambada 7 encountered a hive of 2386. Unlike they contained specimens, these instances had an exoskeleton resembling redacted dolls, and appeared to be constructed from a material resembling plastic. A portion of the hive has been taken for study, as have several instances of this new breed. Alright, that's it of that anomaly. So we will go over here real quick. And you were correct, Bookworm. Boom! That's the thumbnail. However, there's one problem with the thumbnail. It's a woman. When they lay eggs, and men, not women. So you were correct. I'm gonna have to say a 4 for the thumbnail. But tits. Do you agree? 4? Yep. Alright. That was a very easy 4. Alright, so let's go down here. Why is that open? Shut the fuck up, YouTube. Anyways, yep, they have the license. Just over sexualized and not even more accurate. Which is why I'm gonna be. I'm kind of worried what they're gonna do with it. So here we go.
Samantha knew she wasn't supposed to be poking around in the abandoned houses, but her curiosity always took control when something seemed odd or out of place. This area of town had been blocked off and quarantined by some government-like agency almost 10 years ago. They had been told there was an ongoing gas leak or toxic waste issue. People had believed the story, but as the years passed, they became more suspicious of what was really going on. Welcome back. Your host as always, Professor Lucius. Today, I bring you SCP-2386, Pink Ladies. The house was derelict and seemed like it had long ago been pillaged for anything of worth. There was hardly anything left, and by the looks of the whiskey bottles on the floor, some homeless people had been living here. What did appear a bit odd was that one of the bottles was practically full still. With all the empty bottles strewn about the house, it didn't seem likely that whoever had been drinking them would leave a perfectly good bottle behind. Besides that, there was a backpack nearby the couch. Wait, the couch? Hardly any furniture, no TV and empty shelves, but a perfectly good couch?
What?
It had some unique floral and stitched pattern on it, which wasn't typical. If anything, it appeared custom made. What was that? In the corner of her eye, she thought she saw something move. Hello? Is someone there? No reply. She hesitantly moved towards the staircase where she had seen the movement. As she peered around the corner, she saw a shadow on the staircase. It was tiny, like a doll. As she moved around the corner, she saw the cutest little doll sitting on the stairs. Aww. As she reached to pick it up, it stepped back. Startled, she pulled her hand back. Hello? The doll tilted its head and stepped forward. It smiled at her and pulled out a piece of candy from behind its back and gave it to Samantha. What was this magic? As she reached for the candy, coming down the stairs was another 3 of these lovely dolls. They bounced their way down to the other doll, smiling and waving. The next few hours flew by without Samantha realizing. She played with the dolls all afternoon. It was like a dream come true. What little girl didn't wish that their dolls could play with them? From outside, she heard a crash and a yell. Outside the window, she saw the shadows of 3 men walking past the house. 2 of them appeared to be wearing some sort of helmets. As she turned back, she took a deep breath. Floating, mere inches from her face, was one of the dolls. It had wings. Not only that, but its hands had been replaced by sharp claws, resembling scissors. Its eyes glowed and pulsed with anger, but it wasn't looking at her. It was looking past her at the window and the men outside. The man in front motioned to continue on, and the 3 of them left. As soon as they were out of earshot, the doll retracted its claws and its face returned to normal. It slowly floated back down to the floor, to be joined by its friends, who had hid behind the couch.
They're supposed to
At
be
this
dolls.
point, it was starting to get dark, and Samantha thought she'd best head home. Truth be told, the scissors and wings had creeped her out a little, and she felt it prudent to end her day's journey now. After all, she wasn't even supposed to be here, and those men outside seemed like they could be dangerous. As the months wore on, she continued making visits to her new little friends. They were constantly giving her gifts, the last one being a beautiful blue gem. They had never harmed her, and only occasionally had she seen their scissor hands again. Only when those same men passed the house. She had managed to get a closer look at them. They seemed like some sort of police force, escorting a doctor or a scientist. She assumed they had been responsible for the quarantine in the area, and perhaps that's why the dolls didn't like them. What's that? Where'd you get it? Arthur had asked her. Samantha twisted her mouth into a frown. She had been dying to tell someone about her little friends. However, she wasn't sure if it was safe for them, or even him. It had been her little secret, but Arthur had always been trustworthy. You promise to keep this a secret? Arthur nodded anxiously. Okay. These dolls gave it to me, in the quarantine zone. Arthur frowned and looked uneasy. Who gave you the what and the where? Shut up, I'm serious. Arthur broke out in laughter. Fine, don't believe me. You won't be getting any gems. Okay, I'm sorry. Come on, show me. Samantha hesitated, once again unsure if it was a good idea. Come on, you know you can trust me. Samantha nodded hesitantly. Okay, we'll go next week when school's out. Hello? Nothing was there. No sound, no movement. Samantha called out again. I brought a friend. He's safe. He won't hurt you. Behind her, Arthur was smirking. However, a moment later his mouth was agape in awe. From behind the couch, a doll walked out. He couldn't believe it. She hadn't been lying. It flew up into the air and then towards them. As it floated inches from his nose, it pulled out a purple gem and offered it to Arthur. They
That
played
wouldn't
throughout the
happen.
day. The
This
warm
would
summer
not
air-
happen. They would be aggressive. 'Cause they're not, he's not a girl or a woman. They would attack.
Making them giddy and sleepy. Ow! Arthur sat up with a start. As he looked down at his
showing the
stomach,
breeding
he
thing.
saw one of the dolls coming out from under his shirt. What are you doing down there? The doll simply smiled and offered him a candy. Okay, thanks. The next day, Arthur noticed a strange growth around his stomach, near where the doll had been. It was odd, like a cloth patchwork was forming, but it didn't hurt and didn't seem to be infected. As
Never
the
mind.
summer
They're
continued
talking more
on,
of the-
Samantha and Arthur came back numerous times to play with their little friends. He had shown them the patch, but the dolls had smiled and pulled his shirt back down and offered him more treats and gifts. They didn't seem worried, and somehow this put Arthur's mind at ease. As school resumed, the two hadn't had much time to visit their little friends in a while. Actually, it had been weeks. We should go see them, at least to check if they're okay. Really? I've got so much homework right now. Come on, just a few hours. Didn't you say you wanted to ask them about the patch in your stomach anyway? That's true. It seems like it's bigger.
But they pretty much got
Okay.
rid of the...
Tomorrow then. Their little friend seemed happy to see them, especially Arthur.
Okay, it's not
They
as
seemed
bad
like
so
they were
far.
nurturing him, taking
As
care
the
of him,
previous is.
almost like caregivers. Samantha felt a little jealous. She had found them first, after all.
Yeah, this
But
is
it was fine. They were still sweet and adorable.
the breeding season.
The door flew open. It was that scientist and his troops. Lambda 7, swarm queens. Secure the children. Don't harm them. You, go to the dolls. Calm them down. Don't hurt them if you can avoid it. The troops came in and grabbed the children, hoisting them away. The other man in the orange jumpsuit slowly approached the dolls with his hands outstretched. The last thing Samantha saw was the doll's scissor hands as they swarmed him. Hello, children. My name is Dr. Kloss. Are you both feeling okay?
Why
Did
are
those
they
things
in
harm you?
gaming chairs?
Arthur and Samantha looked at each other and shook their heads. Okay, you've been going there for a while, haven't you? Yes, sir. Don't worry, I'm not upset at you. Can you explain why they didn't harm you? They tore my man to bits, but seem to not have harmed either of you at all. No, sir, they never tried to harm us. Kloss frowned. Okay, well, I better get you two home, eh? Amnestics and send them home. They aren't injured. Arthur woke up the next morning. How'd he get home? What had happened yesterday? In fact, it felt like pieces of his memory were missing from months ago. It all seemed like a blur. His head was a little woozy. Weird. Perhaps Samantha would know. I've got no idea. I remember meeting you after school and going to the quarantine zone. And the rest? The rest is hazy. Same. Weird. Maybe that toxic gas story was real. Yeah, maybe. Arthur spent the rest of the day on his bed, daydreaming and playing games. He noticed his side
Okay.
itching, but kept on playing. The itching got worse. It was probably nothing. He'd take a look in a minute. Suddenly, he felt a sharp, searing pain in his side. He yelled out and looked down at his side. His shirt started to turn red with blood. Something was moving underneath it. He slowly peeled back his shirt.
Hey, if there are any...
SCP-2386 are a species of humanoid entities resembling dolls. DNA testing has shown similarities to the human botfly and silkworm. They have a set of wings, similar to a butterfly or moth, and all contain identical patterns on their torsos. They live in hives built to resemble furniture, usually close to suburban environments. They are kind and playful with
Oh my
females
God.
of any species, but are openly hostile to males, producing a set of scissor-like claws and swarming with intent to kill. The exception being during spring and summer when they enter their mating season. During this period, they will treat males the same as females. Once accustomed to them, they will open an incision in the male and place 30 to 65 eggs within them. The incision will heal over to resemble cloth. Eventually, the incision will split open and release fully formed SCP-2386 instances. A hive dating back to the 13th century was found, resembling a wicker basket. A few remaining SCP-2386 bodies were found. They resembled textured wheat and corn dollies.
Okay.
Appearances aren't always what they seem. What might appear friendly and cute to you could be a facade for malicious intent. Keep your wits about.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, that actually, for once, it was not bad. Trying to see if there's anything else bad with it. I just noticed it being the shape of a sofa. Okay, that was correct. Okay, let's see. It's true. Well, we do have to give a high score for removal of characters because Dr. Shaw and the D class were not there. They were both removed. And they did leave vital information about, like, them affecting them in their dreams. And showing that those infected will have depression-like symptoms when being removed away from 2386-1. So big, vital information just cut and discarded. Yeah. So, yeah. So, I'll have to say removal of characters are 3 because all characters were removed. All of them. Added gore and violence. Hey. Honestly, that for first time, it'll probably be a 0. Because they only showed how they would act. They... Pretty much. They only showed how they would act. True. There's one thing I want to... There's one problem I have. There's one problem that I have with that. I have to say 0. They didn't really add anything new. With the deviates for the plot of the article, there's one problem I have is when they introduced the boy, they didn't state the spring or summer till the very end. They just said that they just went over there. They didn't state what time of the year. That's why I got shocked at first. Also give this a 0 because they didn't really... Well, yeah. They didn't get rid of women. Could have been trying to do a plot twist type thing. Yeah. Yeah, they did do that, but probably not in the best of ways. They did deviate and leave important shit out of the article. I can't tell if a 2 or a 3. Not a 4, but it's definitely a 2 or a 3. Because they did leave an important chunk out. Either of those I can't think of. Well, I think because it left an important, really big piece of importance. Probably a 3. Because that was, like, pretty big. Because the kid didn't show depressing-like symptoms for being gone for so long. Yeah, as well as the dreams. So, yeah. Alright. Wow, this is something I haven't seen since the first one, Bookworm. We actually have a 50%. Yay! God, yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god. The best one. Alright. Okay. This is also gonna have a bunch of shit. I'm not gonna do this because I think it does something else. And I doubt they're gonna go through this. I'm not even sure. Hold on. I'm gonna see if I can try and get into it. Sewer. .ccm. Salmon. .21. Okay. Okay, it didn't do that before. It took me somewhere else before. Okay. So that would be important. Except the first, yeah. So, alright. So this one is known as Resurrected Wreckage, aka SCP-1264. SCP-1264, Object Class Keter. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-1264 is located 75 meters below the ocean surface of the South Pacific at 48 degrees, 52.6 S, 123 degrees, 23.6 W. I mean, west. I don't know why it's a W. It is beheld into place by 8 pairs of 10 KT deadweight anchors chained together and attached to SCP-1264. Mobile Task Force Gamma 6, aka Deep Feeders, will be tasked with performing bi-monthly examinations done by remote submersibles in order to inspect the integrity of the anchors and chain. 450 naval contact mines will be positioned around, over, and under SCP-1264. The mines will be placed 20 meters from each other in order to sympathetically detonate in the event of a contact. Shipping lanes and aquatic anomalies such as SCP-2467. Let's see what that is real quick. Oh, I think this is... Yeah, this is the moving ship that's on its own. I think this is also... Yeah, it's the one that goes violent towards other ships. Okay. So that's what that is. Okay. It will be diverted in order to avoid a containment area. Since detainment, SCP-1264 has exhibited no activity but remains buoyant. Description. SCP-1264 is an amalgamation of the relic warships and various pieces of float SAM/jet SAM that have been adhered together by organic secretions. The main body of SCP-1264 is made of 5 World War II era warships that have been that were used as target ships as part of the Operation Crossroads atomic bomb tests performed at the Bikini Atoll in 1946. The following ships that make up SCP-1264 were confirmed to have sunk after these tests: U.S. Saratoga, Lexington-class aircraft carrier, Nagato-class dreadnought, Prinz Eugen, Admiral Hipper-class heavy cruiser, USS Slamson, Manhattan-class destroyer, USS Apagon, Balo-class submarine, and various sections of a yard oiler. Survey reports of the wreckage performed at Bikini Atoll in 1954 showed a number of sunk ships missing from the lagoon. In response, the U.S. Navy built and sunk several dummy ships in their place in order to cover up any evidence of the missing original ships. USS government then initiated Operation Castle under the guise of nuclear testing, but was actually intended for the purpose of creating sufficient nuclear fallout as to make the Bikini Atoll area uninhabitable. SCP-1264 was the first documented on January 30th, 1959, 56 kilometers south of Cape Farewell, Greenland, when it engaged and sunk the MS Hans Hentoff during its maiden voyage. SCP-1264 shows only moderate corrosion and damage, in contradiction of U.S. Navy records on individual ships. The centerpiece of 1264 is the artifact carrier with several large jib cranes attached to its deck. The other ships are fastened to the sides of the centerpiece by means of hardened secretions. All the other ships are missing their substructure or conning towers. Other float SAM and jet SAM have been attached to fill the empty spaces between the ships and roughly makes up 12% of the 1264's total mass. 1264 is armed with various pieces of artillery, torpedoes, AA guns, and depth charges. However, only several pieces of artillery have ever been in use, which indicates that either the remaining are non-operational or there are insufficient resources to operate them. 1264 spends most of its time underwater as a submersible. Above the water, 1264 is capable of speeds up to 31 knots. 1264 is maintained by a crew that has been designated 1264-A, each fit inside a U.S. Navy standard rubber diving dress and are equipped with a Mark V diving helmet and weighted boots. -A are headless humanoid entities closely related to sea cucumbers. -A are also connected by a flexible artillery cord, roughly 90 meters long, that is in turn connected to 1264's interior. -A displays a deep understanding of 1264's mechanical and electrical systems. -A habitually performs repairs and maintenance with what is available within their designated areas. -A are characteristically slow, obstinate, and exhibit no real intelligence of their own. -A also secrete a strong adhesive through their gloves that act as a waterproof sealant, binder, filler, and cement in order to maintain the structural integrity and buoyancy of 1264. All of 1264's steerage and weapon systems are operated by -A. In return, -A is commanded by a single entity designated -1. -1's appearance is unknown, and only physical evidence for -1's existence are the artery cords that connect -A to the ship's interior. These cords are lined with strands of neural tissue and do not originate from -A. This indicates that -A is directly connected to a separate biological entity, or that -1 is actually a collective consciousness of -A. -1 has proven on numerous occasions to be a hostile and skillful tactician of naval warfare. -1 has been reported in some cases to transmit radio signals via ELF radio. To date, -1 has engaged redacted civilian and military vessels and has sunk redacted of them. Through -1 has shown a preference for passenger ships over other vessels. After destruction of a vessel, A will then throw fishing nets on top of survivors floating in the water. These nets are then attached to the hull of the sinking vessel or an anchor so that it will drag down the net and its contents. Post-incident recovery teams using submersibles are unable to locate any corpses underwater after they are dragged to the bottom. In Redacted, 1264 was involved in protracted engagement with MTF Tal 11, aka can openers, and was effectively suppressed. In its impaired condition, 1264 was then towed out under armed escort to its current containment area for indefinite detainment. Autopsy Report 1264-A-8, ID BPD 110094-67F. Decedent 1264-A-1. Age unknown. Race unknown. Sex unknown. Length 177 centimeters. Weight 111.3 kilograms. Location of autopsy Research Site 45. Autopsy authorized by Dr. W. Hermes. Recovery Post Incident 1264-12-D. Clothing equipment Mark V diving helmet, standard U.S. Navy diving dress, and weighted boot. External examination. Multiple blast and fragment injuries to the chest and abdomen include amputation of one of the tower extremities. There are multiple penetrating fragment injuries of the anterior thorax. Bilateral symmetry is present in a physical appearance. 4 extremities branch out from the central body, 2 upper and 2 lower. The upper extremities branch out again into 4 smaller distal appendages. This allows the subject to operate inside the suit by taking on nearly humanoid form. History: injured by explosive munitions. Gross description: skin, a membranous epidermis and dermis are both present. A thin layer of calcified structures lies below the dermis and is made of isolated microscopic ocellos joined by connective tissue. Head and neck. Head is totally absent. Mark V diving helmet is only filled with seawater and detritus. An open neck casually serves as the anus, expelling waste into the helmet. Skeletal system. An endoskeleton made of reinforced calcareous rods, plates, and bulbs provides upright support to the body and extremities. These structures are not true bones as they lack marrow, nerves, endosystem, and peristome. Structures are held tightly in place by the surrounding radial muscles. Muscle tissue. Tissue is dark brown in color and formed in a circular pattern around the endoskeleton. A water vascular system is present to allow elongation and introversion of the muscle tissue. Water is not actually used in hydraulics, but rather a coelomic fluid. Circulatory system. Hundreds of miniature papillae are present within the muscle tissues that pump the coelomic fluid. Phagocytic coelomyocytes, somewhat similar in function to the white blood cells of vertebrates, are formed within the haemal vessels and travel throughout the body cavity via coelomic fluid. The coelomyocytes also seem to be responsible for carrying the hemoglobin. Respiratory and digestive system. Oxygenated and deoxygenated coelomic fluid is circulated via the artery cord protruding from the dorsal side. This cord is the body's lifeline for both oxygen and nutrition, similar to a fetus connected to the mother's placenta. Body cavity like gills and stomach. The cord directly branches off into the intestines and major vessels once inside the body. Nervous system. Brain is completely absent. Nerve tissue stems from the thin notochord-like structure that is included in the artery cord. Small eye spots are present on the distal upper appendages. Other comments. The system is interconnected glands fills the entire ventral thorax cavity. These glands are responsible for secreting the specialized adhesive secretions, are then pumped throughout through the upper extremities and out the distal orifices. Other lab procedures: toxology, photography, X-ray, microscopic examination. Disposition of evidence: toxologist, vitreous fluids, lead investigator, clothing, equipment, more custodian, body. Note: items not specifically stored in Lab 62 vault are to be incinerated. Dr. W.H. Summary: body exhibits strong physical and anatomical traits with ectoderms, especially holothuria, or sea cucumbers. Throughout the body, it includes many independent systems that is completely dependent on the cord for sustenance and direction. Control of the body is granted through the cord through some other intelligence, as it is evident how the neural pathway ends inside the body cavity, but originates elsewhere. The body should be considered as a physical extension of this intelligence. This entity must be made of the same anatomical characteristics as 1264-A-1 in order to utilize and manipulate these extensions. This entity, if it is in fact a singular consciousness, would have to be extremely adapted to handling an enormous amount of input and output signals simultaneously in order to manage all of 1264-A. Alright. MTF after action reports 1264-D-2. SB involved 1264. MTF involved Tau 11. Date March 11th, 1999. Location 15 kilometers north of the coast of Hawaiian island of Kauai. Preamble: engagement is authorized after a cruise ship is attacked by 1264. MTF Tau 5 is dispatched to the area with 5 Pegasus-class hydrofoils and 1 Juliet-class submarine from Marine Command 09. CMS-3 was standby and waiting clearance from the PHM Rapid Response Unit in order to launch its P-500 missiles without jeopardizing civilians. Upon arrivals of the PHM unit, the cruise ship was on fire and taking on water while listing steeply to port. Dash A was seen from a large opening on the starboard side, throwing fishing nets over the survivors in the water. 1301. MTF Tau 5 PHM unit made contact with 1264 while Dash A attempted to ensnare the survivors. PHM-7 and Dash 9 then broke formation to engage Dash A directly using their 76mm guns. Dash A was quickly suppressed by PHM-7 and Dash 9, fired along 1264 starboard hull. 1303. PHM 8, 10, and 11 fired their harpoon missiles directly into the stern of 1264 from a distance of 750 miles away. 1264 was hit and took damage to 2 of its rudders. 1304. 1264's port side turrets all turned 90 degrees to their 9 o'clock position just before 1264 rapidly dove into the water. Afterwards, underwater explosions and floating debris were seen trailing off the west. PHM 7 and 9 investigate. During this time, CMS 3 made positive radio communication with Dash 1. 1310. Behind the remaining 3 PHMs, 1264 partially resurfaced just enough to expose its port side turrets. 1264 was positioned with the PHM's starboard hull directly in its line of fire. 6 of the port's batteries, 144mm guns, fired into the 3 PHMs, effectively destroying them. PHM-7 then relayed to CMS-3 that 1264 was clear of the civilians. CMS-3 then launched 2 P-500 missiles targeted at 1264. 1311. 1264 then began to move towards the capsizing cruise ship and fired 2 of its 410mm guns at the exposed bilge keel at the distance of only 175 meters. The ship exploded and splintered into several sections. 1264 then plowed through the floating debris The P-500 missile's active radar was unable to distinguish TOW-64 from the wreckage, and they missed the target. 1313. TOW-64 launched Mark 14 torpedoes at PHM 7 and 9. TOW-64 collected the remaining nets of the ensnarled passengers and dove underwater for a second time. Both PHMs easily outmaneuvered the torpedoes. CMS-3 was then ordered by Marine Command 09 to track TOW-64 with sonar in pursuit. The remaining PHMs attempted to retrieve any survivors left in the water that were able to avoid the nets. Only 19 out of the 215 bodies were recovered from the scene. 1510. CMS-3 lost contact with TOW-64, 55 kilometers northeast of the incident. Addendum. During this incident, 1306 and 1310, CMS-3 made positive radio communication with Dash 1 over ELF radio signals. Below is the audio transcript between the operator and Dash 1 after its initial dive. Dash 1. Deep gurgling noises. Unknown contact. Your order to resurface or be destroyed. Do you copy? Continued gurgling. Unknown contact, resurfaced or be destroyed. Do you copy? Gurgling pauses. A deep voice is then heard. The interlopers want my compliance. Granted. Unknown contact. You have 2 minutes to resurface. This is an ultimatum. Do you copy? Yes. Unknown contact, respond. Loud banging is heard in the background. Preparing to resurface. At this time, TOW-64 resurfaced and destroyed 3 of the PHMs. Drown with me. Static. Post-encounter summary. The survivors were debriefed and given Class B amnestics before being handed over to the U.S. Navy. A cover story was distributed through the media that the cruise ships sunk after suffering a catastrophic engine fire, which killed almost all of the passengers. A false investigation of the accident was also initiated in order to suppress growing public suspicion. On June 8, 1999, TOW-64 was reported and photographed by a fishing trawler in the Indian Ocean. Photos were intercepted and revealed that all damage done to TOW-64 during the incident, TOW-64-D-2, had been repaired. Additional spending was later approved for MTF TOW 11 for expanding its fleet to include aerial support, acquisition of heavier armament, and installation of passive sonar buoys at strategic locations. That was a long SCP. I didn't have to read the MTF thing, but in case they mention it, it's best we know. Like, they might not get into these 2 level 2 access required areas. Yeah, so don't mess with TOW-64. Yep, yeah. Alright. Oh wait, first, thumbnail. Boom. Okay. Clickbait. Because that is not the diver suit. And they also do not at all have the SCP logo on them. Oh, fair. Yeah, that's very much clickbait. Yes. It's supposed to be like a rubber, like that Scooby-Doo diver suit thing. It's supposed to look like that. Not this. I don't know what the fuck this is supposed to look like. And plus, this is made out of metal. I'm pretty sure diver suits can't be made out of metal or you just sink. They thought the Foundation would advertise themselves. Yeah. They also have dead bodies in the background, too. it's not as much clickbait as this. So I would have to say probably 3. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, probably 3. Hey, at least they didn't make it a female. Alright, here we go. Wait, did they have the license? Yeah! Alright. And 3. Never tits out, true. And now, we see how bad it is.
We've located the anomaly. Doesn't appear human. I'm aware, sir, that the suit is humanoid.
Yes, that's what it's supposed to look like. Wait, what the fuck?
Isn't. Going in for a closer look.
First Lieutenant James Chen wasn't a rookie. He knew how these things went. He had refused promotion 3 times now. He liked the field work. He moved towards the body floating in the water. It resembled a man in a standard issue US diving suit, but the helmet was empty and filled with water. Detritus floated around in the empty helmet, and some sort of fluid was oozing out from the gloves. On the back of the suit, an umbilical cord stretched off into the distance. He grabbed the suit and pulled it back with him. Welcome back. Today I bring you SCP-1264. Remember to subscribe and like.
Pressure stabilizing. Water evacuation. 65% complete.
As the water disappeared, he
Okay.
heard the hiss of the pressure door open. Took
Why
you
is
long
he
enough.
in every
Got
fucking
that bag
video?
of bones?
I know you're supposed to be some genius doctor and all, but bag of bones to describe what's technically a bag of meat? Sloppy. Even for a dirtbag like you.
Sounds like someone is ready for another court-martial. Just say the word, Chen. Chen glared back at him. Here you go, Doc. 1 bag of meat as requested. Klaus smiled. Drag it into the lab. Do I really need to be here for this? Look, I know you like to be out there, busting numbers and taking hits, but you need to understand the anatomy of this thing if you're going to capture it alive. Capture it alive? It's a massive ship, bigger than a pair of aircraft carriers. How do you expect me to catch a ship by looking at this bag of slime? The ship's not important. It's what's controlling the ship. That's the real prize. Klaus
that-
pulled the helmet off the
yeah.
dive suit. Water rushed out onto the floor. He cut through the soft rubber, revealing what was inside. It was a large, slimy, sea cucumber-like creature. It had a central body and 4 appendages splitting off to fill the arm
Okay,
and
not
leg
bad so
slots.
far.
This thing was mimicking a human. He pulled the gloves off to find 4 more finger-like appendages, allowing it to work and grip like a human. In the back of where the neck would have been, the umbilical cord was attached.
Why did he put it on
Klaus
top
gave
of
it a
yourself?
yank and it came off. Where it had attached was a round wound with small, glowing points within it. These tiny strands appeared to be a neural network that SCP-1264 used to control these instances. There was some hardened white substance on the fingertips. You see this? This is the stuff holding the ship together. If we can work out what it is and how to destroy it, we can potentially break the ship apart into more manageable pieces. James rolled his eyes. Okay, Doc, but you just said I'm going after one guy? I can infiltrate without being detected. Klaus looked back at him. What in the world makes you think it's a guy? The lights in the room flashed red, and an alert tone came on over the intercom system.
Alert. Incoming entity. Range 1.2 miles in closing. Dr. Klaus to the control room. Lieutenant Chen to the assembly room.
Jane smiled and winked at Klaus. See you on the other side, Doc, and took off at a
Okay.
run. He ran through the deep-sea mobile base's umbilicus. It connected the different departments together, his heart now pounding and adrenaline flowing. Finally, he had been down here too long looking for this thing. It was time to do a little damage. Jones, LaSalle, Tornkey, you ready for a little swim?
Did they make
The 3 nodded as they
seriously
donned their
make
tactical
fucking
gear.
Power Rangers?
They came from MTF Gamma 6, Deep Feeders, and MTF Tau 11, Can Openers. They were under his command now, and he wasn't going to waste this opportunity at capturing SCP-1264.
No visual, no contact.
James spoke through his intercom. Proceed north. It seems to have come to a
Hey.
halt over that mountain range.
Hold on.
They continued forward. Jones and Tornke in the new one-man attack subs. LaSalle
Hold on. When they captured it, they because it was then towed under an armed escort. Yeah, they used their own ships, like big ships and submarines. They didn't fucking. They didn't use Power Rangers. Okay.
himself, preferring to go suit only. As they approached the range, they could see lights aimed at the sky. They took position just below the crest and slowly peeked over. Beneath them, sitting in a shallow crevice, was SCP-1264. They had been advised what to expect, but this was something else. The central body of the SCP was a USS Saratoga, an aircraft carrier. Branching off from it on either end was a German Prince Eugen heavy
Hey.
cruiser, and the Nagata,
What?
a Japanese dreadnought. Rearward, pointing to the surface, was a USS Lamson, a destroyer, and the USS Apagon, submarine. It was
That-
a sight to
that
behold.
is-
A true
That is not a submarine. They just copied the same shit over and over again and put it together. Oh my god. I'm trying to kidnap me. That's one instance. Ooh. Yeah, oh my god. Like, granted, there's some differences between the ships, but they're all ships that will be above water, not below. Oh my god. Okay, this is starting to be a bit worse. My guy needs a better artist.
mecha monstrosity of the deep.
Jones, Tornke, you two take point. Get that thing's attention while LaSalle and me head for the carrier. That red light. Something tells me we're gonna find whatever it is that controls this thing in there. All set? Let's move.
Jones headed to the left, and Tornke the right, relying on their submersible speed and agility to keep them out of trouble. This was Samson versus Goliath, but mechanized. The SCP lit up and turned
Samson.
its turrets and artillery at the submersibles. It proceeded to engage them, but despite its size, it was still World War II tech, and those MTF boys were well trained. They moved and dodged expertly.
Let's go.
Chen and LaSalle silently swam down and stayed low to avoid being seen by the anomaly.
You
As they
just
swam
entered the
past, they saw more
spotlights.
SCP-1264-1
Okay.
instances in their Navy diving suits, apparently repairing
Like
and
type of
controlling the
story
ship's
for
various systems.
relatability.
Each of them
Yeah.
had a long umbilical stretching back towards that red light. This is how it controlled them. Where those cords went was where the true SCP lied. They reached the entrance to the carrier. Down the hall in the distance, they could see the pulsing red light. It wasn't far
Oh my
now.
god.
All along the floor and walls.
We
were
don't
those
know what
umbilical
Dash 1
cords.
is.
There must have been 100 of them. The two men slowly walked down the path. From a passage on the right came two of those sea cucumber men. Chen opened fire and they went down quickly. Coming from the other side was another. LaSalle pulled out his knife and severed the umbilical. It immediately crumpled to the ground, seemingly dead. Up ahead was the hatch. They slowly approached, Chen signaling to LaSalle to open it. The umbilicals were all running through the gaps in the door. Whatever it was behind the door. As LaSalle pulled the door back, they heard a high-pitched shrill. LaSalle released the door and grabbed his ears in pain. It felt like the sound was coming from inside their own heads. Chen grabbed the door and threw it open. Chen! Chen! Wake up! He heard a loud clap and slowly opened his eyes. Klaus looked down at him with a smile. Thought we almost lost you this time. Too bad. What happened? Tornke picked you up, just in time it seems. She got an alert that your vitals were low and came back for you. What about LaSalle? Klaus looked away. Jones? He's fine. He's debriefing. So what the hell happened? We're not sure yet. It seems it immobilized you somehow. It took off shortly after. We're still trying to get a
What?
fix on it. For now, I need
it
you to rest
doesn't-
up.
It
You might
doesn't have
suffered a
this
concussion, and we'll need
ability.
you back at full strength if we get a lock on this thing. As Klaus walked out, Chen convulsed momentarily. He shook his head. What were those images? Just flashbacks of earlier. Means nothing. He rolled onto his side and tried to get some sleep.
Oh my god.
SCP-1264 is an amalgamation of once derelict warships
Yeah.
and various pieces of flotsam and jetsam that have been adhered together by organic secretions. The main body of SCP-1264 is made up of 5 World War II era ships that were used as target ships as part of the Operation Crossroads atomic bomb test.
What is the Leviathan doing here? And what is this fucker doing here?
Bikini Atoll in 1946.
What the fuck?
SCP-1264 is maintained by a crew that has been designated SCP-1264-A. Each fits inside a US Navy standard rubber diving dress and are equipped with a Mark V diving helmet and weighted boots. SCP-1264-A are headless humanoid entities closely related to sea cucumbers. SCP-1264-A are also connected by a flexible arterial cord, roughly
That's
90 meters
true.
long, that is in turn connected to SCP-1264's interior. SCP-1264-A displays a deep understanding of SCP-1264's mechanical and electrical systems.
Yes.
SCP-1264-A habitually performs repairs and maintenance with what is available within their designated areas. SCP-1264-A are characteristically slow, obstinate, and exhibit no real intelligence of their own.
used the Wilhelm
SCP-1264-A
scream.
also secrete a strong adhesive through their gloves that act as a waterproof sealant, binder, filler, and cement in order to maintain the
Oh my
structural
gosh,
integrity
this
and
is hurting me.
buoyancy of SCP-1264. All of SCP-1264's
physically
steerage
hurts.
and weapon systems are operated by SCP-1264-A. In turn, SCP-1264-A is commanded by a single entity designated SCP-1264-1. SCP-1264-1's appearance is unknown, and the only physical evidence for SCP-1264-1's existence are the arterial cords that connect SCP-1264-A to the ship's interior. These cords are lined with strands of neural tissue that do not originate from SCP-1264-A. This indicates that SCP-1264-A is directly connected to a separate biological entity, or that SCP-1264-1 is actually the collective consciousness of SCP-1264-A.
It's true, we don't know.
SCP-1264-1 has proven
There's
on
a
numerous
Leviathan
occasions
again.
to be a hostile and skillful tactician of naval warfare.
The problem with that is the Leviathan will be way bigger than this SCP.
SCP-1264-1 has been reported in some cases to transmit radio signals via ELF radio. I hope for
wouldn't
Lieutenant
happen.
Chen's sake,
They only communicated through radio with another ship, not a person. Oh my god, this hurts. It's over. Thank fuck. Okay, they barely included anything in the autopsy report. They included some stuff, but most of this important information was just kicked. So for TV from the plot of SCP, yes, as well as they didn't even include this, like the entire showing it like actually communicating. They didn't show that either. Now, did they actually remove people? I don't think. They sure as hell added people. But I don't think anyone was removed. Double checking. Oh wait, yeah they did. Dr. W. Hermes. Completely removed. I don't know if too many people in SP were named. Yeah. The only person that was actually named was completely removed. Not even mentioned once. I forget. That's fair, but Booker, this was a long anomaly. That's completely fair. Oh, damn. So literally the only person in this anomaly they removed. I'll give that a 3 because they did at least keep the license. Added gore or violence. Oh, I don't know. The first part of the fucking video, they added a shitload of violence with the fucking Power Rangers. Oh my god. He removed the doctor for what I assumed to be his OC. Yeah. What do we rank the Power Rangers? God. Well, we can easily put a 0 at the bottom here because no women were removed. Okay. Ugh. What do we rank the fucking Power Rangers? Shut the fuck up, Facebook. I don't even use you. Fuck. I'm thinking 3. Yeah. Because the ship did act normally. I'm going, in my opinion, I'm going to give it a 4 for deviation. Because, 1, the anomaly was not drawn correctly. Because... Yeah, because... It didn't show the ships correctly. But they lost the Power Rangers. Lost one of the Power Rangers, yeah. As well as they included some other bullshit. Which was like the, like the weird thing of Dash 1 being able to affect people and turn other into Dash 8 instances. That has not been confirmed. Like, I don't know where they're getting that information. So they added a whole bunch of shit that didn't need to be there. As well as some things that needed to be fixed. Like, I'm not being bad at the artist, it's just that you only drew ships, not a submarine with it. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. This would be a 35%. So we dropped it back down. That's not good. Alright. The next one is SCP-174, aka the Ventriloquist Dummy. Luckily, this one is short. Thank fuck. Because I think we went through the only long one. Alright. Alright. Let's do this. Item. SCP-174. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-174 is to be contained within a storage unit 07 at Site 19. Removal of SCP-174 from containment requires approval of 2 Level 4 personnel familiar with the entity. Alright, I'll stretch. Bookworm. And I'll hydrate. Much better. It is preferable to use personnel with high psychic resistance scale scores when interacting with 174. All personnel in contact with 174 are to undergo psychological evaluation. Those who display obsessive or protective tendencies toward the item are to be treated with Class B amnestics and monitored for 72 hours. Addendum to containment procedures. Redacted. Following Incident 174-A, 174 in the main chamber of Storage Unit 07 are to be monitored at all times via video surveillance. Abnormal activity must be reported to Dr. Redacted immediately. Furthermore, a GPS tracking device is to be installed on 174 in order to expedite recovery should the item translocate outside of Foundation custody. Description: 174 is a wooden ventriloquial figure measuring 53 centimeters from head to toe, with somewhat ragged clothing and slight damage to severe sections. Judging by the item's style and state of repair, it dates from the early 20th century. The eyes and mouth of 174 can be manipulated by means of mechanism inside the figure. When viewed in peripheral vision, subjects report on occasion that 174 is looking directly at them with an expression of longing or sadness. When subjects look directly at 174, this anomalous expression is not visible. Viewing 174 indirectly, such as in a mirror or a live video feed, appears to increase the likelihood of this effect manifesting itself. Personnel in the vicinity of 174 report a general feeling of sadness or sympathy directed toward the figure, but cannot explain any reason for these feelings. Prolonged exposure can lead to personnel persifying the figure to greater extents, those with particularly low psychic resistance scale across scores, while in some cases begin to act as if 174 were a living being. An example would be cradling as if it were a baby. When informed of their abnormal behavior, all personnel revert to standard behavior patterns for at least several minutes. Subjects who place 174 on their hand report an urge to converse with it. When questioned, they frequently report that the figure is lonely and needs companionship. The subject will also begin speaking for SCP-174 and manipulating its expression. When speaking for the figure, the subject's voice will take on a higher-pitched childlike tone, like my voice right now. Recordings taken with high-sensitivity microphones have determined that at no point does the figure itself actually speak or make any discernible noise. Regardless of the subject's experience, the act will be almost perfect. The conversation will quickly move toward a discussion of the figure's emotional state, particularly in relation to its past, in most cases leading to the retelling by the figure of the story of how it was abandoned or mistreated. No one story has ever been repeated, and therefore which, if any, is true is unknown. Researchers have theorized that SCP-174, no bookworm, may have low-level telepathic abilities, as each story seems to be based around a theme that will have a particular resonance with the current subject. Past this point, subjects will show great affection for 174 and will attempt to protect it from people who come too close or try to interact with it, in some cases with deadly force. Subjects will often refer to 174 as their baby or use similarly strong terms of endearment when referring to it. This effect persists for several hours after 174, and the subject have been separated, and in at least one case, the effect had not dissipated 2 weeks after final interaction. Whether the effect would have lessened is unknown, as the subject in question has terminated owing to lack of compelling reason for further study. Subjects who are completely isolated from 174 will become paranoid as the figure's safety and often undergo a mental collapse similar to that observed in mothers separated from young children. Class B or stronger amnestics have been shown to be effective in curing both the obsessive effect and a majority of any resultant mental trauma. However, almost all who undergo such treatment complain of feelings of loss and can become depressive. Addendum 174-1 Experiment Log Transcription of Video Footage. Subject D-14-285, female, 21, no history of violent crime. Supervising researcher Dr. Redacted. Location Containment Cell A4. Site in Site 19. D-14285 is ordered to place 174 on their hand. Subject does so after initial hesitation. After several seconds, subject begins a mundane conversation with 174. After 2 minutes, the subject asks 174 what happened to you, at which point the figure begins to recount a story of how it was left behind and damaged in a house fire and subsequently discarded by its original owner. Note: subject records indicate that her house was the victim of an arson attack in redacted. Oh my god, book. Anyways, subject begins to console the figure and reassure it with standard positive statements. Figure remarks that it is lonely and wants to find friends. Subject begins to punch and pound the door with their free hand. When guards enter the cell, sidearms raised, the subject recoils to the corner of the cell, cradling the figure and whispering to it. Exact words not picked up by the microphone. Guards succeed in removing 174 from the subject and leave the cell. At this point, the subject screams, "They have him, my wonderful baby," and begins punching and kicking the door in a futile escape attempt. Note: at this point, Dr. Redacted ordered the experiment concluded. D-14285 was terminated after attempts to calm her failed. This experiment was one of the first conducted with 174 before the efficiency of amnestics had become apparent. Addendum 174-2, Incident 174-A. On Redacted, Dr. Redacted entered storage unit 07 to find 174 sitting on the floor next to its containment unit, looking directly at the main entrance door. The door to 174's unit had been sealed shut, with no access having been logged in the previous week. After being replaced in containment, video surveillance was installed within storage unit 07 as a precaution against future translocations, and a GPS tracking unit was attached to 174. So wait, did I see here that 174 doesn't speak? Hold on. The subject will also begin speaking for 174 and manipulating its expression. So no, Bookworm, it cannot speak. Alright. Here's the thumbnail. Wait. Okay, there it goes. I think we got a bit of clickbait. I was confused by the log. That's fair. Wait. I thought that... Okay, so yeah, it doesn't state which gender. Where did the blood come? No, where did the blood come from? I don't know. Because the doll itself isn't dangerous. It's when it's removed from a person. So, we be assured that this is a 4 for clickbait? Because there's fire, there's blood, they're making the doll look creepy as fuck. I think we should go with 4. So at least 3, yeah. Oh. You think 3? Oh, I missed the fire. Yeah, there's fire. They added so much. Yeah, 4 sounds good. Okay. Alright. Let's see, did you include license and... Oh my god, of course. You can't see it yet, Bookworm, but... 3, 2, 1. At the very start. At the very fucking start. Something else. Yeah. I got rid of it. At the very fucking start. Oh, okay. This is gonna be fun. Not really. But oh well.
Step back. I won't say it again. Okay. Just take a breath.
Why do you do that again? What the
Nobody
fuck?
here wants to hurt you. Just put down the dummy and we can talk. Put the dummy down? Have you been listening to a word I said? You're not getting it. Take another step and I'll slit my throat. Klaus let out a sigh and nodded at Chen. Do it. In the blink of an eye, Chen was on
First off, okay, when she was a D class, she was unarmed. Yeah, the D class was unarmed. They had no weapons. And plus, they grow violent towards other people, not towards themselves. Already bad. And plus, they were carrying in a corner when they were about to take it. They were standing straight up and prepared to fight. Yep.
top of the D class,
Okay.
his knee on her windpipe. He signaled for the other two agents in the room to take her away. I don't recall you being so gentle, Klaus said with a wry smile. When you start getting your hands dirty, then you tell me how to handle the D classes.
What the fuck is between these two? She was scared and protective. What makes it worse is they definitely drew this as an Asian person, and it's a white person, like, making fun of the Asian person, which is not a good sign. Oh my god. They should get sorry. Oh my god, Buck. Jen and the doctor. Oh my god. Okay.
Alright? Klaus picked up SCP-174. This little fella had been giving them problems for a while now. Though it didn't appear to be able to move, they had caught it looking at them in the peripheral vision from time to time. Besides that, surveillance footage had confirmed that it did seem able to turn its head slightly. Welcome back. Today I bring you SCP-174, Ventriloquist's Dummy. D14285 had been affected the most of all the subjects to date. Her psychic resistance scale scores were exceedingly low, so they had expected a dramatic result. This hadn't been it. We need to invoke a stronger reaction. Stronger? She was ready to slit her own throat after 2 hours with Annabelle over there. What more do you want? As
This
usual,
didn't
Chen,
happen.
You're missing the point. I don't mean the subject's reaction to the doll. I mean what the doll can reveal about the subject. D14285 had been introduced to the doll hours earlier. It didn't take long before the doll started to speak.
Oh my god.
It explained how it had grown up in a lovely 2-story house on the outskirts of Boston.
It didn't say
Its
this.
childhood had been normal and pleasant, with little to complain about. Until the night of September 13th. A fire had started in the kitchen that night and quickly engulfed the entire house. It had barely made it out alive. The records had shown that this was in fact D14285's own childhood. Her family home had burnt down when she was a child and had taken her family's life savings with it. Her life had gone from one disappointment to another, appearing all to stem back from this one incident.
What?
Do
Where
you
did they get all
understand now
this
the value of
information?
the doll?
I mean,
Chen
part
looked
of it
at
is
him
correct,
blankly.
not all of it.
Alright, let me spell it out for you. The doll is telepathic. It can read minds. So it doesn't just give out the information, but if you listen to the story, it's giving us the secrets and history of whoever it's interacting with. You can't lie to this thing. Ah, gotcha. But we have
That
other
is-
SCPs that can do that.
Hold on. I don't think... Did it say specifically? It said that it's... No one's sorry. For... Which, if any is true, is unknown. So it's on a theme of the particular residence of the current subject. That doesn't... We don't know what they're saying. What the And plus, after the testing, they killed the D class. They didn't do another test. They killed her. Oh, what are
Yes,
they doing?
But some of them are dangerous. Others could lie. This thing, pretty easy to handle. Chen nodded in agreement.
What is going
As the
on?
van pulled up to the house, Klaus turned to face the agents. Okay, let's go over it one more time. The man inside.
Not the
Intel
subject
points to
story.
him being the serial.
Let's go back. Researchers have theorized that SCP-174 form a low-level telepathic abilities. As such, as each story seems to be based around a theme that will have particular resonance with the current subject. This is a theory. A theory. Which means this isn't definite. Oh my god. Okay.
Killer the police have been tracking for the past 3 months. We suspect he has anomalous abilities, likely mind control. That's
What?
why we're here. We've almost caught him a few times, but each time we're minutes too late. He's
Where
gotta
are
be
we getting
sensing
this
us or something.
information?
It's not just bad luck. Okay,
SCP
but why is the doll here?
Oh my god.
I want a confession. The doll should provoke him into telling us about the murders. Fair plan. Let's do this.
What's happening?
Lassiter, Kripke, stay tight on me. Once we're in, take the
Not
corners.
mind control.
Don't get too close. The 3 men slowly approached the front of the house.
Oh,
All
what
looked
is
quiet.
happening?
The only light they could make out came through the cracks in the attic wall. They crept towards the house,
murders?
staying
Yeah,
as
I'm
quiet
confused
as
too.
possible.
What the fuck's happening?
As they reached the front door, they heard Klaus scream from behind. There! He's gone out the back door. He knew we were coming. Chen, Lassiter, and Kripke took off after the man. He wasn't far. Chen would catch him in no time. But how did he know they were coming? As Chen looked to his side, he saw Lassiter trying to keep up with him. As he turned to his other side, Kripke was lagging behind.
Stuff added so
Kripke,
much violence.
Get a move on.
Yeah,
or
we
I'll
already
have
got
you
a
cleaning
4.
toilets. As Chen caught up to the man, he slid forward and hooked his ankles. The man tumbled over and came to a rest in front of them. He looked at them with a look of surprise and shock on his face. Who are you? Why'd you do that? Lassiter, take him back to the house. Kripke, catch your breath and follow up. Come clean and this will all be over quickly. About what? I haven't done anything. The man was sitting in a chair in the basement, a small cut above his eye. He looked terrified, genuinely scared and confused.
So I think this has to be
Stop
his
playing the
telephone.
fool. Tell
Or
us
is it
what
I
you
think
did.
Of his wife.
Tell us how you knew we were coming.
Yeah.
I've got no idea what you're talking about. Fine. We'll do it your way. Chen, bring the doll over. Chen walked in with the doll and approached the man in the chair. He set the doll down on his lap. What is this? It's your new best friend. See you in an hour. Ready for this? Chen nodded. They opened the door. The suspect was sitting in the same chair, but the doll was on his knee, and he appeared to be having a conversation with it. Have anything you want to tell us? The man looked between Klaus and Chen. Don't hurt him. I won't let you hurt him. He's been through enough already. Nobody wants to hurt anybody. Take a breath. Why don't you tell us a little story? Why don't you tell us his little story? His story? Yeah.
What?
What happened to this little guy that's so sad? Oh. You don't know? It really is sad. The man told them how the doll had been beaten as a child.
What
His
the
father
fuck?
had been cruel, and his mother hadn't protected him. His father had taken particular
This wasn't
fascination
his
with a hot
interrogation
poker
method,
they kept by
apparently.
the fireplace. The insignia was unique, a family crest from generations before. That scar had been made, healed, and reburned countless times. As he got older, that fear turned into anger. He was tired of being scared, and he was strong enough now to fight back. His father wouldn't hurt him, ever again. This anger, though, turned into something else. A sense of power. He wasn't like everyone else.
What
He
the
was stronger,
fuck?
better. He had a higher calling. He didn't need to play by society's rules. He wasn't one of them. He was
What the
something else
fuck?
altogether. Immortal? Perhaps not. But he had to remain in the shadows while he did his work. While he taught his lessons to those weak little children. Society wouldn't understand his art. Kloss looked at Chen with a look of disgust. I'll give it to you, Doc. That certainly was easier than beating it out of him. Chen nodded at Kripke. Kripke! Kripke! Snap out of it! What's up with you today? Take him away! Lassiter, get the doll.
What the fuck?
Kripke grabbed the man by the arm and pulled him out as Lassiter took the doll. No! No! Don't hurt him! It's not his fault! Don't you see? He tried to pull away from Kripke and grab the doll. Why are you doing this? It's not me! It's not me! It's the doll! I didn't do those things! He struggled and flailed his arms at Kripke, making brief contact and sending Kripke to the ground momentarily. Chen ran back and grabbed the man, walking him out as he cried. You okay? Kripke nodded, holding his hand. Get to the van. Have medical check out your hand when we get back. Nah, it's okay, sir. Just a jolt. I'll be fine.
What in the fuck
Chen
is
nodded
happening?
and walked away. As they left, he pulled off his glove and rubbed the back of his hand.
Oh!
SCP-174 is a wooden ventriloquist doll measuring 53
Wait,
centimeters
hold on.
from head to toe.
Hold on. Why does this look so bad? Why does this look so bad right here? Oh, gee, what? What the fuck? What the fuck? What is this? What is this? Okay, we're almost done.
Is a wooden ventriloquist doll measuring 53 centimeters from head to toe, with somewhat ragged clothing and slight damage to several sections. Judging by the item's style and state of repair, it dates from the early 20th century. The eyes and mouth of SCP-174 can be manipulated by means of a mechanism inside the figure. When viewed in peripheral vision, subjects report on occasion that SCP-174 is looking directly at them with an expression of longing or sadness. When subjects look directly at SCP-174, this anomalous expression is not visible. Viewing SCP-174 indirectly, such as in a mirror or live video feed, appears to increase the likelihood of this effect manifesting itself. Personnel in the vicinity of SCP-174 report a general feeling of sadness or sympathy directed towards the figure, but cannot explain any reason for those
What in the
feelings.
fuck?
Prolonged exposure can lead to personnel personifying the figure to greater extents. Those with particularly low psychic resistance scale scores will in some cases begin to act as if SCP-174 were a living being. Discussion of the figure's emotional state, particularly in relation to its past, in most cases leads to the retelling by the figure of a story of how it was abandoned or mistreated. No one story has ever been repeated, and therefore which, if any, is true, is unknown. Researchers have theorized that SCP-174 may have low-level telepathic abilities, as each story seems to be based around a theme that will have a particular resonance with the current subject.
They said it was a theory, but they said earlier that it was not a theory. What the... Okay. This
It
is
just
hurting.
goes to show, you can never truly know anyone.
Okay. So they basically didn't... They added shit into here. And removed some stuff. They also... Even though it doesn't say the doctor's name, it's Dr. A. Something. So I missed it. No one story has been repeated. Oops. That's fair, book one. Yeah. Dr. A. As well as they didn't reveal important information about 174A, where the doll moved on its own. Right. So they only removed one character? I guess two? Because they did at least keep the D class. And luckily they didn't get rid of the women, so we can put a 0 down there. Added gore or violence. You agree with me it's a 4, right? Because what the fuck was that one added bit? Yes, that's about right. Deviates from the plot of the article. Probably a 4 again, because they added so much bullshit. As well as they went from it is fact to just a theory. Like, what? That leaves it at a 30%. Okay. The next one is nicknamed Mary Had a Little Lamb, also known as SCP-2401. But before I do, probably just drinking a bunch of water during that last article, I had to pee. And I'm back. Alright. As far as I'm aware, yeah, this is also it's a bit longish, but it's mainly just audio not audio, they're just logs. The logs aren't long. Alright. Alright. It's item SCP-2401. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-2401 and Alpha 2401-Alpha are to be stored together in Cell 22 at Research Site 45. Cell 22 must be stocked with 3 meters squared of potted wildflowers with an automated drip irrigation system to maintain them. A small electric incinerator designed for burning pine needles is to be installed near Cell 22 so that it can be supplied and operated by attending staff. The exhaust of the incinerator is to be piped directly into Cell 22 whenever 2401 becomes excited or agitated. Plans for combining adjacent Cell 23 with Cell 22 are currently awaiting approval. 2401-Beta is to be held as a reserved designation until further notice. Description: SCP-2401 are a previously unknown species of honeybee that exhibit parasitic or symbiotic traits depending on the sex of the human host. To date, a sustainable colony of 2401 has only been observed in one human female host. In all observed cases, male hosts expire typically within 9 to 12 days post-colonization from inflammatory complications caused by routine stinging and gross modification of dermal tissue. This also compromises the immune system, leaving male hosts vulnerable to anaerobic infection. After death of the male host, 2401 will leave the body in search for another human host. Colonization does differ slightly in female host, whereas there is much lesser risk of infection due to higher levels of propolis production. Propolis, a resinous mixture that honeybees collect from botanical sources to prevent diseases and parasites from entering the hive and to inhibit fungal and bacterial growth. Once 50% of the dermis is modified to the keratin-based honeycomb, colonization reaches a stable state and does not expand further. After this process is completed, 2401 exhibits standard protective behavior toward the host, treating them as the nest. 2401 adapt host scent markers, adjusting colonial odor markers to match the host. This process sensitizes 2401 to the emotional and physical condition of the host. Yeah, look. A female host also undergoes rapid changes to both accommodate and protect 2401, which include increased tissue regeneration, higher amphetamine output, and lack of dependency for food or water. In majority of cases, the female host retains their personality and memories, which usually results in psychological trauma related to the ongoing symbiosis of 2401. This is seen to result in a high rate of auto-death in cases where the host outright rejects symbiosis. Only one surviving case has shown a distinct interest in maintaining a symbiotic relationship between itself and 2401. For all intents and purposes, she has been designated as 2401-alpha. Document doc-2401-T1. Note, the following written entries were confiscated from Dr. Kenneth Lamb's hard drive. They contain sensitive information regarding 2401-alpha and remain on a high-security data server. Date, January 4th, 2015. Time, 1632. D-6780 and D-9343 have been both exposed to 2401. This is the second trial study as to the effects of 2401 on a human host. Thus far, we have not been successful in sustaining a host for more than a period of 30 days. A viable host able to survive the colonization process will be the first step into discovering a way to reverse process and revert the host back to normalcy. It has been difficult to requisition female D-class because of their scarcity. It is the only option since 2401 and a male D-class host cannot coexist without killing the host's body. Due to the issues in previous tests, the two female hosts will be kept on auto-death watch while symptoms progress. January 8th, 2015. Time, 9:44. Both D-6780 and D-9343 are progressing quickly with 2401 and are in relatively good health. Today, however, 6780 had to be sedated via aerosol before the host caused further self-injury. D-9343 has been minimally responsive during this period. I've asked repeatedly for the medical records of both D-class hosts prior to testing. Paperwork seems to be conveniently missing in administration. Date, January 15th, 2015. Time, 22:01. 4 hours ago, D-6780's attempt at drowning in a cell commode proved successful by clogging it with daily food rations and filling it up with water. Cell 21 is currently under quarantine until the decontamination teams can assemble in the morning. I'm hoping for a more viable autopsy than the previous ones. D-9343 seems to be much calmer during this process. So far, the host is is the only one who has made it this far in 2401's colonization. I've requested for maintenance and from the site director to modify Cell 22 as to help better accommodate 2401 and the host. I'm also still waiting for released medical records. January 26, 2015. Time 12:55. D-9343 and 2401 have successfully achieved full symbiosis. D-9343 have been designated as 2401-alpha and has been observed to be much more active. After reviewing footage, I've noticed that 2401 alpha does not eat or drink. It seems. Administration has found the records on D-9443, but they are from her previous institution and incarceration. Unfortunately, information is severely lacking in detail, with the exception of her criminal record. I'll review this information and perhaps use it during my upcoming interviews with her. January 27, 2015, 14:03. I conducted my first interview with 2401-alpha. She seems relatively eager to see another face from nearly a month of solitary confinement. I asked her about her symptoms, and she explained while in the beginning she was experiencing a great deal of pain, most have been curtailed, and she feels much better. A quick physical examination conducted through the observation window concluded that she is estimated to have 50% of her body surface converted into honeycomb-like structures, many of which contain 2401 in various stages of maturity. I questioned about where 2401 originates from, but what 2401 alpha could not answer. January 30th, 2015. Time 9:12. I went over 2401's alpha criminal's records with her. She had trouble recollecting much of her past for some reason, most of which had to deal with her abusive relatives at a young age before being placed in foster care until she was 15. I was unable to continue with the rest of her background as I noticed she was growing more and more agitated. I used the newly installed smoker for the first time to help her calm down. She was effectively suppressed, and I concluded for the day. February 2nd, 2015, 13:47. Before I was able to conduct the interview, 2401-alpha was adamant about apologizing for her behavior in the previous interview. She introduced herself by her first name, Mary, and asked me mine. I introduced myself as well. Her intentions seemed harmless. Afterwards, she tried multiple times to derail the interview with small talk. I was able to keep her focused on explaining her symptoms. Mary attempted to explain a dream she had involving me, but could not recall specific details. I asked her questions regarding her mental state and wrote some additional notes to discuss with the on-site psychologist. February 3rd, 2015, 22:25. Mary had stated in her interview today that she is experiencing a recurring dream, though upon waking up, she can't recall any of it other than I am in it as well. I asked her if she would like writing supplies in order to keep a dream journal. She agreed, however, the request was denied by my superior. Mary spends her time preoccupied with her own thoughts, and at times she appears rather lucid and unresponsive. I've requested for additional items to help improve stimulus, however, they are repeatedly denied. February 4th, 2015, 1:10. Mary and I have been meeting on a daily basis now. Her demeanor has been deteriorating, it seems. Off-shift guards have informed me that she has to be smoked nightly. When I confronted Mary with this information, she stated that it was because of her dreams. She still maintains that she can't recall them after awakening. My recent discussions with an on-site psychologist over my notes are still inconclusive as to Mary's mental condition. I'll continue to visit Mary daily to gain more details involving her mental state. Aside from that, the S2401 colony appears to be thriving and in optimal health. Addendum 2401-001. Due to 2401 Alpha's recent containment breach, staff and security teams are prohibited from entering Cell 22 or conversing with 2401 Alpha without direct authorization from the site director. Further research into 2401 or 2401 Alpha has been put on hold indefinitely. Post-incident review 2401-03. Interview date February 15th, 2015. Interview time 4:30. Site location research site 1545. Offices. Interviewers Senior Internal Investigator Ruben Foster. Interviewees Researcher Dr. Kenneth Lamb. Agent Foster. Alright. The color is on. How are you holding up? Dr. Lamb. I'm still in shock of the whole thing, I guess. Well, let me just ask. Why do you think you were chosen? I don't know. Well, you were assigned to her. It. Right. It. For 3 months. You interviewed with it every day, it looks like. I monitor other humanoids in that wing, too. So back to my original question. But perhaps maybe the human insider, it, made a connection. Either way, it got what it wanted from me. Oh, God. I feel like you can continue. I suppose. Sorry, I'm still just rattled over the whole thing. Well, medically, you checked out fine. Just bumps and scratches. So that's that. Look, I don't want to push you after something traumatic like that. Anything you want to say on the record? I want an injection. Give me the injection and give me a transfer. Please. I gotcha. I'll see what I can do. Addendum 2401-002. Dr. Redacted is to be transferred out of Research Site 45 after he is fully debriefed on a containment breach incident involving himself and 2401 Alpha. He has opted for an immediate amnestic solution and will be demoted to level 0 permanently for security reasons. Continued observation and reporting on his behaviors within the Foundation will be monitored for a period of no less than 3 years. Yeah. Post-incident interview 2401-06. Interview date June 16, 2015. Interview time 22:05. So that was a fake name. Then why not use that later? True. Site location Research Site 45. Secured Humanoid Containment Wing Cell 22. Interviewer Senior International Investigator Ruben Foster. Interviewees 2401 Alpha. Recorder on SCP- Mary. Excuse me. We like to be called Mary. Fine, Mary. What is your relationship to Dr. Lum? Relationship? Is that what he called it? Him and us? Never mind. Can you explain what you did to him the last time you two were together in February? We remembered him being quiet and rather content about it. Well, he was adamant about not wanting to see you ever again. We don't believe you. We are happy with the outcome still. As 2401 Alpha slowly rubs her hands over her swan abdomen. This part of the cycle. It is, and it is not. We need sterner hosts. The females are fragile yet willful. Strong queens for strong colonies. Our sweet Kenny, tell him for us that his progeny grows stronger with each passing day. Tell him we all await his return. Yeah, I'll pass that along. Sustained buzzing. Agent Foster turns off the intercom to cell 22. You aren't actually considering that quest, are you? No, fuck that. Do me a favor though. You see that button for the center? Yes, sir? Smoker. As far as I'm aware, I don't think they did. Maybe? I don't know. It's not said, so I'm assuming they didn't. Alright. So that's that anomaly. I just got the Mary and the Lamb part. Yeah. I mean, she is pregnant, yeah. And here you go, Bookworm. And if it's his kid, I guess. You guessed it. You guessed it. It's 4. Except the bees are leaving the stomach. I, I I don't see anywhere where it's stated that the stomach gets bloated. They just turn the body, you know. Too bad though. I also want to hit it with some points of including the belly. Yeah. Yeah, so it doesn't say anywhere where the stomach gets bloated. Just that it turns the body into a honeycomb-like structure. So, how about it? So, would it be like a 3? Because it does include almost a nude woman, but not all the way. Last one had Alpha rubbing her hands over her swollen. Oh yeah, the abdomen was swollen. But that's not just the abdomen, which is... Wait, is that the pregnant part? Does it... But how big does it, the swollen abdomen, does it... Did I read that wrong? So some kids acting as somebody were living being criminals of a baby. Oh. Wait, how long does it... How big does it get? Oh wait, that's the wrong one. I'm an idiot. Its stomach area yet. Fixing the character base. Which is a stable state does not. Marcia is committed to exhibit standard protective behavior toward the host. Treatment as a nest. Which include increased tissue and regeneration. Okay. So yeah, I'm trying to see how big it gets. And it doesn't even say. That's great. So I guess it's not as bad. Wait, from the abdomen contains vital organs such as stomach, small intestine, and large intestine, liver, and spleen, gallbladder. Okay, I see. What the fuck? No, no, what the fuck? You saw nothing. Well, I mean, you actually couldn't see anything. So maybe a 2? Bookworm? I hate that the side of my mouse has a fucking button to go to the previous area. It's so stupid. 2 or 3, maybe, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I guess we'll go with 2. Because it's not as bad. Guess he's leaning onto the Princey part a bit, yeah. Yeah. Alright. Well, this is also more inaccurate. Actually, make it a 3. Make it a 3? Okay. Because SB, for me, had a warning to be 18 plus. Yeah. This is already showing inaccuracy. Because what you're basically telling me is it would not reach this high. He's making this for his audience of kids, or presumably kids, yeah. It would not reach this high. This already looks bad. Because a lot of what's being shown isn't in that area. Well, this is gonna be great. Anyways, you ready? Doesn't hit the face? As far as I'm aware, I think it sticks to around that area. Inflammatory connotations. Well, maybe it does touch more. Okay, post-inflammatory applications do routine stinging. Yeah, it would cause inflammatory issues because of the stinging and gross modification of the dermal tissue, which is down below. So yeah, it pretty much stays down there, not towards the head. So yeah, that's oh no. Anyways, here we go.
The body appeared to be in an advanced state of decomposition, but they had received a call only 3 days before. The man's wife had contacted Wildlife Control a week prior to that. Due to the nature of the incident, the Foundation had been notified that their expertise might be required.
Oh my god.
Klaus bent down and examined the body more closely. The body was covered in large swells and bruises, synonymous with insect bites. Half of his skin was rotten and black, with faint...
Where's the insect bites? All I'm seeing is the honeycomb structure and bees.
hexagonal patterns. What could have happened to this man to cause this state of decay in a matter of days?
Oh wait, I just saw that warning before the SP said non-consensual act, sex acts. So Mary, oh my god. Oh yeah. Okay, so she did do that. Okay.
Saw something move under the man's arm. As he looked closer, a bee crawled out from under his skin. Quarantine the whole area. Full hazmat suits. I want the whole area smoked. He carefully picked up the bee and put it into a vial. Welcome back. Today I bring you SCP-2401. Mary Had a Little Lamb. Remember to subscribe and like. You're telling me that a bee did this? SCP-2401. And yes, you saw
Why
the
is there a
honeycomb structure on
decapitated
the body,
049
right?
head?
Get me a D class, and let's run a little experiment. See what exactly these bees are up to. Alright, I'll take care of it. And Chen, strict quarantine. I don't want this thing getting out or spreading. We don't know how it works yet, or what it can do. Yep, got it, Chief. D6780 looked hesitantly
Okay,
around the room.
that's one of the characters.
She never trusted those agents, but the doctors were worse. They
What?
were the ones who would do terrible, unspeakable things to you. The door opened and two men in hazmat suits stepped into the cell. One of them carried a small, wooden box. Puffs of smoke came from within. The other carried a flower pot with what looked like wildflowers in it. They moved to the corner of the room and set both items down. The first man opened the box, and they both left. She hesitantly peered inside the box. Bees. A few sleepy-looking bees laid on the bottom of the box. As the smoke cleared, one of them flew up and towards her, but it didn't sting her. It just floated in front of her eyes, seemingly analyzing her, sizing her up. For what? How's D6780 looking? Well, there appears to be some integration between her and the bees. They seem to be forming a sort of symbiotic relationship. What? Like they're feeding off her? No, not like that. They seem to be turning her into some sort of hive. Beehive? For real? Apparently so. The disease, for lack
I'm
of a
noticing
better
they're
word,
using
is
animation in the
strictly limited to
background.
bees. It's vector-borne, not airborne or waterborne. It's relatively safe to be around her. Have her brought to the lab. Just hazmat suits. You won't need to quarantine the area or have a cleanup crew on standby. Dr. Kloss would like to have a look at you. Please step forward. D6780 came towards the door. The top of her neck had a honeycomb structure on the skin. Clearly, the work of SCP-2401.
He
Chen
wouldn't
stepped
go
back
that
as the two
high.
agents in hazmat suits moved forward. Bring her to Dr. Kloss. The agents walked her down the corridor. Approaching from the other side was another D-class with an escort.
Oh my
of agents.
Hey, are you okay? Have they been treating you okay?
Yeah, no, I'm fine. The usual. Are you okay? Your neck.
D9343, keep moving. As the women passed, D6780 lightly brushed D9343's hand and gave her a reassuring look, mouthing the words, "Hang in there." Kloss looked her over. And how do you feel?
Truthfully, not well.
Oh my god.
I'm having nightmares. There are things inside me. You need to get them out of me.
Take it easy. What do you mean by nightmares?
I don't know. I don't know. But you need to remove them or I'll...
Okay, let me see what we can do. Kloss signaled for the agents to take her back to her cell.
Hold on. I need to go look. Did they ever mention they had nightmares? Host, let's see. There's a person quickly. Then sedated aerosol before host caused self-injury. And then they ended their lives. No, they've never once mentioned nightmares. Only 9343 mentioned dreams. We have no idea what happened with 6780. Okay. Sorry. Were the woman this distressed? By this... looks like 4 days later, 6780 became distressed. But only 4 days later. So it took a couple days. Okay. But only one of them.
They found her the next day. She had clogged her toilet and drowned herself.
Wait a minute. I don't think it was the toilet. Hold on. Didn't running silicone improve successful at clogging it with daily food rations, filling it with water. Commode? Is like a commode a toilet? Because if not... Yeah, okay, it is. Okay. I wasn't sure.
Dead bees surrounded her body. Behind the agents, D9343 walked past. She
It was the
screamed
toilet,
and grabbed
yeah.
the door frame.
You murderers! What did you do to her? You'll pay for this!
That
The
didn't
escort
happen.
dragged her away as she yelled.
I'm pretty sure they
Sorry
didn't even
about
know.
that, guys. I think they were close.
Okay.
No problem, Dr.
Lamb is here,
We
so
all know
that's
that Mary would
3.
be a little vocal.
Dr. Lamb had been
characters.
overseeing Mary for the past few weeks. He was pretty new to this division and still getting the hang of things.
Wait, are they doing like... Did they make those two female characters gay and then kill off one of them? Yeah, they had everyone in solitary, right? Yeah, they had them in solitary. They didn't even see each other. Okay, so they're changing a bunch of shit. Wait, did they? Well, I mean, she seems freaked out that they died, and they seem to talk nicely and and touch hands with each other. So I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I mean, I want to put it past them, especially after the Japanese video.
Things had taken a turn for the worse after
fair.
the incident with D6780. Mary had appeared agitated and confused for more than a week. The situation culminated in a seizure.
This didn't
Following
happen.
the seizure, they had monitored but left her in containment for 72 hours. They sent 2 agents in with Dr. Lamb to recover the body. As the agents approached, she suddenly awoke and incapacitated both agents in moments.
This didn't happen.
She then pulled Dr. Lamb to the floor before climbing on top of him. Emergency MTF units responded and stunned D9343, removing her from Dr. Lamb and confining her once again. Claw sat down in front of D9343, Chen standing behind. So, what was all that about? What was your relationship with Dr. Lamb?
My God.
Relationship? Is that what he called it?
Can you explain what you did to him?
We remember him being quiet and rather content.
He's done with you.
We don't.
Okay, quick stop. She got extremely agitated in the video after the death. So I think they did destroy like a gay relationship in the video. Oh my God. I don't know if it's fully confirmed, but oh my God. I can't believe they censored it a bit, but they fucking included it. And as well as they're changing the interview.
His contribution was welcome.
What contribution?
Tell him his progeny grows strong. Strong queens for strong colonies, don't you know?
She slowly unbuttoned her shirt and gently rubbed her belly.
What in the fuck?
SCP-2401 and SCP-2401 Alpha are to be stored together in Cell 22 at Research Site 45. Cell 22 must be stocked with 3 square meters of potted wildflowers with an automated drip irrigation system to maintain them.
Hold on. I thought they were separated. Hold on. Oh no, they're stored together. I think they were separated at first, that's right.
A
Never
small
mind.
electric incinerator, designed for burning pine needles, is to be installed near Cell 22 so that it can be supplied and operated by attending staff. The exhaust of the incinerator is to be piped directly into Cell 22 whenever SCP-2401 becomes excited or agitated. Plans for combining adjacent Cell 23 with Cell 22 are currently awaiting approval. SCP-2401 Beta is to be held as a reserve designation until further notice. SCP-2401 are a previously unknown species of honeybee that exhibit parasitic or symbiotic traits depending on the sex of the human host. To date, a sustainable colony of SCP-2401 has only been observed in 1 human female host. In all observed cases, male hosts expire typically within 9 to 12 days post-colonization from inflammatory complications caused by routine stinging and gross modification of dermal tissue. This also compromises the immune system, leaving male hosts vulnerable to anaerobic infection. After death of the male host, SCP-2401 will leave the body in search of another human host. Colonization does differ slightly in female hosts, whereas there is a much lesser risk of infection due to higher levels of propolis production.
I was about to say, yeah.
Once 30 to 50% of the dermis is modified into a keratin-based honeycomb, the colonization reaches a stable state and does not expand further. After this process is completed,
oh my God.
SCP-2401 exhibits standard protective behavior towards the host, treating them as the nest.
What the fuck?
SCP-2401
Oh my
adopt
God.
host scent markers, adjusting colonial odor markers to
Oh
match
my
the
God!
host.
Wait
This
hold
process
on.
sensitizes SCP-2401 to the emotional and physical condition of the host. The female host also undergoes rapid changes to both accommodate and protect SCP-2401, which includes increased tissue regeneration, higher amphetamine output, and lack of dependency for food or water. In the majority of cases, the female host retains their personality and memories,
What the
which
fuck?
usually results in psychological trauma related with the ongoing symbiosis of
They showed it again!
SCP-2401. This is seen to result in a high rate of suicide in cases where the host outright rejects symbiosis. Only one surviving case has shown a distinct interest in maintaining the symbiotic relationship between itself and SCP-2401. For all intents and purposes, she has been designated as SCP-2401 Alpha. Bees are our friends. Without them, the cycle of nature would end. However, with these bees, it might be wise to maintain your distance. As always, have a care, and remember to subscribe, like, and share. If you would.
What the fuck? They just at the end have a woman having a seizure. Now, granted, let's go back, because I think they did remove a character. Hold on. Yeah, they removed Agent Foster and a technician. I mean, it wasn't super important, but they did remove him. As well as the whole fucking interview with Dr. Lamb. As well as Lamb doing the whole experiment, too. Okay, luckily, they're not removing women this time. Hey. Removal of characters. They removed two, which is Technician and Ruben. Ruben was more integral to the anomaly. They removed them. Is there anyone else they removed? I'm looking. Oh yeah, also not letting them know about level 0 stuff. You said the agent, yeah. As well as the technician. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything else. So just the Foster, Agent Ruben Foster, and a technician. Technician wasn't important, but I mean, that is a character they did remove. So we have to mention it. Yeah. I have to say 2. Because they only removed 1 important character, not 2. Added gore or violence. This is a bit more tough. They did include a certain scene, but they did, I think... They did show more at the beginning, like dead corpses. Well, dead corpse. And, showed heavily aggressive behavior that wasn't shown as far as I'm aware. I know they broke free. Yeah, they just mentioned that they broke free. They didn't say what happened. Just that they broke free, so there's 2 MTF that got destroyed for some reason. I don't know how. And the fucking... I think it was relatively 10 considering its subject matter, yeah. The only thing that makes it like a higher number, I think, yeah, it would be the attacking of the MTF and the dead corpse. Oh yeah, as well as the fucking seizure. I forgot about the seizure. Where they include that even at the end of where they were done talking about anomaly, they include this woman having a seizure. I don't think that was even stated in the article that that would happen. Yeah, it doesn't... Yeah, it doesn't say anything about fucking seizure. They just included that on their own. Yeah, I forgot to mention the part. I had wondered if the seizure had happened in an article. It did not. They included that. They just all of a sudden, let's just give her a seizure. Fuck. So I'm thinking 3, mainly because of the seizure and the knocking of the MTF. That's what I'm thinking. Deviates from the plot of the article. Granted, the interview between Dr. Lana was completely discarded. Even though they did show up, they were discarded. They only were shown in for the 6th scene. 3 sounds good. Yeah, as well as Ruben was gotten rid of, which had an important interview thing. It kind of summarized the article a bit, yeah. But it did remove an interview completely. So I wouldn't say a 1. Yeah, he needed a reason for the people pregnant. Yeah. Poor Lamb. As well as they did, like, random characters doing shit instead of the actual characters in the article. Forgot about that. Those 2, they keep showing up in every video. 2 or 3. I'll go with 3. That's what I'm thinking, because a whole chunk was deleted. It's as well as someone integral to the article. Done. Alright. 55. That'd be 45%. Alright. Alright, so the next is Hadron's Well, aka SCP-2418. Item SCP-2418, object class safe. Oh, not too bad, yeah, not too bad. Special containment procedures. The property containing SCP-2418 is owned by Foundation Front. Shell Hub, Codwell, and Pedrotti SAE, which is a black market antiques dealership with connections to the Egyptian government and military. For more oh, wow, it's a black market owned by the Foundation. Under the guise of temporal storage location for artifacts being smuggled out of Egypt. At no point should more than 1 person enter SCP-2418 except under controlled testing conditions. Testing of SCP-2418's anomalous properties require the approval of Site-42 Ethics Committee Liaison. Wow, it's been a while since we heard the ethics committee. And its primary operation hub for Red Sea origin, including Northwest Africa and Arabian Peninsula. Alright. How far down? I didn't mean to do that. Oh god. Alright. Anyways. Description. SCP-2418 is an ancient nilometer, which is a well with markings along the sides used in antiquity to measure the level of the Nile and predict the severity of its yearly floods. Located in the basement level of the house in El Sheikh Abeda, a small town in southern Egypt. SCP-2418 was originally constructed in the 13th century BCE by the pharaoh Ramses II as part of the temple to Isis and Osiris. The most recent phase of construction dates to circa 130 AD, when the Roman city of Antinopolis was founded at the site of an older temple complex. SCP-2418's anomalous properties manifest when two individuals enter the water at the bottom, and one of these individuals dies of asphyxiation. These individuals must be married or otherwise in a romantic relationship, close relatives, siblings, or a parent and child, or close friends. The surviving individual will experience a powerful, rejuvenating effect. The effects of aging will be reversed significantly, and chronic diseases, sometimes including genetic or congenital conditions, will be cured. The strength of the rejuvenating effect seems to scale proportionally with the strength of the relationship between the individuals, and inversely with the age of the deceased. In no recorded cases has an individual been rejuvenated to an apparent age of less than 25. SCP-2418 was acquired in 2011 as part of an Operation Hippocrates, a coordinated attack on Marshall Carton Dark assets in Egypt, during which Foundation use of combination of physical raids, political upheaval, and economic manipulation to effectively remove the presence of Marshall Carter and Dark and associated groups from the country. I want to give you a little bit of a tidbit about Marshall Carter and Dark. If you get money, a little money from them, and you don't pay it back with the interest they give you, they have turned human beings into anomalous slaves. They've done it. They don't give a shit. They'll do anything as long as it makes them money. Alright, now we can continue going on. Recovered document 2418-1, Praetores Sapientae Oculate Report. Latin circa 130 CE from the archives of the Vatican Office of Secrets and Prophecy, Trans Julia Mancini, 1987. A well of rebirth of Antonius Osiris and of Isis, very useful and not at all dangerous. A well in the city of Antinopolis, in the province of Egypt, used by the priests of the Egyptians to measure the rising and falling of the Nile, located beneath the great temple of Antonius Osiris, and particularly sacred to that hero. If a man should go into the well, and certain secret rituals be performed by the priest of the temple, the man shall be restored to youth and strength, and his illnesses and frailties shall vanish, as he is blessed by Antonius Osiris. With the Emperor Publius Aelius Hadrianus Augustus having once more fallen ill, the curator Arcanarium Lucius Caelus Ater was tasked with finding a cure to his ailments and went to Egypt to seek the aid of the priests there, who had always been greatly respected by the emperor. In the town of Besa, on the Upper Nile, he found a cult of priests whose order had been established by Ozymandias the Great, and to whom Alexander and Ptolemies had gone for wisdom and for healing. And when the emperor was informed of these miracles, he went up to the Nile, to his temple, and bathed in the waters, and his illness was cured. And since on a journey of of the Nile, an emperor's favorite, Antonius, had fallen into the river and drowned. After he had risen up into the heavens as a god, the emperor paid for the temple and a well to be restored, and redictated them to Antonius Osiris, and founded a city on the site, calling it Antinopolis, in his beloved's honor. The care of the well has entrusted it to the curator Arcanorium, as he had been so serviceable to the emperor and the empire. The well is currently under the care of Lucius Caecilius Ater, curator Arcanorium, for Publius Aelius Adrianus Augustus, and the priesthood of Antonius Osiris. The emperor has forbidden use of the well, and none other than him are to enter it. The secret of the ritual is known only to the emperor, to the priest, and to Caecilius Ater. It's believed that some of the priesthood of the temple may not be loyal citizens of the empire, as they are Egyptians and Syrians, many of them possibly sorcerers, and that they may have some connection with this subversive group of criminal sorcerers and witches known as the Forum Tenebris. Caecilius Ater is pledged to investigate this matter, but has not yet found any evidence of disloyalty or criminality among the priests. Notably, the CPSO were apparently unaware of the exact method of activation. Recovered document 2418-2, tomb inscription, Castel Sant'Angelo. Greek, circa 138 AD, inscribed on a marble plaque inside the tomb of the Emperor Hadrian. Original inscription is an esoteric collection of the Vatican Museum. Trans Dietrich von Grummet, 1965. Antonius, most beautiful, most wise, forgive me, I beg of you, great God, for placing your life's worth below my own. Kings and emperors may rise and fall, one not much different from the other, but great beauties are eternal, heavenly. For one unique, each one perfection, and in my sickness and in my hubris, I, a mortal man allowed to touch divinity, destroyed such beauties just to save my life. Forgive me, I beg of you, great God. Antonius, most beautiful, most wise. Recovered document 2418-3, Marshall Curran Dark Item Log. Alright. Let's see, how long is this? Okay, it's not that long. Alright. Alright, so let's get through this, then watch the video. Well, actually, I think I'll watch the video because I don't think they will go into it. If they do, we can double check. Alright. So, oh wait, first. Would this can be considered clickbait? Sounds good, yeah. I don't think it's that heavily clickbaited compared to the others. For once, it's more of a naked man than a woman. Yeah. I don't think it's as bad. So maybe a 2? What do you think? And for a bit is a bit much, yeah. Yeah, that's true. Are you thinking higher than 2? Two sounds about right. Okay. Alright. Let's see. Do you have... You do! Good. Alright, here we go. 3, 2, 1.
The curator Arcanorum, Lucas Ader, looked down into the nilometer. The raids had increased in frequency lately. No doubt the work of Marshall, Carter, and Dark. That ancient organization surely wanted one of their oldest and most powerful artifacts back. Lucas had been entrusted by the Foundation with its safety and upkeep, but he was getting old now, and the stress was wearing upon him. Lucas? Lucas? Are you still there?
I'm sorry, I was lost in my own thoughts. Yes, Dr. Klaus. Of course, if you think the issue requires your attention, you are most welcome. But I tell you again,
Wait, is he supposed to be Egyptian? Oh, fuck. Sorry. Hold on. He said his name is Lucas. Wait, hold on. I actually don't see any... Oh yeah, Lucas Cecilius. I guess that's how you're supposed to say it. But... It's alright. Wait, He doesn't look Egyptian, he looks white. So did they whitewash? Again? Or am I getting this wrong? Do you also think this bookworm? Is iffy, yeah. Cause I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be Egyptian. But anyways.
The curator Arcanorum, Lucas Ader, looked down into the nilometer. The raids had increased in frequency lately. No doubt the work of Marshall, Carter, and Dark. That ancient organization surely wanted one of their oldest and most
He might have
powerful
been
artifacts.
a little
back.
bit.
Lucas had been entrusted by the Foundation with its safety and upkeep, but he was getting old now, and the stress was wearing upon him. Lucas? Lucas? Are you still there?
I'm sorry, I was lost in my own thoughts. Yes, Dr. Klaus. Of course, if you think the issue requires your attention, you are most welcome. But I tell you again, it is not necessary. We have the matter under control. My son can manage.
Maybe so, but
okay.
SCP-2418 is too valuable to be lost. I'm on my way.
Yes, of course, you honor me, Saeed.
Okay, so they got one character.
Welcome back. Today I bring you SCP-2418, Gift of
Let's see how,
Osiris.
if the last statement made me,
So,
yeah.
what's the story behind this thing?
Yeah.
The quick version? Ancient deep well, restores you to your youth. Nice. What's the catch? The catch? I've been on this job long enough. There's always a catch. When you're right, you're right. You need a sacrifice. And not just any sacrifice. Someone who really means something to you. A wife, child. You get the idea. Rough. Life for a life, eh? Klaus nodded as he looked out the window.
Okay, not as bad. They wouldn't have the fucking
warehouse was
logo on their
enormous.
plane.
All sorts of artifacts and anomalies had been stored here for generations. Lucas's ancestors, dating back hundreds of years, had all been entrusted with the care and maintenance of the nilometer, and in later times, other occult artifacts from Egypt's past.
This is my son, Luke. He will soon be taking over from me when I'm too old and frail to do the job anymore.
Don't exaggerate, Lucas. I'm sure you'll be with us for a long time still.
You honor me, Saeed. Let us take a look at the reason you've come all the way
I don't
here,
think
shall we?
Luke's not part of that
They
article.
walked down the turning stairway. In the bottom of the well, ominous glowing blue water stirred. The waters from the well that entered the lower chamber were blessed by the god Osiris and had enormous healing powers. Legends told of how the Roman Emperor Hadrian had renamed the temple and nilometer in honor of his dead beloved, Antinous. The new
Okay,
god,
so they get two
Osiris
characters.
Antinous, granted new life
But
to
barely.
those who had the fortitude to sacrifice someone beloved to them. So, you said the attacks have increased in frequency.
Yes, we believe it to be Marshall. Carter, and dark again. I believe an old friend of mine from my youth is leading them and giving them my secrets.
Understood. I don't see any alternative. We need to move it.
Move it? Are you sure something so drastic is necessary?
At least temporarily, yes.
But I'm too old. I can't go with it.
Your son, Luke, he can take over for you. At least for now, until we can move it back.
Luke? Luke! Yes, you honor us, Sayyid. A good choice indeed.
Chen patrolled the area surrounding the temple. They had received reports that agents of Marshal Carter and Dark had been spotted in the vicinity. Luke, you up for this? Your dad spoke highly of you, so I'm expecting you to hold your position and do your job, no matter what happens tonight. Got it? Luke nodded his head. Shortly past 2 a.m., a man in a kafia approached the front gate of the compound. They approached the man slowly, having radioed in that a possible situation was developing at the north gate. An explosion from the south gate tore through the fence. As the emergency sirens came to life, a Humvee tore through the southern perimeter, hitting for the warehouse. Chen grabbed Luke. Go back inside. I need you to hold the interior in case they get past us. And find your father. Make sure he's safe. The Humvee was overturned, having hit a small supply shack near the entrance it came through. The agents slowly approached, weapons trained on the vehicle. Empty. There was no one inside. It suddenly dawned on Chen. Diversion! All units, north entrance, now! As they reached the northern perimeter, they saw the two agents, dead. The kafia of the man who had approached, lying on the floor next to them. Get to the temple. They're already inside. The agents came through the warehouse. It had been left relatively unguarded within, as they hadn't expected anyone to get this far. As they moved towards the temple, they saw a few dead agents on the ground. From within, they could see an eerie, glowing blue light.
Wait, hold on. They just said that they left it unguarded. Then they said that they had a few dead agents. Is it unguarded, or was it guarded? What? Okay.
Down the stairs, moving slowly, but heard nothing from below. As they reached the bottom of the well, they saw Luke, unconscious on the steps. At his feet, in the water, was a corpse.
Oh my god.
It looked like it had had the life drawn from it. On the other side was the man who had breached the northern gate. A gunshot wound to the head had sealed his fate. Luke! Luke! Wake up! The man slowly opened his eyes and focused on Chen.
What happened?
You must have been knocked out. Your father, he's dead. I'm sorry. Do you know what happened?
All I remember is coming down here and seeing father struggling with that man. The next thing I knew, you were here.
He must have died stopping him. Do you recognize that man?
I'm not sure. He does look a bit familiar. Perhaps from my childhood. Why?
Just a hunch. It looks like he tried to use your father to rejuvenate himself. Never mind that now. Let's get you up. Take my hand.
Thank you. You honor me, Sayyid.
What?
The property containing SCP-2418 is owned by a Foundation front, Shaloub, Caldwell, and Pedrotti, under the guise of a temporary storage location for artifacts being smuggled out of Egypt. At no point should more than one person enter SCP-2418, except under controlled testing conditions. Testing of SCP-2418's anomalous properties requires the approval of the Site-42 Ethics Committee Liaison.
Okay, that's correct.
SCP-2418 is an ancient nilometer located in the basement level of a house in El Sheikh Abada, a small town in southern Egypt. SCP-2418 was originally constructed in the 13th century BCE by the pharaoh Ramses II as part of a temple to Isis and Osiris.
Yes.
The most recent phase of construction dates to circa 130 AD, when the Roman city of Antinopolis was founded at the site of the older temple complex. SCP-2418's anomalous properties manifest when two individuals enter the water at the bottom and one of those individuals dies of asphyxiation. These individuals must be married or otherwise in a romantic relationship, close relatives, siblings or a parent and child, or close friends. The surviving individual will experience a powerful rejuvenating effect. The effects of aging will be reversed significantly, and chronic diseases, sometimes including genetic or congenital conditions, will be cured. The strength of the rejuvenating effect seems to scale proportionally with the strength of the relationship between the individuals, and inversely with the age of the deceased. In no recorded cases has an individual been rejuvenated to an apparent age of less than 25. SCP-2418 was acquired in 2011 as part of Operation Harpocrates, a coordinated attack on Marshall, Carter, and Dark acids in Egypt, during which the Foundation used a combination of physical raids, political upheaval, and economic manipulation to effectively remove the presence of MCND and associated groups from the country. Recovered documents from circa 130 CE tell the story of how the Emperor, Publius alias Hadrianus Augustus, came upon the Temple of Osiris and the Nilometer. Having been very sick, he was told of a place that could heal him. Upon meeting the Curator Arcanorum, one Lucius Cecilius Adder, he was taken within the well and shown the powers it held within. He was told how Ozymandias the Great had established a temple and how Alexander the Great and the further Ptolemies had taken great solace and healing from it. Around this time, Hadrian's beloved, Antinous, had fallen ill and perished. Hadrian had the temple fully restored and rededicated to Antinous, elevating him to the god Osiris Antinous. He placed the well and the temple in the care of the Curator Arcanorum forevermore. Hadrian's health was restored to him shortly thereafter. Upon discovery of his tomb in 1965, a marble plaque was discovered with the words,
Antinous, most beautiful, most wise, forgive me, I beg of you, great God, for placing your life's worth below my own. Kings and emperors may rise and fall, one not much different from the other, but great beauties are eternal, heavenly, each one unique, each one perfection. And in my sickness and my hubris, I, a mortal man allowed to touch divinity, destroyed such beauty just to save my life. Forgive me, I beg of you, great God. Antinous, most beautiful, most wise.
It just goes to show,
Hey, wait,
no gift
hold
comes
on.
without a price.
That's not how it anomaly works. You both go together in the water. And one of you will die of asphyxiation. As far as I'm aware, let me go double check. Alright, or two individuals enter the water at the bottom of one of these individuals dies of asphyxiation. Yet they both have to go in the water. Yeah. God. Okay. Alright, before I go to here and do the thing. Well, here's one thing. They didn't include any of this, which is connected to the well and recorded by the person. So, granted, it's not in the document, but it is kind of important. So there is that. Alright, let's see. It's pretty good until this point, yeah. Actually, here's another thing. They only called it the Temple of Osiris in the video. They didn't call it Isis, too. And I think I know why, because of a certain group called by that same name. But it was part of the Temple of Isis and Osiris, not just Osiris. Yeah. So, I wouldn't exactly call it a character taken out. It would probably go towards the deviate. Alright. Let's see. I'm trying to see if they got rid of any characters. Yeah, of Antonius, Osiris, and of Isis. They only called Osiris. Alright. They kept his name. Kept his name in here. Whom Alexander in... Well, actually, they didn't include Ptolemy's. And correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think they said Ozymandias the Great. They did Alexander the Great, but I don't think they did Ozymandias the Great. And correct me if I'm wrong, Bookworm. But I don't think I heard them say that. I think they did. Oh, you think they did? Okay. So just Ptolemy's. Okay, so Ptolemy's so far. Oh, hell, they didn't even mention... I think they said Osamis and Ptolemy. Oh, they did? Okay. Well, they didn't mention this part, where they talked about the Egyptians and Syrians, instead of just being Egyptians. So I guess that... Would Syrians be technically... removal of characters and license? Would that be part of that group? It was all brought together, I think. Oh, true. Or the Forum Tenebris. They didn't talk with the Forum Tenebris. They said that there might be one person leading to the Martial Court in Dark, but they didn't talk about Forum Tenebris. As in the history, maybe? That or the plot, yeah. Yeah, that or the plot, yeah. I think they just mentioned it was just Egyptians and stuff like that. Okay. So we do have one person, or a group of people, called the Forum Tenebris that were not mentioned in the video. I'm not sure if we want to count, like, only Egyptians and Alexander the Great and stuff like that being mentioned. It's like a 2, yeah. 2. Wasn't that bad. Added gore or violence? They did add violence, because it was not mentioned at all that the GOC, once the Foundation got the anomaly, that the GOC attacked again. Unless it's in here that they mentioned it. But I don't think that that has happened. Let's see. Yeah, January 13, 1666 AD. And a copy was given away from a Terran Breeze, Gabriel Josiah Carter, 1923. Yeah. No, they did not attack. Yeah, 3 or 4, yeah. I'll go with 3. Because it wasn't, like, we didn't, well, actually, I'll go with 4, because they did add multiple fucking corpses, too. Yeah, probably 4. Deviates from the part of the article. Yes, it does. Very much so. Because remember that one part where I stopped it, where they said, and I quote, "We left this area unguarded because we didn't think anything would happen." Then all of a sudden they say, "Oh yeah, there's a bunch of MTF corpses in here." Like, was it guarded or was it not guarded? You can't... It literally took one sentence to immediately change the entire fucking story. Like, one sentence. Oh my god. I think they meant to have less guarded, but fair. Yeah, but they literally said unguarded. And plus, it only got to the plot of the article at the very end. Everything else pretty much did not happen including with extra characters that weren't even in the article. Like Luke. Luke wasn't even in the article. They don't even exist. And also, no ISIS can make it a 3 or a 4. Yeah, ISIS taken out too. YouTube might have, probably because they didn't say ISIS, YouTube might have, like, flagged them for saying ISIS. Probably. She is basically the only woman that is a goddess, so gender is eh. Yeah. So that's why I suggested 3, yeah. So technically, since Isis is a woman, to be lenient because YouTube, yeah. Should we, like, give a rating for only men in the video? Because Isis technically would be the only woman in the video. Except for that fucking, wait. What's the person? Except for, I forgot whose wife, I think, was sacrificed. I forgot who. Or was it a wife? No, wait a minute. Antonius was a dude, right? That's what I was talking about, but yeah. But 3 for pot also sounds good. Oh, 3-2 for only men, yeah. I assume so, yeah. Okay. So we got our rating there. Everything look correct so far? I think so. Okay. Alright, let me add up everything. It's 30. Oof. This took a dive. 30%. That took a dive. Alright, ready to go for the last SCP for the night? Which I think is shorter. Yeah, it's shorter. And I gotta head out for bed. Okay. So you can be solo for this one, sorry. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I can do this. I can possibly come back for the very end. Okay. Alright. The Wounded Child, aka SCP-2468. Item SCP-2468, Object Class Keter. Special containment procedures, as SCP-2468 relocates at random intervals, it is impossible to fully contain the phenomenon. Should SCP-2468 relocate, the surrounding area must be locked down and quarantined by a containment team, with cover stories given to in the likely case of civilian activity around it. Once lockdown has been achieved, in order to maximize SCP-2468's time within the locked zone, a minimal mass of roughly 55 kilograms of raw, fresh meat will be brought to 2468's area of effect once a week, starting from day 1 of locating. The disappearance of 2468 must be reported immediately. Description: 2468 is an entity resembling a human child, with all reported cases appearing to be at the ages of 9 to 10 years. Entity's appearance changes periodically, although it always bears wounds to various sources. Strangulation, blunt cranial trauma, and bruises of varying severity appear to be more common in others. 2468 tends to appear in populated yet open areas, including urban parks and town squares. The entity has shown a tendency to revisit places which have resulted in a successful yield. 2468's behavior is consistent across all instances. The entity lies on the floor in a fetal position and requests help in various languages. Recorded languages include English, Spanish, Russian, Swahili, Hebrew, in German depending on its current location. Upon reaching a distance of 35 centimeters from 2468, organic objects are lifted by an unknown force to a height of approximately 2 meters and dematerialize completely, along with 2468. The entity returns to the area after roughly 2 minutes. In the time between 2468's disappearance and its return, no anomalous qualities are found in the area it is located in. Testing has shown that 2468 disables all electronic devices, including GPS trackers and wireless cameras. Retrieved electronics have shown signs of water damage even in waterproof objects. 2468 has been responsible for the disappearances of 16 individuals so far. Out of those, 4 have returned. All 4 subjects have reported to have a mass of roughly 55 kilograms or less prior to disappearance. All subjects were found in a catatonic state, and 2 expired prior to questioning. Although seemingly intended to capture humans, 2468 will accept any type of meat with a mass above 55 kilograms. Raw and fresh meat have been proven to contain an anomaly in the area it's been found, and longer than frozen, cooked, or expired meat. Inorganic objects not in contact with organic objects are not affected by 2468. 2468 was first cited by the Foundation during a series of disappearances in Redacted in the town of Redacted, New York. The case was brought to the Foundation's attention when Redacted, a homeless woman, seemingly disappeared in front of several witnesses after approaching a child. Redacted was later found catatonic at the town's park. Foundation interrogated the subject before administering Class B amnestics to her and all witnesses and initiating lockdown on 2468's surroundings in order to contain and begin research. Since its discovery, 2468 has moved 35 times and is currently located in Redacted, Ohio. Interview D-2468-6. Interviewer Dr. Sanford. Forward D-2468-6 is the first D personnel in Dr. Nugan's line of experiments with SCP-2468 to survive long enough for an interview. Begin log. Dr. Sanford, what happened after you got close to SCP-2468? D-2468-6? I can't really describe that. Ain't nothing like anything that ever happened to me. Could you please try? Subject looks around and sighs sadly. Alright, Doctor. I tried. It felt like I fell up. Kind of like skydiving, you know? Except this time I was giving up and sat down. For a few seconds I just felt up. It stuck his hip, and then I suddenly ever fell into the pool of on your stomach. That's what happened. You fell into a pool of water. It wasn't water. It didn't feel like water. Something about it was plain wrong. That's when I noticed the fishing hook between my teeth. A fishing hook? Yeah. Those crooked metal things you put on fishing rod. Only a hell lot bigger and lodged in my cheek. We didn't find any wounds on your person. Sorry about that. I know, but I was there. Lord knows it was. I believe you. Continue. What happened when you fell into the water? I couldn't breathe. When I first tried to inhale some of the water, sweet Lord did burn on the way in. It was sort of like salt water too. It was hot, overwhelming, and I felt like I was invaded by fucking salt. I tasted in my mouth, and it was up my nose and down my chest, and subject becomes more agitated. Interview postponed, resumed at a later date. Sorry about that, Doc. It's alright. Continue what happened next. Alright, I start struggling with my breath before seeing them. Who's them? The fuckers who held the rods. There were 3 of them, and one was a lot bigger than the other 2. They were like massive fish, with legs and hands. They had orange scales all over their body, except for their legs. Those were green. One of the small ones, it held me close to his face. I could see his head and face. The subject takes a deep breath. And Lord, what an ugly face it had. Noted. What happened then? Well, the things started shaking me around, making the most horrible noise. and showed me to the big one. He just looked at me for a second, and then he threw me back into the water, or air, whatever.
And that's what we found.
Yeah, next thing I know, I was coughing my lungs out, and one of you guys rushes to my aid.
Understood. Would that be all?
No. The big one, it said something before it threw me back.
What did he say?
It ain't got no meat on it. End log. Closing statement D-2468-6 was retained for further questioning. Very, very interesting. I will attempt to make contact with these entities. Dr. Nugan. Addendum 2468-2. Following an interview with D-2468-6, after getting approval of the security chief redacted, Dr. Nugan began etching stainless steel plates with messages expressing benevolence and entrance and communication engraved on them to the meat supplied to 2468. All messages were rejected by 2468. After 3 rejected messages, the entity relocated to its current position. Dr. Nugan was forbidden from sending more messages this way. Alright, that's it. Let's see. What's the thumbnail like? For not only did they include almost naked woman, but blood and gore. Okay, well that was easy. Alright, let's continue on the last video.
Grab her! Chen launched himself into the air, reaching for the woman as she flew up into the sky. Just as his hand was inches away from hers, she vanished. Startled, Chen tumbled through the air and gazed downwards at the child. He was going to crush her as he came down. He tried to reposition his body to minimize the injuries he would cause her. As he put out his hands to brace the impact, she vanished before his eyes. He crashed into the ground. He was all alone. They were both gone. Are you okay? Am I okay? Does it matter? Of course I'm okay. How about asking about that lady who just vanished into thin air? Or how about that little girl that just disappeared? Klaus looked at Chen without saying a word. Are you done? I'm not done until we find that little girl. This is the 3rd sighting of her today, and no trace of what's going on. Behind Chen's head, the skies opened and a body fell from the sky, crashing into the ground, hard. Chen and Klaus ran over to the body.
What?
It was the woman who had just disappeared. Her body was mangled and broken, possibly from the impact, or possibly from something else. Her neck looked broken, and a large puncture had torn her cheek open. Klaus bent down.
It was stated they would not find the fucking cheek being torn open, or there being a hook.
And pressed his fingers to her carotid artery. Nothing. She was dead. He looked back at Chen and shook his head. Wrap it up. We're done here. Amnestics Class B. Let's get out of here. Welcome back. Today I bring you SCP-2468, Wounded Child. Don't forget to like and subscribe. So, what do we know about this thing?
That's seriously Dark Souls right there.
Not a whole lot, really. An injured child turns up asking for help. Usually, lacerations around the throat and bruising to the body.
Hold on, I'm gonna double check. That's prior to disappearance. So we had two prior questions. I assume capture humans, it's blah blah blah. Sports in a child, it was later in child's mind. It just says that they're catatonic. Or knocked out. Nothing about fucking damages to their body. It's even stated. Okay, so they did go up. So that was true. Yeah, there's no wounds on their person. Meaning no wounds would be on the people.
The moment someone gets close enough to help, they float up into the air and vanish. just as the child does the same.
Why is there an
But
almost naked
sometimes,
person with Chen?
The person who tried to
Picture of
help
Chen.
rematerializes. Yes, but so far, none have survived long enough to tell us anything. So, we need to somehow keep the helper alive long enough to get some answers. Well, yes, that's the obvious approach. That sounds like another way of saying, of course, Chen, you're missing the point again. Not quite, but close. How about capturing the child? Damn it. Chen hit the table and walked off, Kloss smirking behind him. The van moved along at high speed, Kloss,
Oh my
Chen, and
God.
the agents at the ready. The child appeared in the subway, laying on the ground, injured and calling out for help. The usual MO. Got it. Remember, the child is the target, not the helper. A crowd had gathered around the child. MTF agents had formed a cordon to prevent anyone approaching. As Kloss and Chen approached, they saw a lady screaming at the agents to let her through, to help the child. As they reached
My
the
God.
cordon, the woman broke through and ran towards the child. Chen reacted instinctively and ran towards her, Kloss yelling behind him to stop. As the woman reached for the child, her body was pulled up a few meters into the air. Chen slid forward towards her, but grabbed the child, ignoring the woman. The child's body pulled up into the air, Chen moving up with it.
What?
From the side, an MTF agent grabbed onto Chen's foot, arresting his ascent upwards. For a moment, he just dangled in the air, hanging off the child. Then, the child's neck broke, and they fell to the ground. What do you make of it? Dead. Brilliant, Doc. Absolutely brilliant. What was your first clue? The broken neck or the lack of a pulse? You know, Chen, every time you do this, and every time I have to put you in your place, that child was dead long before we got to the subway. It's being manipulated by some unknown force. For what reason? To capture other humans, seemingly. But why? I don't know. Sounds like it's high time we found out. My thoughts exactly. The latest sighting had been in Ohio.
Okay.
They'd be there soon. Remember,
I don't think it
be the
ever
hero. Let the
talked about the child being dead. Yeah, no, it doesn't talk about the child being dead. So for all we know, the child's most likely alive.
The tracking device and cameras do their job. Chen nodded his head. The child laid on the embankment by the river, a bridge passing overhead. The agents prepared the D-class. Cameras, microphones, GPS trackers, the lot. Okay, you understand what to do? The D-class nodded his head. Okay, let's proceed. He slowly walked towards the child. As he stood over the child, his body suddenly jerked up into the air, but instead of disappearing, it came back down. He was suspended, feet above the ground, calling out for help, his body jerking up and down, gently. It's not taking the bait, Chen yelled out as he ran towards the D-class. He closed his arms around the D-class's body, suspended in the air. As soon as his grip closed, the D-class's body jerked slightly upwards, then violently jerked hard into the air, and both men disappeared, along with the child. Chen held on tight. He was flying upwards. It was dark, but he could see something move above him. It looked like water. He closed his eyes as he broke through the barrier and was hoisted into blackness. He had gone through into some liquid, but upwards. He looked up. The D-class was either dead or unconscious, but there was a rope or line coming out of his head. Chen adjusted his eyes and looked forward. In front of him was some creature. He was in some sort of eldritch horror. The creature before him resembled a fish, but from the deepest, darkest nightmare of Lovecraft himself. It had feet and arms and a fishing rod? It pulled him towards its face, its enormous eyes focusing on him. Closer now. Chen was almost in its mouth. It sniffed him once, then again, and pulled back in disgust. It released the line, and suddenly Chen was falling again, through the water and back into air.
They're missing a part of
Crashing
it.
down under the bridge, on the embankment, back in Ohio. Klaus rushed to his side. Are you okay? What happened? What was it? Chen looked Klaus in the face and mumbled out the words, doesn't like Chinese food. And with that, he passed out.
Oh, okay, racism, got it.
As SCP-2468 relocates at random intervals, it is impossible to fully contain the phenomenon. Should SCP-2468 relocate, the surrounding area must be locked down and quarantined by a containment team, with cover stories given in the likely case of civilian activity around it. Once lockdown has been achieved, in order to maximize SCP-2468's time within the locked zone, a minimal mass of roughly 55 kilograms of raw, fresh meat will be brought to SCP-2468's area of effect once a week, starting from day 1 of locating. Disappearance of SCP-2468 must be reported immediately. SCP-2468 is an entity resembling a human child, with all reported cases appearing to be at the age of 9 to 10 years.
That's correct.
The entity's appearance changes aperiodically, although it always bears wounds of various sources. Strangulation, blunt cranial trauma, and bruises of varying severity appear to be more common than others. SCP-2468 tends to appear in populated yet open areas, including urban parks and town squares. The entity has shown a tendency to revisit places which have resulted in a successful yield. SCP-2468's behavior is consistent across all instances. The entity lies on the floor in a fetal position and requests help in various languages. Recorded languages include English, Spanish, Russian, Swahili, Hebrew, and German, depending on its current location. Upon reaching a distance of 35 centimeters from SCP-2468, organic objects are lifted by an unknown force to a height of approximately 2 meters and dematerialize completely, along with SCP-2468. The entity returns to the area after roughly 2 minutes. In the time between SCP-2468's disappearance and its return, no anomalous qualities are found in the area it is located in. Testing has shown that SCP-2468 disables all electronic devices, including GPS trackers and wireless cameras. Retrieved electronics have shown signs of water damage, even in waterproof objects. SCP-2468 has been responsible for the disappearance of 16 individuals so far. Out of those, 4 have returned. All 4 subjects were reported to have a mass of roughly 55 kilograms or less prior to disappearance. All subjects were found in a catatonic state, and 2 expired prior to questioning. Although seemingly intended to capture humans, SCP-2468 will accept any type of meat with a mass above 55 kilograms. Raw and fresh meat has been proven to contain the anomaly in the area it's been found in, longer than frozen, cooked, or expired meat. Inorganic objects not in contact with organic objects are not affected by SCP-2468. Fishing is an age-old tradition, not only a means of survival, but also a way to reconnect with nature and simply have a good time. Of course, that all depends if you're the fisherman or the bait. As always.
Oh my god. Alright, removal of characters or license. Let me see. You're looking at the characters. They didn't state a D class, so that's one person. Dr. Stanford, that's another. As well as Dr. Nugent, that's another. Did they actually get rid of all of them? And security chief. Yeah, they got rid of all characters. So 3. Ethic or violence?
Something move above him.
I didn't mean to do that. Not really. Not that much. They did add some because you wouldn't notice this shit. Because I did that with every body. There'd be no visible damages on the bodies, and every single time one came back in the video, they had damages. I'll just say 3 for that, because they were rather bloody. Deviates from the plot of the article. I would have to say a bit, but not that much. Like, they didn't do the interview right here. So that's one chunk gone. Or the important interview about sending messages. That's also gone. So that's literally right under the description. They just disregarded all of it. As well as they didn't say where it was. Like, literally, clearly right here. Damn, 7-hour stream. Yep. So... they did leave a massive chunk. I have to go with a 3. It's not a 4, because they did include a lot of important shit. Copyright SCP-5243. No, I haven't. It's not that type of stream. And it'll have to be a 0, because they didn't get rid of any female characters, because there were no female characters. Alright. Alright. So 15 times 3 equals that plus 20 equals 65. So that would leave it at 35%. And that's the last one of the night. So they did get a bit better, but they're not good. Alright. Well, that's the last one of the night, and I'm tired. Yeah, tonight's stream was reacting to the content farm Professor Lucius. Which, yeah. He definitely did some shit. Let's see, anyone I want to raid that's live? And no, not really. All my friends are not live. Alrighty then. Fucking hell. Okay. Oh, the last one's a bit of a struggle on my own, but I did it. I fucking did it. Alright. Alright. Anyone in chat want to have their last words being said before I do my last words and end stream? I have 3 people watching right now. So, does anyone have any last words? I'm assuming how quiet it is, no one has any last words. Amy just got back. Hey, Bookworm! Tighten them up now. Yeah, the last one, Bookworm, for removal of characters, all characters were removed. All of them. So we got a 3, because it got the license, so it didn't go to 4. Added gore violence, they added a bunch, like the bodies when they come back, they just are knocked out, pretty much, or, what's the word that they used? They're knocked out, or catatonic. And they bloodied the bodies. Clickbait thumbnail was a 4, because it did clickbait. It had a woman with, they showed tits in the thumbnail, as well as a woman with a hook tearing flesh. So 4. And deviates from the pilot article, I gave it a 3. Because they were changing some stuff that wasn't in the article. As well as they left out a whole bunch of important shit. And only men in the video got 0. Because there wasn't any women in the video. I mean, not in the video, in the, article, not video. But yeah. So yeah, it ended up having 35%. Which is still not good. Yeah, and you also missed, there was, oh yeah, you also missed, because, interesting. Yeah, because when like, the Chen card, when he was given back by the anomaly and not killed. Oh, hold on.
Like, comment, subscribe, and follow Bright for more torment by bad summaries. Give her money to help her recover from this trauma.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like the greater Bright is really going the extra mile to entertain everyone. But let me tell you something. Fire, Red Emblem. Regardless of how much trauma they're going through, I don't think I can make a lowball offer on that. However, if they ever have any cool collectibles or antiques to sell, they can always drop by the shop. Maybe I can help them turn some of that trauma into cash.
Oh my god. Anyway, alright. Alright, so here's the thing. When the human gave, when it not only gave the Chen, the Asian, MTF back, like, in the article, it said, in the article, it says, it ain't got no meat on it. That's all it said. But in the video, the Asian MTF said, yeah, the anomaly doesn't like Chinese food. Yep. this guy just racist towards the Asian people? Because first it was Japanese, and now the Chinese. This hurts, Bookworm. It hurts. Like, I kid you not, I actually have a headache from one of these videos. I have a headache. Oh my god. These videos were so bad it gave me a headache. Oh god. Anyways, Danger Noodles, I'm tired and in pain. I hope you guys enjoyed being in pain with me. Can I hope he's Asian? Be the only respite. Some deprecating humor is fine, but this is borderline. Yeah. I don't know. Like, hold on. I can actually check. Because I usually will say where the channel originates. Bookworm. The channel originates in the United States. He could be Asian American, but yeah. But yeah, anyways, hope you enjoy your... I hope you do well on your next mission. See you guys later, and... Fuck content farms. I've never thought videos could give me a fucking headache. But they did. I'm glad I'm not doing the same stream tomorrow. See you guys later.